boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? When you work it and you had bad traits, you go to school and learn the golden rule. So why are you acting like a bloody fool? If you get hot, then you must get cool. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do when you come for you? Acting like a bloody fool. What you gonna do? And you must get cool. Bad what you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break. That old soldier man I give you no break. Not even your eyes you now give you no breaks. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Don't you know you're a human? Born of a mother with the love of a father. Reflection comes and reflection goes. I know sometimes you wanna let go. Hey, I know sometimes you wanna let go. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? You're too bad. You're too rude. You're too bad. You're too rude. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? You chuck it on that one, you chuck it on this one, you chuck it on your mother and you chuck it on your father, you chuck it on your brother and you chuck it on your sister, you chuck it on that one and you chuck it on me. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys,
What's going on? What's going on, Conscious crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Bruh. We are here for Honesty Piece, honey. Episode 4, season 2 of the Bad Boys Los Angeles. Okay. We got quite a bit to get into tonight. Of course, I have both my handy dandy wonderful host in the background, my Knockout Media and our Reckless Logic. Okay. Now, before we get into the minutia and the thick of this here commentary, first and foremost, can we give a really big shout out to our new mod, Ray 8405, baby. The ranch has been a long time motherfucking coming. She is ranched up around this motherfucker, powered up like the damn Avengers assemble. Okay, so please give her a warm welcome, even though she's the A1 of the day one. Okay. Now, if you're in the building, please give me a nasty thumbs up. Thumbing up helps with the YouTube's algorithm. Okay. This motherfucking also, it helps them to recommend the channel, the platform, put it in people's suggestions. So please give me nasty thumbs up. It don't cost you nothing. If you don't do it in the beginning, do it in the middle or do it at the end. And if you catch it in the replay, please don't leave without hitting that thumbs up. Thank you so much. I also want to shout out all of my PayPalers, Patreon members, and I also want to shout out all of my Cash Appers. Thank you guys so much for your token of love. All of your wonderful emails and DMs and messages. You guys keep the king kinging. Okay. Also, if you're new here, go ahead and subscribe, girl, because because if I like it, you're gonna absolutely love it. And everybody need to make sure that the notification bell is set to all, because you never know what day or hour the kingdom will be kingdoming. Now, I told you guys yesterday in my carry-on commentary, which I'm so glad that so many of you love that commentary. You were literally changed, were enlightened, honey. We had a really great discussion. But in that commentary, I also told you guys that there's some bald-headed whole shit going on out here on these YouTube streets, girl. And so I don't know if I'm going to have time to get into the drama tonight, but there's definitely some hoes we got to chin check. There's some shit that we got to address. It involves maybe some of your favorite content creators, maybe some of your non-favorite, girl. So depending on how I feel after this particular live, I might be hitting the live button again to get into the bullshit of it all. Okay. With no further ado, relax, sit back, and let's get into this wonderful review.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
On, folks.
Yo. Let me zoom out.
Hello.
Knockout, Reckless. Welcome to the platform. Thank you guys for coming and gracing us with your presence. I know that we like to give a warm welcome and let folks introduce themselves before we get into the thick of things. So, Knockout Media, can you tell the folk where they can find you out here on these streets?
Ooh, okay. I'm Knockout Media, KOM. You can find me at my main channel, KOM, or knockoutmedia.com. Geez, I don't even know what to say. I'm just this random content creator, I guess. So follow me.
Not for long.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Reckless, tell the folk where they can find you.
All right, y'all. Oh, let me get myself fixed over here. Hey, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of reckless logic. Please make sure you guys tap that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack the notification bell so do not miss any of my posts with me. And also, too, if you want to follow me on Instagram, that is the most, I would say, easiest way to contact me because I'm always on that bad boy. My Instagram name is strictly Reckless, but however, my YouTube name is Reckless Logic. The name that you see on the screen is with 2 C's, not 1, because we are not like the rest. And with that being said, let's get straight into it, bitch.
Ariana to the period. Okay, let me pull up my old nasty piece of screen share, honey, because we got to flip through situations, girl. I wonder what the Bad Boys setup is going to be like the views for like the next episode with Carry On kind of real, like his drama. I'm sure is going to impact ratings and subscriptions heavy.
Yeah.
That's the way capitalism is set up these days. Do y'all think that that the show is going to get a surge of support because of
Yes. Yes.
I think it might be half and half. I think it might be some people leaving. I think it might be some people coming to support. I think Carry On, honestly, as maybe controversial as it may sound, is a very controversial person. So it's like, I think people may feel bad, but I also do think that some people may feel like he, how do I put it? Might be allegedly guilty of something.
Okay, allegedly is definitely a good word these days.
Yeah, let me definitely put it that way. Allegedly guilty of something. But it hasn't been, proven.
Reckless, hold on. Like, Reckless, what's going on your side, sir?
I'm over here dropping stuff, bitch. I'm over here trying to be like easy, y'all.
Mute yourself, girl. I don't want no ghetto ass stream.
Too late. I'm already on the panel. Period. Okay, I'm back, y'all.
Girl, do y'all see how black people do a production? Be having all day to get their shit together, be having all day to prep and get everything. No excuse why lipstick should be hitting the floor, why screws should be coming out of fake asses, girl. It's no reason for none of that, girl.
First and foremost, I had technical difficulty, but however, we on live air, so I'm fixing it as we go. That's the show must go on.
You're right about that. If in fact, without your ass, if it get together, it will go on. So let's just go ahead and get into things. First of all, girl, was anybody shook that what are the odds of Zeus Network having their cameras rolling while Danny Lee's brother is getting rolled down the bowling aisle, striking out all the goddamn bowling pins by the baby and his security? I mean, that's one hell of a sight and one hell of a moment to be able to capture on national television. And they had that shit in 4K.
Well,
4K.
also,
were y'all shocked to see that?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Only because the simple fact is that Zeus is messy, so they invited both of them hoes there. But however, at the same time, because it was their show. But however, hey, sometimes the stuff that you put out there, the law of attraction is what you catch and what you get. So you like to be messy. In the words of Funky Dineva, is built on trash. You're gonna catch the trash.
What about yourself? A knockout? Like, were you shocked to see that?
I think it's an amazing coincidence for the producers. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a hell of a coincidence. But you know what? If I was to ever be like filming something and just randomly across the street or across the way, like, oh, there's this big fight going on, like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna record it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. But, I mean, Zeus was so damn nosy that they didn't even catch William shaking his fake ass on Moolah because they was fucking with the baby the whole time. See what's going on to the left, baby. So we pick up on this sprinter altercation between Papoose, the baddest toxic nigga in the house, and Lady Gaga. Moolah is continuing to express his frustration, saying that Lady Gaga was doing the damn most in the club. And Lady Gaga is like, girl, I respect my straight community and their preferences. Now, what was interesting to me, I'll start this off.
Yeah.
Was it seemed to me that Moolah couldn't get his perception straight about what happened, because in the van, he kept traveling between the language of William, you shaking your ass on me, to William, you shaking your ass near me, back to William, you shaking your ass on me, to William, you shaking your ass around me. And I know that when it comes to homophobia, shaking your ass next to homophobia, as far as homophobia is concerned, is considered shaking your ass on homophobia. Because homophobic men and women make homosexuality and the proximity and experience of homosexuality very personal to them. These people feel very personal about homosexual, hold very deep personal views and ideas about this shit. So because the episode never actually showed William shaking his ass, I was curious if the ass shaking had ever actually occurred. Now, I know that Lady Gaga has been in the Neighborhood Talks comment section since the episode, arguing that her ass never actually made a third encounter contact with Papoose's body. But what's interesting about that is that that's not the way Lady Gaga felt at the time. I mean, she considered that maybe she did accidentally twerk up on him, but she's absolutely standing 10 toes down now after the fact, now that she's at a very safe distance from Moolah, that she in fact did not, girl, and this is toxic, homophobic, motherfucking behavior, honey. So, what are y'all thoughts about Moolah knockout, then reckless?
Okay. I mean, okay. Coming from like the heterosexual standpoint, I can almost understand where Moolah's coming from with the shaking ass near me, but like you know who you're with, and you know exactly who like you're going out for, and it's like I think last time Reckless and Conscious you both explained to me like because of the show and because of the way everything's ran, Moolah and Curtis can't they can't leave. You know what I mean? Like they can't. Lil Bow Wow, they can't just leave and go wherever, and go away from the actual shoot. They have to be there. So in the case of Moolah saying, "Oh, well, you're shaking your ass around me," it's like, come on, bro. Like you're really reaching, I think, at that point. I don't think it's really anything like you can't sit up there and say, "Oh, well, because this man is shaking his ass near me, I'm uncomfortable, I'm weirded out." It's like, well, he's dancing just like everybody else. Yes, I think Moolah's just really being over dramatic at this point.
So hypothetical, me and you go out, knock out. I'm bouncing this big old fat, juicy, ghetto, horny booty all over the place, and it made contact with you in some kind of way. Would you be ready to whip my ass after the club?
Okay, Conscious. If we went out and we're both on a dance floor, I'm dancing with a woman, you're shaking your ass, and then you end up shaking your ass on my hip or something, am I gonna turn around and be like, Conscious, what the fuck? Nah. I mean, I'm gonna be like, damn, I guess Conscious throwing his damn ass, and I'm probably gonna like, shift the other direction maybe. But like, I mean, I'm not gonna just sit up there and be like, oh yeah, Conscious twerk on me. But now William was doing the most in his onesie. I'm not gonna lie to you. He was doing a lot, and I'm not saying that like him throwing ass is like like uncontrollable or anything. Because again, he is mayonnaise colored, so it's like there is nothing to be controlling. You know what I mean? But I don't know. That's I guess it's a subjective, like person by person case. Because I wouldn't think that you were doing it with the intentions of trying to like flirt with me or anything like that.
Okay, so let me ask you a reverse question because I love being able to talk to straight men. How straight is your straightness set up? Like, would you be would you be comfortable enough with like if I'm not twerking on you? Because this has happened to me at some bars and pubs and clubs. Where I'm shaking my ass and a straight nigga are like, get behind me, and we'll be like, and his girl will be sitting there like rooting it on, like we just cut up and we just have fun. Like, are you comfortable enough as a man to transcend the gay thing? Like, does it have to be about gay?
He not.
I don't know if I'll go that far. Okay.
Because let me go a little bit further. Because I want to get to the root of the barrier. Okay. Like, because if it was a woman that came up to you, whether you were attracted to her or not, if you came to the club to have fun, she started dancing towards you, you probably give her a shimmy back and y'all do whatever. Why can't that occur in that context, under those circumstances, with a man?
Okay, so let me put it to you like this. Okay, so you're from the South.
Yes.
You know about line dancing. You would say that would probably be like a little taboo for two men to be line dancing together, right? Like it would kind of look like a little, like
it looks gay, but So, but I'm trying to figure out: are we a people who care about what it looks like? Because we know what it's not. We know that it looks this way, but we just two souls. We just energy in this building.
Okay, look.
Energy is doing us like.
If we're doing the electric side next to each other, but like so to me, like twerking is gonna be probably like the most sexual you can get before you take your clothes off. You know what I mean? Damn near, right? But it's like, I guess depending, because some
If I
girls
were
is
to
like,
sing a gospel song while twerking, could it be spiritual instead of?
Well, actually, I was gonna say, twerking did originate in Africa,
yeah,
West
I was about to
Africa.
say, yeah.
So,
And then when you think about it, like New Orleans bounce culture and like,
Oh, perfect example. Look at straight niggas be breaking their back, gyrating, kicking that, throwing that ass. Whole cisgender straight niggas be throwing that ass to the bounce culture. See, that's the type of see, when I think of niggas being free, that be like when people rip the whole like fuck society. I'm doing me. I know who the fuck I am. I ain't got nothing to prove. I don't care if it looks like I'm gay, bitch. I know I'm not. And if I want to have a good time, or I want to be friends. I want to be friends. I want to do what I want to do. I want to be present in the moment. Like, I can do that. Like, why do you think that that's difficult for Black men to achieve that level of liberation?
oh,
I mean, you hit on it. It's the image. It's the perception. Because when you think about it, everything is like that. Like, just a few years ago, it was, oh, if you're wearing pants that are too tight, then you must be gay. And then now look, the tighter your pants are, the more thug you are, apparently. So it's right. Like, honestly, like gang members are like wearing Amiri jeans that are like European design, you know what I mean? And they're like tight. There's no other way to like say it. They're tight. They're tight. So it's like, it's cool, I guess. But 2008, that wasn't in style. You know what I mean? You would have been labeled something else just off of the perception of like how you dress, Right. Even though you could have been somebody who's like Young Melly killing people and shit.
Yeah. That's some deep shit. Well, I'm glad to know that if the wind accidentally threw my ass in your direction, that we'll still be fine afterwards. Reckless. What are your thoughts about this melee happening between Gaga and a Papoose in the sprinters?
Question: are we just talking about them actually being on the bus when he addressed it, or are you talking about just in general? Okay, so
the actual scene, because we going.
Okay, I'm gonna go through my notes. All righty, so first things first. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he was overreacting. Now, do I believe that he actually twerked on him? No, I personally don't. Reason why I don't personally believe that, because Moolah is awesome. My bad. So sorry. Gatekeepers, most definitely, he's the same person that will sit up there and look someone dead in the face and let people know that the reason why him and Carry-On, aka Neo Soul, got into a fight was because Carry-On, aka Neo Soul, got spicy with him. But he doesn't really admit what he was doing before Carry-On got spicy with him. So I don't believe everything that he says. And just like you said, homophobia, anything around them is considered being on them. And even then, like you said, he literally went from he's twerking around me, and then it went from you twerked on me. But my thing is that you saying that if it was twerking on you, as in it must have been intentional. But however you say twerking near you, that's kind of hinting to the fact that if he did, it was by mistake, which means I feel like you never should have did all of that. But however, throughout that whole thing, I found it very funny that I don't know if anybody else caught on. I think Miss Gutter K was throwing shade in that fucking on that bus when when he was like, oh, William did say in his songs that all he wanted to do was twerk and catch all the DLs. That shit was so funny to me because Gutter, I felt like he was being shady right there. And then I did like the fact that, let me tell you, I did like the fact that when they were talking about the issue where Moolah felt like he needed to address William, aka BL, Curtis, aka DMV, kept bumping his way in. I'd be like, this the reason why you be getting knocked upside your head from the back, because you keep bumping your head into different situations. I understand that's your friend, but let your friend handle that. As in when Carmax, aka Relly B, was asking Moolah and trying to get clarity about what happened because no one really knew what happened. Asked him, okay, so what's going on? I guess Moolah then finally just shut down. He was so damn mad trying to keep the homophobic slurs inside his mouth. he looked at DMV, kind of did like this or whatever, and then Carmax was like, hold up, no, I want you to speak for yourself. Don't have him speak for you. And I was here for it. I was like, don't have him speak for you, bitch. You speak for yourself. And then on top of that, Gutter when what's the bitch name? Gatekeeper, aka Moolah, was trying to basically explaining his side to things. And he was like, yeah, keep that. You was doing all that weird shit and da 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 da. And then Gutter asked the question. Bitch, if I was there, I would ask, what's weird? And if you pay attention, he never exactly expressed what was weird. He just went on to explaining his issue with Miss BBL herself. So, girl, I was not here for it. That's it.
Gutter was definitely catching it and egging it and catching it and egging it. He was really interested in that scene.
Gutter is an instigator, but they all are. Anthony is probably the biggest one.
It's the bad boys.
It's the bad boys.
They're all bad. They all got bad traits.
Yeah, bad traits.
All got terrible traits. This is the thing before we move on, because I know we are going to touch on this again in some other scenes because it keeps coming up. But this whole Lady Gaga doing the most, it was like there was a whole fucking altercation. A nigga was getting slammed on his head at that event. Everybody was doing the most.
Exactly.
The hood events are about doing the most. Hollywood events are about doing the most. Like the turn up is about doing the most. Like you're the most might be getting drunk as fuck. Another person's the most might be twerking it down, dancing to the music, losing their mind. Somebody else the most might be coming to strap up with a nigga, set them on fire. Somebody else's turn up maybe. Like it's just it we gonna get into it.
Yeah.
After this whole ordeal, honey, okay. Ice-T and Miss Anthony was out here at the poolside talking about last night's events and talking about how the party got shut down early because of the altercation between the baby and his tribe and Delaney brother and everything. And he was going on and on about how he was so disappointed because he had put so much into his outfit. And I just want to tell Miss Moolah, girl, you don't wear, your body is your outfit. You don't wear clothes, okay? Matter of fact, you wear the least so that your body can do the most. There's no effort that goes into your style. You practically wear a summer two-piece pajama set, like open button up top and shorts, girl. Like there's no fashion that is given. Like I'm just trying to make it. Man, he was literally like, "Oh, girl, like y'all put so much into my. You put nothing into your. You threw on socks and shoes, girl. It came down with your body. That's not what I think of when I think of fashion. And I'm fashion, bitch. I'm clothes. Styling is an art form and a visual expression, girl. Okay, you are relying upon what all low vibrating sex sirens rely upon, girl, which is just the physique. Okay, and that's perfectly fine. But keep the word outfit out your mouth. Now, also, honey, okay, they were getting into this whole Lady Gaga and Moolah situation, and I want to ask y'all, like, what did y'all think about Milan's conversation with the fellas about how gay men should be more self-aware, especially when in heterosexual environments, for the sake of their own safety, etc. This conversation got picked up on Neighborhood Talk, and a lot of people in the comment section, especially a lot of other gay men, agreed with Christopher. And my issue with what Christopher Milan said is,
get into it.
Why go where you're tolerated when you could just go where you're celebrated? Because if I got to do all that, bitch, that's all the more reason why I shouldn't go. Like a club ain't somewhere I got to go. That bar ain't somewhere I got to be. So if I have to walk into any space having to compromise myself and my safety, then that's ultimately a space that I'm just not going to choose to be in, because I'm not going to disrespect myself to make for the sake of other people's comfortability. And if gay men are to the point where they feel that afraid to be in a predominant male heterosexual environment, girl, you need to go to the gay club instead. You need to go to the village part of town and shimmy your shunk and jive with your own people if you got to feel like that. If you got to feel like that. And I'm surprised that Milan, see, this is what I mean by Milan. It has terrible politics, because this was an opportunity to not make safety per se about a gay man's burden, but make safety a straight community's burden. This was his opportunity to call out the heterosexual community, and using the experience that some gay men were having in the space emotionally, etc., and Moolah's reaction, Papoose's reaction, as a way to say, look, this is why this shit is oppressive. This is what the problem is. And it's not gay men who need to change. It's toxic, low vibrating, ignorant motherfuckers who try to dominate and project their entire worldview over spaces that are actually communal. A pool hall is a communal place. A bar is a communal place. A concert is a communal place. A club is a communal place. Mm-hmm. You don't get to tell me to reduce myself just to be in a space that I'm allowed the fuck to be in to begin with, because your issue with my queerness is a personal one. It's not the club's one. It's not the bowling alley's one. That's your fucking issue, and you should clear that up. But what do you guys think? Knockout?
Well, I look at it like not every, and I think Moolah is really just probably being the like just horrible example, and I hate that he's being like the epitome of what a, you know, quote unquote typical like heterosexual man is, especially like a black male, because not every straight man is like that, like has the same perception as Moolah does when it comes to being in the same vicinity or in proximity to gay men. You know what I mean? Like I look at it like, okay, so down here we like to go to the beach a lot. You know what I mean? Like, or even let's say Conscious Myrtle Beach, or let's say you go to Miami or something. Like, there's not going to be 100% heterosexual people out there. And it's like, what am I going to say? Like, oh, well, just because there are gay men out here, I'm not going to go, or like, I'm not going to be out there, or they got to go, or they can't be out here. Like, that's crazy to me. And I feel that way about a club. Like, some of these clubs in Houston are like huge, and it's people just want to have fun. So what are you going to like not go to the club, or you're going to try to kick people out the club because of their sexuality? Like, it's crazy. But I mean, look, if like, okay, let me ask you this, Conscious and Reckless. So would you say if Moolah was in a position where William had like went by and had like groped him or fondled him or something like that, would you say that then he would be right in the way that he's acting?
Hell yeah. If he had actually intentionally, inappropriately touched Papoose by sliding his hand down his chest, or grabbing his crotch, or slapping him in the ass, or you know, absolutely, Papoose's reaction would be completely
justified.
Yeah,
and this is the thing, is like, would Moolah have that same reaction if it was like a woman that he wasn't attracted to dancing on him at the club or feeling on him at the club or whatever? You know, it's like, if he's gonna be acting that way, it needs to be more of like a objective thing rather than, oh, well, I just don't want a gay person doing it, because then it makes like the straight community look like we're absolutely just repulsed about, you know. It's like, no, like we can definitely coexist in the same place. I don't understand why. And then like, actually, that's most of the time the fact of the matter is, like, if you go to these big clubs, like I always bring up Ari, because her like best friend, I always forget his name.
Jonathan?
Who?
Moneybagg Yo's girlfriend, her best friend.
I don't know none of them people.
Oh, Tay.
Tay, that guy. Tay is so Conscious. If you've seen Tay,
Mm-hmm.
I would almost guarantee you that Tay has probably hit Ari like once or twice. But they're like best fucking friends. Like they're always doing shit together, they're always together. If she's in the club with Moneybagg Yo, he's there. You know what I mean? In the strip club, or he's there at the club or whatever. So it's like, you know, when she's around and he's there, heterosexual men don't have a problem. But then it's like when he's just around, then it's a problem.
Of course.
So that to me has always been like a conundrum, because it's like, well, if you like, say if you did have a gay friend, you're a heterosexual man, what makes you think that you wouldn't meet women? Or like, why do you think that this gay man will like absolutely have to be coming after you? You know what I'm saying? Again, the only time I really like would see that like Moolah would be justified in the way that he's acting is the example I brought up. If he like had got fondled or had got groped or something, and that can happen anywhere. It doesn't have to necessarily happen at like a club, but it's like I can understand that environment, and I can understand what you're saying, because you know it's like if you don't want that to happen, maybe go to the homosexual like part of town, or go to the gay clubs or whatever. But it's like, why? For what? You know, why can't you just go to a straight club and everybody just like coexist and be cool with each other? Like it doesn't have to be
that's
shootout.
also because you just said something that struck a thought to me. The straight club. It's interesting how even though once again these spaces are technically communal, because straight people make up the dominant class, we have to consider damn near every space they're in straight. The straight bar, the straight mall, the straight school, because we're really just talking about the dominant society. And that's why the burden is on the dominant class, not the minority class, to realize that in this way they are gatekeepers and they do hold the privilege, and people's safety and comfortability in those spaces are on the predominant, are on the majority, not on the minority. And so to your point, Knockout, this is why gay men have always needed straight cosigns in order to be safe amongst the dominant class, whether that be a good girlfriend, or whether that be a straight homeboy who's like, nah, that nigga, he cool. Like, because our queerness couldn't stand alone in those spaces without some type of negative feedback, without kind of that middle wall, which is that straight camaraderie. So, like, there's a lot of your homeboys are Knockout who will put up with me just because you fuck with me. Like, if I came into the space, they probably would be like, okay, what the fuck going on? But then you're like, nah, like, that's my nigga, like, he cool. They be like, oh, okay. Like, what's like, you know, but as a standalone, I might have to knock one of them niggas upside their motherfucking head.
And I was just about to say, sometimes it takes the power of the hands and the feet, the foots with an S at the end.
Go ahead. Girl. I mean, Reckless.
After all that, I'm low-key forgot. Okay, so honestly, when it comes down to the whole conversation, where Milan talks about, you're gonna be in the straight clubs and all these different other things, I do understand what he was saying, but it was kind of it was very interesting to see how Milan switched up at the event, because wasn't you just pro-gay this and da 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 and we are this, but then as soon as you got in that environment, all of a sudden, that same activist spirit that you had at the house, it wasn't right there in that event. Now, I will say this, Robin did put, to be fair, we will say a straight man is doing too much as well at an event that they are acting a fool at. But here's the thing. This is the exact same event that DaBaby had a whole incident in, but people ate it up. That's the difference. But as well, too, the whole thing is like, when he also made this whole comment. Actually, fuck it, because now I'm gonna get a little ghetto. Let me do this real quick. So right now, what I'm about to say, if it does not apply, let it fly. But let me tell you something in the goddamn comments that was under the goddamn comment section when that goddamn video got posted, as in saying, oh yeah, what he's saying is true. Gay people need to understand their boundaries. Going all in. Bitch, if you actually listen to what he was saying, he wasn't just saying that because gay men don't quote unquote know their boundaries. He was saying it because the ignorance that some of you hoes, not y'all, but if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Some of you hoes have and think that just because you don't quote unquote agree with somebody's sexual orientation, it gives you the liberty and the right to be able to dispose of them. That is what he was saying to a degree. Now, on the flip side of that, I need for people to help me try to understand this. You mean to tell me a gay man, white, black, whatever, is going to go into quote unquote a straight club, is going to twerk on a straight man? I need for y'all to make that make sense to me. That does not make any sense to me at all. And they was really trying to push that. But however, Milan also said something as well as in saying, you know, if we want, and I already know this, I'm surprised you didn't bring it up. You know, if we want straight people to respect us, then we have to respect them. Bitch, if they're gonna respect you, they're gonna respect you regardless. Like you don't have to, like, you don't have to be under these whole guidelines of I must behave like this, I must minimize myself, I must do this just so I can have respect. Because it's not like, but also let's keep in context, it's not like, to our knowledge, William actually went on and actually did all of this on Moolah on purpose. It was a fucking mistake, if that even happened.
Right. Well, see, Conscious, I told you this story before offline. Like, look, Reckless, check this out. I had a friend that was from LA, right? And you know, he's a gang member and all that stuff. It was his birthday.
What's his number? I'm sorry.
But look,
I'm just playing.
So look, it was his birthday, and he was like, "Well, I want to go out or whatever. Like, let's go to the club." So there's this real popular club called Space in Houston. So we go, and it's like line wrapped around. We obviously got there like after 11, so they're like, "Yeah, it's gonna be like $100 to get in." So we're like, "Okay, yeah, nah." Across the street is this like disco club. You know what I'm saying? So we go to the disco club, and I'm like thinking that he's gonna be like, hell no, you know what I'm saying? But he's like, well, shit, like, fuck it, let's stay. Like, since we're here, we're here. So, you know, it's like we get drinks, and maybe like an hour into it, I see this fool at the DJ booth with he had his dreads wrapped up, right? His dreads all the way out, and he's just going crazy in the disco. And I'm like,
he was free.
What the fuck? Reckless. I'm telling you, I'm standing off of the side of the dance floor, and I'm just like looking for him. I'm like, damn, did this fool dip on me or something? And I look up, and I'm like, I call him, like, where are you at? He's like, look up at the DJ booth. And I was like, what? So
he
like,
was having the time of his life.
He's having the time of his life. And I mean, I'm just like there, like chilling, and he's on the dance floor going crazy. And I was like, oh wow, at the disco. So I was like, it's wild to me. But I mean, I just don't think
the level of nakedness and egoless and egolessness that I was talking about is actually achievable, and the fact that we don't realize that we're willfully walking around in a bunch of mental restraints really for no real reason at all,
right?
And we're really trying to keep bad people off of us when we really should be using our authenticity to actually rebuke and make bad behaving people super uncomfortable to the point that they realize that, wow, no amount of bullying or intimidating people out of their authentic self, whether that's authentic heterosexuality, whatever the fuck it is, homosexuality, that nobody's going to change for me. And you know the old saying, that if you can't beat them, bitch, then you got to join them. Because I'm not giving up me to be a part of anything or anybody. Like where I go, I'm at, and I'm existing very comfortably and very nakedly. And
come on, naked.
If there's anybody who's uncomfortable, like, they just got to deal with it. And I understand that makes me a bit of a martyrdom, because I may have to lose my life being true to myself, but that's exactly what I'm prepared to do.
Exactly.
That's what I'm prepared to do, because I'm very clear about the fact that I have a whole entire right to circle around this motherfucking earth 77 times over. just like anybody else born into this experience has a right to do. And I'm not letting any person or system take that experience and take that right and take the one time I have to do this in this life as Davion, as CTV. I got one time to do this at CTV. I don't know who the fuck I'm coming back as in my next incarnation, but I got one time to get this incarnation correct, and I am going to get it correct. I'm going to absolutely blow the fucking roof off of my reality and live my life to the fucking fullest. And hoes can have a headache about it and rebuke it and cast it and curse it and feel how the fuck they want to feel about it. No motherfuckers' feelings pay my motherfucking light bill. No motherfuckers' feelings ever bought me a car. No motherfucking feelings I can go and make a deposit into the motherfucking bank. Nobody's motherfucking opinion and feeling is translatable in any way that's beneficial to me. So a motherfucker can have their feeling and their opinion. When I can actually do something sustainable with your opinion, then I may change my tune. But fuck your opinion.
Exactly.
And once again, it was a missed opportunity for the fake ass activist in the house because he got big in politics. He's an insincere, backpedaling, pussy popping, do what's necessary, say what's necessary in the moment as type of a nigga.
Well, look, to Reckless's point earlier, and this was what I was going to harp on. Wasn't Milan and Anthony the first night in the house? Weren't they saying like, "Oh, y'all aren't going to treat homosexual people like this. We're going to show y'all how like homosexuals get down," type shit like that. Like if you're going to gang up against us, and then it's like. For Milan, like you said, and Conscious, you said this last time we were doing the review, is that he went into the club and kind of like completely changed, you know, and
he took himself out on into a corner. He became masculine presenting, and he did whatever he needed to do to accommodate the room. He read the room and realized he wasn't welcomed, so he acted like the people who were to belong there, which is masculine presenting men. And then everybody else's insecurities got projected onto Lady Gaga, and I don't even fuck with Lady Gaga. But it was just so funny how, because she was the only motherfucker, her, Darrell, Bieber, I don't know, I didn't even see Bieber, but her and Darrell and Gutter were the only motherfuckers really being completely true to themselves. Right.
And Gutter had all the hair.
But that was the only way to be in the space.
Can you explain that more to me? Because I was thinking that, I guess in the sense of being free, can Milan essentially do that? Can he, I guess, go into being the masculine and then feminine, just like how Gutta, you know?
He can, but it has to be organic. It's not organic with Milan. And why he switched up was all caught up in the scene right here. Like, I'm somebody who naturally swings between my back and film.
Right.
Logic swings between, but that's not based upon circumstances, like external circumstances. That's just based upon beingness. Like, sometimes I feel like a nut. Sometimes I motherfucking don't. Like, sometimes I just am on my masculine shit. I'm on my trade shit. I just feel my pendulum is tradey. I'm butchy today. Then I'm cunty stunty on another day. It's just you know what? That masculine feminine shit, the best way I can really help to conceptualize it is, it's a lot like a mood. You know how, like, your mood is your mood. Like, you might be really, really, really happy today, and tomorrow you might be out. You might be feeling all right. Like, that's how a lot of people experience their masculine, feminine force and energy. It's kind of a moment to moment, day to day thing, but you don't like program it. You don't be like, oh, I'm going on a date tonight. Let me make sure I masculine it up. Like, oh, I'm going to the family dinner. Let me make sure I masculine it up. Like, it doesn't, it's more fluid than that. Christopher Milan was being performative. He was performing masculinity
Right.
than just being Milan and letting whatever happens in the Milan phenomenon be whatever transpires in that space.
And I think that's why he takes so much pride in trying to show off what he thinks is like the perfect physique or whatever, is that he ties that into like the masculine aspect of things. But it's like, I think even like guys that are like big, right? Like muscular bound or whatever, aren't necessarily trying to dress the part to emphasize those, you know, because it's like still the guys that I know that are actually like, you know, 6'4", 270 or whatever, it's like they have to wear a double X shirt, you know what I mean? And it still looks tight on them just because they're a big person, you know what I mean? It's not because like, you know, they're trying to show off, because he's not, from what I understand, he's really not that big of a guy. I guess he just weighs a lot.
Yeah. He's bigger than the other guys in the house in terms of muscle mass.
Right.
You know, but
he's not that tall. He's like
5'5" ish.
Yeah.
Well, from what I heard, I don't know how true it is.
So, I mean,
you
know, if you're that short, it's like, of course, you're going to be stocky, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. To me, he's just a very superficial person, I think.
And also, too, in this scene, because I just thought about it, because I just looked at the picture. Darrell actually said what we were saying. He was like, they'll be okay, because the whole thing about it is that if that was women doing it, they wouldn't have no issue. But however, since we're not attracted to women and women do it all the time, we just be like, okay, girl, it doesn't affect me. Even if they mistakenly dance on you, it's like, okay, girl, we understand. Okay, got you. You're not my preference. I understand it was a mistake, and go about your business. But however, when it came down to Miss BBL herself, all of a sudden they made a big giant issue, and then on top of that, they're projecting all of their beliefs or whatever onto Miss Ass So Big, like the son Williams. So I was like, girl.
Well, yeah. I think William was doing too much in the sense of like, nope, I didn't see anybody else necessarily going as like hard as him and trying as hard to like get attention in a way. If that makes sense.
But to Andrew's point, like, because I saw the scene where Adelie literally told them, like, look, we going out. I need y'all to fucking slay, tear the club up, represent the motherfucking brand. This is a party. This is a event. Let's be clear. This was an urban event. It was a Hollywood event. Doing the most is all that's supposed to happen at Hollywood events. This is music. This is social. This is drinking. This is food. There is no like, there ain't no levels. It's just like you can either come into the space and be chill or turn the fuck up. Like, it's your preference. If you want to be chill, you can be chill and hold up the wall and have your drink and observe other people who coming in there to turn the fuck up. Like, all those energies are welcome into these spaces. So to Andrew's point, but that's why I said earlier that Papoose and them, they were projecting on to William. Even Milan was. It's just like, if you chill, cool. He did what he did him in that space. And y'all did y'all in that space. And neither one of y'all wrong. Like, the niggas holding up the wall in the club ain't wrong, and the niggas on the dance floor tearing it down ain't wrong. Like, you could be either one of those persons in that space, but they're trying to make it about a right and wrong, and there wasn't a wrong in this situation. The only wrong that would have been is if William had intentionally violated Moolah, and we never seen any footage of that happening, and Moolah can't keep his story straight on whether William violated him indirectly or directly, and Lady Gaga is defending herself, saying that she, in fact, did not ever actually touch Papoose. So,
and also keep in mind too, this is Zeus. Zeus is a production, a network, and with any production or network, you mean to tell me they have all these? And in the words of Funky Dineva, Zeus is built. Now, these are her words, not mine. Zeus is built on trash. So with that being said, you mean to tell me they're gonna have this episode where you have this guy alleging that this other white gay guy twerked on him, and you mean to tell me you don't have footage of that, or you didn't show footage, especially since that was the point of attraction throughout this whole episode? Like, I felt like they would have showed something, which goes to another point they actually did show when Moolah was upset and William was like kind of next to him dancing, but Moolah was over to the side upset. So you mean to tell me they didn't show that?
Because it never happened.
Yeah.
It never happened. Like, we never got the footage because it never happened, and nobody else saw that it happened. Moolah was the only one who bared witness to it happening. And like I said, he couldn't even keep his own damn foot straight. So
I mean,
I'm going to rationally conclude that that William twerking right in front of him or twerking right next to him was in Papoose's experience twerking on him because it was too close to fucking home. That as far as he's concerned, nigga, you twerked on me. To twerk that close to me, you twerked on me, nigga.
But we can say that, like, I think this is Moolah's attempt at like just chasing attention, you know, being over dramatic and really trying to stress the point that, oh, well, these gay men are coming after me, like somebody's gonna try to recruit me, or like I need to find out who this is the same guy that punched Carry On and then turn around and said, oh, well, sorry, I was drunk.
No,
we're going to get that too. I'm going to get that.
He never said sorry. To this day, he never even said sorry. Keep in mind the last couple episodes when he kept talking about who me and Curtis want to answer. I said, hold up, bitch. Where's the apology that you said you was going to issue when you was talking to Crystal Ball, aka Miss Black BBL? Where was that apology? Because that most definitely didn't slip out of your mouth, but however it was produced by your vocal cords. We never heard that ever. But as well, I think he's just overreacting. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like, girl,
it's overreaction. It never fucking happened. Period. Another thing is that I kind of was just like, girl, Lady Gaga, you left the fucking house, and now you're all on social media months after defending yourself and kind of like holding it down in the comment sections. Bitch, you were supposed to stand your ground and be and like lead the march to Washington in the fucking house. Like, nobody wants to see you do what you should have done on the show. You should have looked Papoose in his motherfucking eye and say, look, I never twerked on you. If I did, I apologize because it was clearly accidental. I know you can whip my ass. I'm not trying to have you turn my soul in into a damn soul out. So trust and believe. I would have never tried your life like that and then move the fuck along and let Papoose be in his feelings. Let Curtis teabag the fuck. Let Lil Bow Wow teabag the fuck out of Papoose, make him feel better about his masculinity, and everything would have been all good and gravy. But I told y'all that the Olsen twins been traumatized ever since Darrell beat both of they motherfucking. They ain't been right since. They ain't been right since Darrell made them hoes mayonnaise again. They ain't been right since. So I already knew that all it was gonna take is one more kinda of a time, baby. And one of those mayonnaise hoes was gonna be out of there, girl. Because they look shook in every motherfucking scene. Now I actually got a lot of respect. Not a lot of respect, but I respected the way that Gaga was at that party, because despite everything he had been through, he showed that his confidence is intact in other ways. And he's willing to carry himself how the fuck he wants to carry himself, no matter what the situation is. That don't translate when it comes to whipping ass and being in a hostage situation. But, you know, I actually really appreciated him and Gutters and Darrell's willingness to just be the type of men they are in that space, irregardless. And you guys have to remember, we're talking about LA. We're talking about the LA nightclub scene. We're talking about the LA Hollywood scene. Gay people run Hollywood. So it's not unusual for gay people to be authentic in at these events. Hollywood is mostly ran by gay producers, gay photographers, gay models, queerness is a good chunk of Hollywood. So of course no gay man is going to have apprehension at a Hollywood event, even if there's a lot of other straight men there, because it's Hollywood. And you assume that everybody at a Hollywood event has seen plenty of gay people, because you can't be in Hollywood without coming across queer people after queer people after queer people after fucking queer people. So there was no reason why Lady Gaga would have did anything less. This wasn't like a traditional hood event. This was a Hollywood event. There were celebrities there. The baby was there, for God's sakes. I mean,
it's like you going to Atlanta, girl. Like, bitch, you'll be fine. Shush.
Yeah, but let's go. I could go on and on and on. Now, Milan goes and calls this bitch here. Goes and calls, girl. Goes and calls Lady Gaga, girl. Trying to get Lady Gaga to come back, okay? Even if she got to trade rooms and share bathrooms, and if she got to put a tent up in her master bedroom for Lady Gaga to sit in, she's trying to pull every motherfucking rabbit out of the goddamn hat, and it's just not happening. But see, this is my issue here, because William was afraid that Papoose was gonna have him looking like the 6th episode of the Martin Lawrence show where he got knotted the fuck up. You know, he was afraid of being the motherfucking flow up, girl. He was not here for it, so he left in the swiftness of the midnight hour, girl, where everybody was asleep and tucked in, girl, and there wouldn't be no complications with him slipping and sliding right on up out of the motherfucking mansion. But let me tell you what kills me about the Olsen twin.
To get into it.
Where was all this humility?
Come on.
And where was all this, like, I ain't come here for all of this?
Preach.
When they thought that Andrisha Cockwell was going to be the weakest of the motherfucking link, because when they found somebody scarier than them on the cast, they were willing to be derailed. They were willing to be the bullies. They were willing to pop off and do all that city girl rah shit when they had somebody on the cast who they knew was weaker and more timid than them. And see, this is why you cannot write checks that you know your ass cannot fucking cash. That's why I don't mind Durrell pulling a whole card. That's why I don't mind. I didn't mind him pulling a whole card, because he reverted them bitches back to the simple mayonnaise truth, which is that, girl, you ain't about this life, so don't act like you bout this life, because you in a situation with niggas who really bout that motherfucking life. So you need to be clear, bitch, about the way your bad boy is set the fuck up, and be what you is. Be what you is and act accordingly. Because when that spirit goes to be tested by fire, baby, you may get blazed to a goddamn crisp in this motherfucker with real niggas. Okay? How you feel about Lady Gaga, honey, scooting on back home to mama's good cooking?
That's what he should have done. I mean, he looked out of place from the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. Him and Justin Bieber or Biebers.
I got him Twilight.
Both of them look terribly out of place, and I think, like I said, they're both just trying real hard to. Because honestly, like, I've never heard of them. Honestly, like, I think the only person that may look familiar is Milan, only because of Andrew. And I mean, we can't lie. A lot of people probably tune in because of Andrew at first. But I mean, I don't know. This is my thing about it. The white boys just weren't interesting to me. So I think they should have just wouldn't been on the show. They weren't, I don't know, they just weren't interesting. I don't know if that sounds racist or not, but you know, whatever.
I think that the producers thought that it was going to be cute to put some ghetto acting ass.
Yeah.
And
out of place white boys on it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, like the whole thing is like even though we kind of look at it as just like gay, straight, or white, black, like they were adding different elements of different people. If you actually like think about it, like we have people from all sorts. This cast, if you actually get into like the specifics of each person, they're very diverse. As in, you have Dylan over here now, Twilight, aka I don't know. He keeps saying he fuck bitches, so I'm trying to get with the bitches. Like, is it women, like females, or is it like, is he a top as a he fuck bitches?
No, they're talking about female.
Female. Okay, so that's interesting because he's straight. So I'm assuming he's straight. He's a straight male, but he presents more feminine like, and he twerks.
Who?
Dylan.
It don't mean he a top because it's a lot of dudes who are tops, who are bottoms for men, but they obviously top.
No, okay, so that's what I was asking. I wasn't, what is he straight? Is he, I was trying to see what.
Clearly, if you don't fuck bitches, he on the pan bisexual side. I mean, that is a thing. It ain't one over the other. I mean, he's clearly both.
Oh, I forgot that he said he is actually a girl. Keeping up with this cast is a bit much, but girl, I'll be like, oh.
Now, I'm going to be honest. I think that some of the gay men on the cast talking about they have sex with women is honestly
lies,
performative as well. It's just kind of a way of them establishing some type, like trying to garner some type of respect from the heterosexual alpha men on the cast. Like I'm saying, no, y'all don't.
This is why I was saying that Tay and Ari have probably hooked up a few times, because I've met allegedly I've met plenty of homosexual men who like hang out with women, beautiful women, and they're like, yeah, we were, one night we went out drinking, and they're like, we're staying at a hotel, and then like we hooked up or whatever. But it's not like me. I mean, I'm sure it's not every encounter, but I mean, it happens.
Or like, if you're gay, that's never going to happen ever. Yeah. If you bisexual and you actually are attracted to women, and your friendship is kind of set up that way, where your female best friend is also kind of feeling you and attracted to you, it can happen. But if you're gay, that's not gonna happen. I don't give a fuck how beautiful the woman is, how beautiful the bestie is. She could be the baddest motherfucking bitch in the world, baby. Ain't no amount of liquor and being in a hotel alone with her it's gonna make y'all count scars. That's like me being as beautiful I am, and a man being able to fall under my gay spell under the right circumstances, which has happened predominantly. But
see, Conscious, my thing is like, okay, say you have like a really, really like just like gorgeous female friend, and you like recognize that, right? But then it's like, I don't know, one night y'all end up hooking up. I mean, like,
me and who?
Just one of your friends. I'm not saying anybody specifically. I'm just saying, like, if you hypothetically, if you had one,
So I have a question. Wait. Because here we go. You open this can of worms. If the car can go forward, it can go backwards. So knockout. You mean to tell me that if me and you was in a hotel room and you got extremely drunk and I started to look beautiful to you, would you do it?
No. Okay, but
exactly, knockout is exactly, because if what's good for the goose, good for the gander.
No, so it's not the same. Okay, look.
Fall to the beauty and sex appeal of a woman, then I mean that straight niggas can fall to the beauty and sex appeal of other men as well. Now, it typically happens under very prison-like circumstances where we will see that if niggas are pressed on a certain way, they will have to give up some ass for the Cinnabon.
I've had a lesbian best friend at one point. I've had a lesbian best friend at one point, and it's like we were at the point to where it's like she would spend the night and like we would sleep in the bed, and she would like take off her sports bra and everything, and like we'd be sleeping in the bed together, and I'd be like, "What the fuck?" And like she was fine as hell.
But that's different because that's still like a woman. What if the gay man took off his drawers in your bed?
Yes, we wouldn't be spending the night. We wouldn't be in that position though. That's the thing.
But you know so funny? I took straight men up on they shit. They said you can't knock it till you tried it, so I did, and I've shared that me and my dude had a threesome like a few months back or whatever that involved a woman, and we had a good time. And I don't know if like a woman is something I could like really, really do like as a standalone. I think like experientially, like, and always with the involvement of a man. Yes, like think like I love how bizarre that is. But just as like a date a woman and just like go like engage in a sensual experience all by myself with a woman, that's not where I am at with it. But I'm a Scorpio, so we are freak level 10. We're trisexuals. We're willing to try anything at least once. And I'm all about testing my limits. And I'm like, well, I mean, hell, you can't knock it till you try. So let's knock it, baby. Let's try to knock it. Let's see what it gives. So, and
I'm sorry.
And it was a good time. It is something I would do again under those same circumstances.
Right.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm not there yet. As in a woman, I ain't there yet. But however, I have tried feminine men. So we baby steps, baby.
You haven't come across like a woman that you're like, okay, she's attractive. Like,
yes.
Yeah, of course, all the time. But however, okay, find someone attractive,
but there's not a sexual desire.
But not
it's not a sexual desire. Yeah, but however, now I will say this. Now, this is how I know for a fact I'm not interested in women. I've actually kissed a girl before. I've had a full girlfriend. No, not my thing.
Remember when I shared? I don't know whether we was on Your Live, Knockout, or mine, but remember when I shared that story that there's a gay YouTube couple and they met in high school. And
yeah.
One of the boyfriends was straight his whole life, and his homeboys had dared him to kiss the gay dude on the football field, and he took the dudes up on their dare.
Awesome.
And he kissed this dude, and he experienced those Alicia Keys butterflies. And they've been together ever fucking since. So there may be some truth to you can't say not until you knock it. Some things you just look, and I'm gonna tell you how crazy and complex and weird sexuality and all this shit is, and energy, because there was this guy named Justin who I was dating when I was like 19 years old, and he was so fucking unattractive, like so unattractive. And I had met him through one of my good friends at the time, because he was the cousin of one of my good friends, and my friend had came and picked me up, and we had went out, and Justin was on my asshole the whole time, like just riding my ass, like.
Wouldn't be the first time.
And so he had asked me on a date, and just for the hell of him being so pressed, I was like, whatever. So we hung out, and upon the end of our date, he asked me for a kiss, and I'm just like, for the hell of it, whatever. I didn't think nothing of it. I had no expectations. I wasn't even attracted to this. Like there wasn't even like kind of like, you ever just look at somebody and there's no attraction, like just none. Like I literally had no attraction to him. When I kissed this boy, I felt fireworks. And after that, you couldn't tell me that this wasn't the finest, sexiest motherfucking nigga that ever graced God's green, Beyonce's green earth ever, baby. You could not tell me this was through after I had kissed this nigga. So I am a believer that there are aspects of our self that is very cloaked in mystery. You won't know this you through intellect. You will only come to know this you through experientially. You won't know this you by just the surface information you have about yourself. There's some things that you just won't become aware of until you act on it and have an experience.
Look at this.
Hold on. It's one more example. I know a lot of people who determined that they didn't like chitlins based upon the way it smelled. But once they ate chitlins, they get their motherfuckers stop eating goddamn chitlins. So, that's just a more simplified way of saying that we all can talk all the shit we want to about what we ain't gonna do, what we not gonna do, baby. Them circumstances will have you shocked, baby. And
look at your trash.
Dog.
Look at what you got your look at you got.
What? Well,
then they're telling freaky tales.
Got freaky tales.
Freaky tales,
Yeah.
sexcapades, and stuff like that.
But
But
you know,
see, look,
it would be the same thing for you. And I'm sure that there's some butt ugly ass woman out there who off rip you would say hell no to. And there's probably, out of all them butt ugly ass women, there's one butt ugly ass woman who your 5 cents is saying hell no to. But baby, you start nibbling on them titties.
Princess and the Frog.
She lean in for a kiss and you meet her halfway. This might be your damn soulmate afterwards. So like, it's weird like that.
I'll tell you what's crazy is I had ended up hooking up with this girl for Tinder that was from Mexico, right? Like from Mexico.
Tinder.
Huh?
I said, come on, Tinder. Come on, Mexican.
Yeah, definitely come on Tinder. But look, she was from Mexico. She spoke no English, like none, right? So it's like she came over and it's like I know a little bit of Spanish, but not like Mexico Spanish, you know what I mean? So we're like talking through Google Translate and everything, right? And end up like hooking up, and it's like we kept wanting to see each other, but she's like, I can't do it because I need you to speak Spanish. I was like, man, but like even just that, I mean, even with just language, it happens. So I can't imagine on a whole different scale.
This is why when it comes to people's like who having difficulty finding somebody, I always say just keep an open mind, because you just don't just lean into that surface information we have of ourselves. Keep an open mind. Go on the date that you ain't feeling. Go hang out with the motherfucker who you don't think is gonna be. No, you will just be fucking surprised. You will be surprised at what can just happen in a situation if you just allow a little bit of yourself. If you just allow a little bit of it, it could be life changing. That shit is real.
I was surprised.
Translate.
Huh?
I said I was surprised.
Yeah.
Happened to me.
Yeah. You went from trade to William the Baddest, baby, and told your ass.
Well, hold up. Now I ain't there yet. I'm not all there. But however, I prefer for my man to be in touch with their masculine and feminine energy. Now, however, I'm not to the point to where you full-fledged feminine. I'm just not attractive 100% feminine men. But however, if you attracted, like you do both, like you just in between both energies, I can deal with that. Now, I will say this. I'm not to the point to where I can actually see the nails, the hair and stuff. That would kind of, I don't know. I'm not there yet. But I'm still pushing. We're gonna see. Dirt.
It's a mental construct. Okay, so on to the next, honey. Then we had the shit. Shit here, baby. And see, this is why Milan is never going to ever be able to convince me that he had to put a lot of effort into his outfits. Okay. Now I want to know what would have been the only fucking reason you would have barged into this nigga's room with your goddamn food, with your goddamn with your goddamn kangaroo pouch, with your motherfucking pussy hanging all out the back, baby, pussy print hanging all out the front, baby, pubic hair swinging all out the drawers. Why would you walk into this damn boyish room for a serious talk dressed like this? I mean, the thirst is fucking real. Like, I could not believe the desperation that just reeked from this scene. Like, this was necessary to be dressed like this for a serious talk? This was your Sunday's best. This how you was gonna go evangelize and get your private investigation on? Was just walk into a nigga's room in the ittiest bittiest Speedo. I don't know whether he felt like he had to use sex appeal to break through the white privilege that Justin Bieber was gonna be like having up at the firewall girl, or what the tea was, but baby, I think Zeus should cancel Milan ass after this thing. I was embarrassed for him. I was embarrassed for him because I just don't understood what was going on, baby.
Hey,
I just came in and then he flopped his whole asshole down on this white empty mattress, honey, and just propped himself up in front of Bieber with his pussy print just right there the whole time.
This bitch.
No, I was appalled and shooketh by this mother fucking saying this nigga walked into this nigga room with a fucking ankle bracelet on and leopard skin pantyhose.
Conscious.
And a backwards hat.
Why did you use a screenshot where
Bieber damn near fell backwards like the glory of Christ Jesus had to walk into the damn room. Girl, Christopher Milan should have uttered what the angels had to. Girl, fear not, mayonnaise man, fear not. For I come in peace, bitch. This nigga walked in with 9 inches of feet and an ankle goddamn bracelet on, boo. 9 inches of big ass manly feet with a motherfucking charm bracelet wrapped around the cankles, baby.
Oh, girl.
With the sunlight shining off the ass, bitch. Reflecting the sunlight and shit. With the serious face. How you gonna look serious dressed like this? Look at me. Girl, somebody talk.
Conscious.
I'm over it.
Why did you use a screenshot where the print is in line with the eyes directly?
Because this was my point of alignment in the damn scene as well. I understood the polarization that happened here. What was it just me? Y'all were not shook? Was it just me? Knockout. If you woke up in the morning and I barged into your bedroom to have a serious talk with you dressed like this, how would you accommodate my nakedness in your room first thing in the morning?
I don't know what I would think, but I'll be fucking laughing. I'll be laughing like I am right now. I would be like, oh my God. Because I would think you're trying to play some kind of, if you're trying to talk to me serious, I couldn't.
I came into your room just like this with the most serious of talk to have with you.
I'll be like, put some clothes on.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't do it. I mean, please put some fucking clothes on. Because I couldn't, I wouldn't come to you with a thong on and be like, Conscious, I need to talk to you.
15 minutes from this scene, the same man was hurt over his outfit going to waste the night before because he put so much into his clothes. I don't know whether Milan was so discouraged, girl, from not having 2 pieces of clothing seen the night before that he just went ahead and threw in the motherfucking towel and just came naked like he really been wanting to.
Oh my God.
And gave up the ghost. And look at the brow bone. He is for real.
The fact that he came in there with the and they're small, dude. Like they don't even fit.
No, it's the ankle bracelet for me.
Yeah.
It's the ankle bracelet on 15 inches of masculine feet for me, girl. It's this choker hanging on for dear life around 20 inches of goddamn feet, girl, for me.
Oh.
I'm gonna let you tackle this. What? I guess beyond the outfit or the lack thereof of an outfit, what did you think about Taylor Swift telling Ice-T that Miss Wilhelmina, that Miss Lady Gaga had done flew back to the house after the showdown and had done locked himself up in the bathroom, didn't even want to let Taylor Swift into her own bathroom and told her that the niggas was coming back to beat their ass. Their ass, baby. That it was a 2-for-1 mayonnaise sandwich. What did you think about that knockout meeting?
Well, I think for sure he was probably intimidated that a 245-pound man was walking into his room with just drawers on.
I would have told
he was like,
I would have told his ass all the truth too.
And then the fact that like he's like, hey, William's gone, and you know it's just like them in the room and shit is kind of like, okay. So, you think Milan is attracted to Dylan?
No.
Ain't no telling.
No.
I don't. Ain't no telling.
I don't think that's why
it's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna walk in the room with my drawers on.
Because if a nigga came shining bright like the Black Moses in my damn room like this, I'm assuming that he must want the wind to blow my ass in his direction.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
Because why else would you come dressed like this if you ain't come for the party and you ain't come to be the damn party? Why would you come to have a talk with dressed like this?
Why wouldn't you at least put some shorts on? Like, I get you wearing the underwear.
Some gym shorts. You could have came in shirtless.
Yeah.
What, you had to come in the Speedo, in the G-string. You had to come in.
Like, without the shirt is cool. If you want to walk around the house shirtless, fine. But pantless, bro.
In the panties.
You gotta have some pants on. And Conscious, look, you can have the shortest shorts on in the world as long as you got some shorts on. I don't need no damn. I don't need the thong in my face.
He should have just actually went in naked. I mean, I don't know what was the point of the draws what was the point of the draws at this point. He could have just came in the ankle choker. he just could have came in the ankle bracelet. I don't even like if you're gonna wear this little clothing to appear in front of somebody, you actually don't need no clothing at all. This is equivalent to butt ass nakedness.
Hey,
he just should have wore the ankle bracelet.
Conscious, I don't
Instead
care
of
how
my fucking face like this.
Conscious, I don't care how much I work out.
Him more just coming in naked.
I don't care how much I work out. I'm not gonna be this damn confident to walk in front of another guy with like I'm not. I'm just not. Now,
could you imagine your homeboy knockout walking into your room to have a talk with you? and then to make matters worse, y'all don't even address the lack of clothes at all in the conversation.
Exactly.
Y'all just actually don't have the conversation.
Bro, I absolutely get out. As soon as the door would open, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? I'll be like, please go put some clothes on. And then the fact that you have a hat, you thought about enough to put a hat on. Like you actually stood in the mirror and said, let me put a hat on before I go in there, but you didn't put clothes on. What the fuck? You didn't put shorts on?
I tell you that they could literally Photoshop this image of Milan out of the scene and sit this next to the definition of thirst. The thirst is so real. I could not believe. I could not believe that Milan talked himself into this level of desperation for the sake of the most camera time.
Yeah,
I mean, this was equivalent to the Will Smith Chris Rock publicity stunt. Like this is a damn stunt of the ages.
Conscious, go back to the screenshot where he was in the bathroom.
Oh, because he had to do it on the phone too.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so look, I don't want you to zoom in, but if you look that, so you know in the reality shows they have to have a lapel mic on the actors or whatever, right? So that way they can hear them. So it's like he don't have no clothes on, so he has to attach it to his drawers.
Or they had to clip that shit to his hat. the only other piece of apparel present. They might have had to walk in with the manual microphone and hover that shit around the top of his damn head because there was literally nothing to attach a damn mic to.
Oh my god.
Unless his dick has Bluetooth capability as well.
And the fact that you're gonna stand in front of a whole crew, a whole camera crew,
and producers, cameramen, and people supposed to take you seriously this morning, walking in to talk to this little shook, frail, frigid mayonnaise man.
Who's with you in this mayonnaise?
Dressed like the fucking Black Hercules. Like, I'm a reckless. What you thought about this whole interaction, child?
Honestly, I just kind of think of it as, well, I'm not gonna lie, just so you know, I'm camming down because I could have sworn my camera was messing up. I'm not sure, but I'm gonna cam back up.
This line is cammed up enough for all of us at this point.
Okay, so I will say this. I'm just gonna say, I think he did it because he's like a veteran, or it's nothing new for him to be on reality TV. So he knows what to do to continue to, one, get a whole bunch of camera time, and also to dominate and let people basically let it be known that every time he's in the camera, he's gonna dominate. So I think that was just one of them things, as in, sis, I'm part of the scene, bitch. You gonna know I was in the scene. However, you gonna know that I'm always on season 1 of this particular show. That's how
I think it was Milan being in his true self, which was attention whoring.
Oh Lord.
This was attention whoring at its most perfected. He made reality TV history. There's not a level above this level of attention whoring for the sake of camera time. People usually fight, fake beef for camera time. Milan pressed the gas on the most practical way to a ridiculous reality TV moment by walking in for a serious conversation in his goddamn Speedo and an ankle bracelet on.
Yeah.
Job well done, Milan. You make us all proud. Now, moving the fuck along, girl. This shit here, heterosexual unite. Papoose and Lil Bow Weezy have a pep talk about the twerk down that Lady Gaga put on Papoose's sideburns the night before. And Papoose can't get over his motherfucking self. The level of threat and discomfort he felt around hyperfemininity was so interesting to me. Because let me tell y'all what was unique to me about this exchange. Is that there are two things that cis hetero men have to deal with. There's an issue with men who are same-sex attracted. But then these men are also femophobic. And little educational moment real quick. Let me share some shit real quick. Let me just share. For those of you who never heard of.
Better preach, because I most definitely caught that too.
Femophobia. The definition of femophobia, girl, is the dislike or hostility towards women and or individuals who present as feminine. A dislike of or hostility towards stereotypically effeminate gay men, especially within the gay community. Because, and let me tell you, he revealed himself, or they did, when Justin Bieber came out to give them insight about Lady Gaga's departure from the show. And Curtis basically affirmed to Justin Bieber that they have no issue with his same gender lovingness. But then you see Papoose in the confessional saying that he's happy that all of that, what's the word of reckless he used? Or the phrase he used?
Fruity tooty.
Yeah, he's happy to have all that fruity tooty shit away from him. So we have an issue with well, what was an issue with same gender lovingness, but really now that I realize it, their issue isn't necessarily with niggas being gay. It's with these men being effeminate is what they feel offended by. That's what they're personalizing in their misogyny. Because in a misogynistic, femophobic mentality, you are already approaching femininity from a attitude of this is the lesser of the sexes. This is the lesser of social etiquette, which is why men use things like stop being a bitch, stop being a pussy. All this is a reference to femininity and the gender that it's historically assigned to, which is women. Stop being a punk. Stop being a sissy. All of these things are about stop the expression and display of femininity. And that's really, really toxic and really sexist and really, really anti-woman. So I can also assume that Curtis and or the Lil Bow Wow and Papoose also probably have horrible politics when it comes to women in general.
Of course.
They are stereotypically misogynistic, look at women as objects to be sexually conquered and devoured, and have no real respect for women aside from how they can be of service to a man. Because you can't be femophobic and have proper politics when it comes to women as well. They both go out of the window. One reflects a horrible outlook on the other. What do you think about that, Knockout Media?
Well, I mean, I I've never experienced that. I mean, I hate to make everything so subjective when it comes to, like, you know, the things that you talk about when it comes in terms to me, but like, obviously, like, I don't fear any. Well, I wear wigs, and you see the hate I get for that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the just from that alone, you know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely see, even as a heterosexual man, like, even though it's like, I say I wear my wigs more so because I like to think it's more lively. You know what I'm saying? As far as like my show and the production of, like, you know, here's a character, or here's this just different look on me or whatever, right? Like, that's for me. However, for other people, it might mean something else. But like, just the fact alone that, like, you have a wig on, it's like, or the longer hair for anybody in general. It's wild to me. I remember my neighbor couldn't stop calling my other neighbor's baby boy a girl because he had really long hair. And it was like the stereotype that, like, men have to have short hair, or boys have to have short hair in order for them, or else they might be, you know, you're trying to groom your kid up into being something else or something crazy.
Let me jump in for one quick second. So Watts Live, you said femophobia isn't even a real thing, but here's the thing behind it. Typically, those who aren't educated on different types of subject matters, 9 times out of 10, since you're not educated on it and understanding that those things actually do exist, 9 times out of 10 you probably participate in it. That's like me saying, it's kind of like how white people be like, racism is not still here, but however they participate in racism and also do blackface. No shade. Continue. That's it.
Well, while we have him here, let's just educate him real quick. Femophobia, the role of anti-femininity and gender policing in LGBTQ plus people's experiences of discrimination. Article link.sprinter.com. Since the 1970s, social science researchers have documented the cultural devaluation of femininity and its impact on experiences of discrimination among sexual and gender minorities. Yet, despite the continued and accumulating evidence demonstrating the role of anti-femininity, or femophobia in these experiences, little research has specifically examined femininity as an interesting component of discrimination. Using in-depth interviews with sexual and gender minorities, the current study explores the intersecting role of femophobia in experiences of discrimination. Under the global theme of femininity as target, 5 key sub-themes were identified: femininity in passing, regulating sexualities, masculine right of access, biological determinism, and the feminine joke. Participants illuminated femophobia as a regulatory power within the LGBTQ plus communities and society at large, as well as how femininity itself operates as a target in their experiences of gender policing and discrimination. By turning attention toward femininity, the current paper provides a clearer understanding of what may possibly lay at the heart of many social issues surrounding discrimination and violence. These findings have implications for the study of social inequalities as well as strategies for remedying the pervasive devaluation of femininity. And what's interesting about this is that Christopher Milan even participated in this as well. Which is why he doubled down to masculinity and started to police the other men who were operating more effeminately and telling them to regulate themselves because they were in a space that was deeply femophobic. Because you can be Christopher Milan in that space, but you can't be Lady Gaga in that space. As long as you are masculine presenting, hold up the hierarchical social norm system, then you're fine. Now, knockout, and also Watt's life, whatever the fuck a Watt's life is.
Oh Lord Jesus!
You also need to go study the literal war on women in Middle Eastern countries who are literally being targeted, held captive, and having their genitalia mutilated because they're simply women. Are literally being hunted in certain parts of the country. It's almost becoming not of this country, but in other countries. Being a woman is almost becoming illegal in some countries. Get it together. Now you are presenting this here.
Yes. Yes. So, this is Benny Harlem. Benny Harlem is a male model, as far as I understand it, and him and his daughter take pictures of them with their long hair because it's, for one, rare to see, especially a man with longer hair, real hair at that, right, Conscious?
Yes.
And his daughter has the same long flowing hair. So
even though all of this is fake, but
well, yeah. But see, the thing is, when you look at him just in general, right? Even without his daughter, let me share another picture. Let me do this one. When you look at this picture, oops.
Even the way that niggas, low vibrating niggas will attack my hair or my use of makeup.
Right.
It's all femophobic.
Hey, Heart Inspiration.
You said inspiration?
Part of inspiration.
Heart of inspiration.
Reckless. What's crazy that me and Conscious had discussed as well is that these guys will try their best to ridicule Conscious and then turn around. But I love Conscious. I love being on this platform. Da 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 da. And it's like, okay.
I just find it. I find it funny when people do that because I don't know who you're talking about. I kind of don't want to know because girl.
Yeah.
But what I will say is this, and I find it so funny. These are the same people that are quote unquote pro-black,
exactly,
as if Africans didn't embrace their hair. And also in the very same Bible, it said that I forgot which person it was. I want to say Sam. That I could be wrong because Greg read the Bible in a long time, but his power was in his hair.
Samson.
So yes. So I find it very funny, these people that read the Bible, not only read the Bible, but however are also pro-black, but not only also pro-black, but also the ones that are Hebrew Israelites and all these different types of things, but however, still hold on to white literature and white ideologies.
Yeah, well, you have people that are Pan-African wanting to put paperwork and send other black people to jail. I mean, it's all contradictory. There are a lot of hypocrites on here.
Now, pulling it back to the show.
Okay.
Delilah. Lady Gaga and Moolah. I'm trying to find it. My
oh no, hold on. Let me get because bitch. Let me go to my notes because I became ready for that bitch. Okay, because right now you're talking about the whole Moolah and Curtis, right? That the thing I found very funny is that when Curtis once again buttoned himself in, but I understand, that's his friend. He was like, my man Moolah, he has William Spook. But I find it so funny. The reason I found it very interesting because it's funny when Moolah got other people spook, but it wasn't so funny on that second episode when they was going upside everybody's head and they was on y'all ass. So I find it so funny that now, since you may feel like you may have the upper hand because you're dealing with somebody that's not as stand up type of person like you guys are, but however, you had an issue when Milan was bebopping on the back of your head, the bop it, sock it, drop it, bitch. So I find it that was very interesting to me because I was like, okay, y'all just, I see y'all for y'all works. I see them for their works. That's it.
Why is it that Moolah's always dressing in the same damn clothes?
He's promoting his brand.
But I mean, you gotta have more clothes than the same pair of pants you wore the last episode.
Maybe it's because this show is so goddamn toxic that all of this shit that we've seen up to episode 4 could have happened all within the same 48 hours.
It's pre-recorded. Yeah.
That's how much shit transpired in
the same day.
Baby, it's bad.
Well, that's
what I'm not gonna lie.
So in the case of the bowling alley and Moolah, okay, could be a little conspiracy. I don't know if Conscious you want to do that with the show, but I kind of gathered, from our time thinking, like talking about this right now. You think Natalie may have played it up to where, okay, Moolah and Curtis, y'all are the only straight men here. Like y'all have got to like establish your place. You know what I mean? Like you've got to really like make it known who y'all are and where your place is or whatever. And that's why Moolah is kind of like really playing this shit up to where it's over dramatization of this like heterosexual toxic masculinity or
that could be one because the people have said Natalie do have things. She does do things like that. Right. But I will say is that I think honestly it's probably coming natural only because they're not in an environment that's natural to them.
Well, I'm always going to go back to Moolah's experience with prison.
With what?
With prison.
Oh, with his experience, but that's the thing. But even if that's the case, that will go towards more the idea of that's like a natural thing, a natural defense, because they're in an environment where they're not the dominant class, where you have gay men talking how all different types of things, and they're just out in the open. It's like it's a culture shock for them. So
you have Milan walking around in G-strings.
What happened?
You have Milan walking around in G-strings and shit.
To this bitch.
So I'm just saying, but like I think that Moolah is seriously okay. I'm not gonna say something did, but what if allegedly he had a situation experience in prison to where he now has to know if you're homosexual or not. He has to know if you're advancing on him or not. He has to make it known that he's not interested, you know what I'm saying? Like everything has to be overemphasized, whereas Kurt is like he's not going through all that. Lil Bow Wow's not going through all that. He's really only going through it because again he's attaching himself to Moolah. He's not personally going through the same thing.
In previous reviews, we had spoke about, of course, like there may be some underlying fear and trauma, some county jail trauma playing out and internalized by Moolah that is amplifying, coupled with the fact that He's just toxic like any other nigga. Even the niggas who ain't never been to prison are just as toxic in a homophobia and femophobia. But I definitely think that all of those variables are there. And of course, this is a reality TV show, so I definitely believe that to Harold's point, that the producers are ramping up everybody's shit because they need a show. So they are going to, because just like I don't know if y'all got to see Lady Gaga's Instagram. She had did an Instagram live about episode 4, and she said that she was actually encouraged and told by producers to actually show her ass that night, like to like this, like give this event the William I Am the Baddest experience. Right. So that's why she went so hard, because this was what they were supposed to do. So I think producers could have equally been in Moolah's, and they might have told him to do that because they knew that there was going to be close proximity. They was going to have them packed into this little area. William was going to do the motherfucking most in front of these two toxic ass niggas, and it was going to lead to etc. So definitely, producers are not good people.
Exactly.
Producers have one goal. We
produce a show
and ratings. So if they have to push you and plant ideas and tell you to encourage you, you should say this in your confessional. You should say that. You should bring this up around the group. Producers are puppeteering everything. Now, ultimately, that also has to be in tandem with your willingness. So so these guys are not victims either, because they're only allowing themselves to do what's in them to do. So it's also a reflection of them equally. But yeah, I believe that a knockout. I definitely believe that producers definitely might be aiding and abetting in the drama.
Exactly, because the whole thing is that, especially if they know that you probably already feel a certain way, of course they're gonna play on it. which is probably another reason why I said that. I think when allegedly, when William got that call, I was like, a call. I was like, bitch, I know back in the day, Bad Girls, I was like, whenever they get calls, usually from production. Oh yeah, they finna do this to you tonight. And next thing you know, you're acting up for no reason. So I was like, production. I was like, but they about production, they know what they're doing. They're just doing what they do. They do deals. That's to produce a show. That's it.
Well, shit. As a producer, this will be the face I'm looking for, like in the confessional, or like if I'm interviewing somebody and I have a show and it's based around drama, this would be the emotion that I'd be looking for. And like the way that they, it's just like everything about it just leads to like, okay, reality, right? Quote unquote. But even like the biggest syndicated networks, the A&E does that. You know what I mean? Lifetime used to do that shit, or whoever, Discovery Channel, so it's like, yeah, of course, to a point, they're gonna have to excite some things or material ate some things, if that's a word, but it's like, well, they have to produce things. So I get it, but I do think at the same time that William also, I'm not gonna say it's like playing a victim role, but it's like,
oh, he is.
Well, yeah. I mean, but recklessly, I know you don't like him.
No, I'm
who?
This, but don't worry.
Who y'all talking about?
But I will get to that later on.
Lady Gaga.
Oh, I kind of got zapped into the comments. You're saying that Lady Gaga is playing the victim role?
Yeah.
I think.
I think both of them are being over dramatic.
Who? Him and Moolah?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Reckless, what were we gonna say?
Oh, okay. So okay.
Before you go, this is I don't really care for the Olsen twins, but this is like a really complicated situation because it's a lot of like moving parts in it. I think that why it's hard for me to empathize with Lady Gaga is because, once again, she came on acting like she was about it, but she ain't about it. So it's just like your whole card continues to be pulled. But on the other end, Like, if you really aren't a fighter and you know that the other person is, and you've already seen them fight under irrationally, like Moolah had literally no right and should have never put his hands on Carry On. That should have never happened. There was no reason for that to happen. And if you witness somebody resort to fighting over just feeling a way about a thing, not that you even were disrespected, but you just were feeling a way, and you felt the need to punch somebody in a mouth, like to the point that they're bleeding. I think that to Lady Gaga's point, like, she's within her right to be like, no, like, I don't know what the fuck this motherfucker capable of. I don't know what. I don't, you know, he's already been violent and he's already done the most for no damn reason. And I'm also not about that motherfucking life. And I don't trust him in a confrontation. I don't trust that he knows how to keep his shit together.
But see, Conscious, I can relate to that exact situation. You know what I mean? But the thing is that they are under different circumstances, because I wouldn't say that William was antagonizing Moolah purposefully.
He's too scary to do it purposely. Right. That's why we know whatever happened had to be accidental, if it happened at all.
Right.
Because
it happened at all. Right.
Yeah, because God got too scary to do it intentionally.
And just like we just stated, these producers are so, you know, so after shit like that, that the fight wouldn't have even mattered, whether it was the baby or whatever. That the twerking would have trumped everything else if it would have actually happened. Yeah, because it would have been filmed.
But that's the thing. Like, whenever like gay shit gets in the room, it trumps everything in the eyes of the homophobes. But however, let me say this though. Now, when it comes down to bitch, I'm not gonna lie. I was low key. I was here for the scene because he was freaking out. He was scared. He was going through it. And but Natalie's face was
hold on. Okay. Is it just me? I'm knocked out, or is there like
some static?
Is he breaking up and stuff, or is it just me?
Yeah, Reckless. It's yeah, going a little bit
with your audio. Reckless.
Damn it.
It might be you talking too damn fast. You might need to kind of slow it down.
I was gonna say, if it's plugged in, just unplug it and plug it back in. Maybe oldest trick in the book. But
look at how much we were able to get out of the episode, and we are like midway through, and it took 2 hours to get just midway through a damn hour show. Like, that's how much shit can be addressed in this toxic production of TV.
And see, that's what I meant to say, is that these producers are so toxic that they want reactions like this. I wouldn't be surprised if they would if Moolah had started crying and like feeling emotional in a way, that would be part of the ultimate win for them in this situation, this little saga between,
of course,
him and like the battle between the house and the whole sexuality thing. But I also want to believe that William knows the situation, and I firmly believe that everybody in the house would be under the same mindset that like you can't, like, if he was to have been twerking on him, then it would have been a problem. But then it's like that wasn't the issue. So it's like, I don't know. It's very I feel very indifferent as to what Lady Gaga is going through, just because of the like how he was trying to turn up and be, at the very beginning. But I can say the same thing for Dylan as well. It's like, Dylan kind of actually like grew on me in a little bit, because like I realized like, okay, well, you're not actually like that person that you try to put off, as in getting on the show. But I understand you wanted to get on the show, so it's like, you have to play that like bad bitch personality or whatever, but you're really not that, But
okay, Okay, I'm back. Do I sound clear?
No, it's still staticky.
Yeah,
but I mean,
yeah, that's crazy though, Conscious. Like you're saying, you can find substance through all this like ratchetness.
What did you think as Knockout getting his shit together? We just want to continue to move through. he can circle back around and give his points. What do you think about like the confrontation between Lady Gaga and Papoose? Like, do you what did you think was going on in that? I mean, I felt it. See, this is the thing. I don't like. I actually felt bad. Like, I'm like gutter. I actually felt bad for this nigga. Like, this
I did too,
because it was just like they've been shook the whole time. I was waiting for this to happen. I was waiting for like the straw to break the camel's back because I felt like they only stayed because this was going to be put out on TV, and leaving just would have been way too punkish to do. But everything in them wanted to go, and it finally happened. And the way that Lady Gaga folded in this dialogue with motherfucking Moolah, I mean, it was cringe. It was cringe. He just literally got in the car and told the motherfuckers to peel the fuck off. He rolled up his window, locked his condo, and he turned into Hillary Clinton, baby, at the cookout, at the barbecue, the cookout, baby. The niggas got too rowdy, baby. Wilhelmina forgot all that. Trina the baddest bitch, all that city girl, all that hood acting shit, baby. When the hood became for real, baby,
it was over.
Turned into a mayonnaise woman, baby. Got her purse, put on her fur, threw on her shades, and tiptoed quietly on out the sanctuary. What did you think about the level of like fear? Do you think it was justified?
I'm gonna be honest, and hopefully, because now I'm putting my other mic up, so just give time. But what I will say is this:
No.
I did.
It's still breaking up.
All right, give me a second, girl.
Okay, go ahead. Knock out.
Okay, so as far as the confrontation, fucking Moolah's a big ass bully. If you ask me, I think Moolah knows that, you know, he knows who he's dealing with, but at the same time, he's again just being like a dick about it. You know, I really think there's certain ways to go about things, and like we've been stating, if there was an actual notable situation to where it's like he had got fondled or groped or some shit like that, I could understand his farce and shit, but like I'm not even gonna try to sit here and try to like justify him like always wanting the result to like always have to put my hands on somebody for this, like the sexuality thing. And I think that's a real super like outdated way of looking at shit, because again, you know, I don't think anybody even in this era like is under that impression like, oh, we're gonna like harm this homosexual person or beat up this like it's not that type of era anymore. So for him to be like under the impression that like, oh, I have to show out,
even though Moolah literally beat up a nigga over
oh well, yeah, over
some sexuality related shit. Like it was that bad.
Can we even say it was over a sexuality thing, or was it over just him being an asshole? You know what I'm saying? Like a drunk asshole. That's what I think. Cause like,
well,
now.
Bitch. All right, so let me say this. Am I clear now?
No, it's horrible. It's worse than what it was.
Reckless, you were fine in the beginning. What did you switch?
I didn't switch nothing. I literally just been up here.
Yeah, I may have to just put you on speakerphone if it comes down to it. Cause
did you go out and come back in yet?
What's going on, man?
You might, yeah, he might have to leave and come back. But to the point that I was trying to say is
because Moolah had justified him assaulting Carry On as Carry On got smart with him. That's why.
Yeah,
and I'm like, nigga, you got mad at this man for standing up to you over some shit you were pressing him on because you're really homophobic. That's why you hit him, bitch. You're like,
I don't agree with that, even in general, like even on the street, if that happens, because it's like, you know, I would almost give him the excuse if he was like my age, but by the time I'm like mid-30s, 40 years old, and you know, I have children and shit, or like I have, say, even conscious, if like I had a radio show that was like even somewhat syndicated, right? To where I have like a legitimate base of listeners and everything like that. Why the fuck would I be going around punching people and slapping people, or you know, hitting people over some shit that they said? That's crazy to me. And like the fact that you have a radio show and you're supposed to be able to like talk, that you can't use your words, you know what I'm saying, and like be a grown ass man, and like the whole thing, it was unnecessary. I guess is what I'm trying to get to. Like the whole shit was just completely unnecessary, and it was like what I heard the next day when they played the episode for, you know, when they were coming out the next day talking about it, sitting with Milan, I was like, what I hear is him trying to use I'm sorry, but like in the sense of I'm sorry that I was drunk. Not like I'm sorry that I hit you or anything like that. Like I'm sorry that I got too fucked up and I didn't know what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Quote unquote. But as far as like punching you and shit, like, oh yeah, I feel totally justified because you were being a smartass. Like, the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you're not this man's father, but even still, like, what? I don't know. It's crazy.
Because they don't want to tell itself the truth. Like that's and nothing is going to be redemptive for Papoose until he tells us the truth. You're homophobic. You are not drunk. It's not that Carry On got smart. You're homophobic. He does not want to admit that. Every episode, he's like, they're trying to make me seem homophobic, and they're trying to make me seem like I don't like it, because that's the literal way you're behaving and talking. You literally cut you and Curtis off as the straight niggas on the straight side, and y'all want to do the straight people shit. And even with the situation with Lady Gaga, you're happy to have all that fruity booty ass shit away from you. And you literally punch another man in the mouth because you asked him for the 160 billion fucking time about his private life. And he forfeited the opportunity to appease you, and you found a justification to assault him because you were in your fee-fees. You literally didn't even want none of them gay niggas in your room when y'all came to the mansion. And you chose your room. You wanted Gutter out there, you wanted Anthony out of there. But you wanted the street. You was fine with the straight nigga sitting around. So you going out of your way to be perceived as what they're calling you, but you don't want the title. It reminds me a lot of racist white people who don't want to be labeled as racist. Well, you can't talk racist, you can't insult racially, and you can't behave racistly, and then but don't want to be a card carrying racist. It don't work that way.
Now, I had this argument 2 days ago on my live when I said, when I made my live about why I wear wigs, right? I made that live because somebody had made the comment that well, he just needs to come out already because I was wearing wigs, and I was like, wearing wigs does not like define your sexuality, and it doesn't mean that you have to come out as anything. And like, who are you to even fucking say that, like, oh, he needs to just come out or whatever because of your perception based off of a wig? You know what I mean? And it's like he was just kept, you know, pressing, and then he was like, well, I'm not gonna play that homophobe thing with you. I have gay friends. And I was like, what? So that's like a racist saying I have black friends, or like I know black people. You know what I'm saying? Like there's really no difference in saying that. So it's like that doesn't justify your point. And then like, I don't know. Okay, so conscious and reckless for like education for, I would guess, not even just heterosexual people, but just people in general. If you're trying to justify your opinion and your judgment on somebody based off of pure ignorance, and you're saying, okay, well, yeah, I'm justified because I have friends that are gay or friends that are this or that, does that even make for a logical argument?
It never does. We can't stand it. But I'm gonna let I want a Reckless to answer that. It's can you speak so I can audio check you, Reckless?
Hello, am I back? Am I still breaking up?
Yep, you are. But I keep talking for a little bit. Like, let me see if it works itself out as you keep talking. Continue to talk.
All right, I'm gonna go straight with.
Okay, no, girl, it's done. No, it's fucked up, girl. It's giving fucked up. I don't like. Okay. So to your point, a question. Yeah, we can't stand that shit because that it reminds me a lot of the black church who be like, the black community not homophobic. We have had gay ministers of music, and we have allowed, and we knew that it's like y'all exploited people and benefited from their gifts while still preaching an anti-queer doctrine to them. So make it make sense. You can't say just because you gave gay people a job that ultimately benefited and profited the church at that as a justification for you not being homophobic when you still condemn them to fucking hell every Sunday, when you still preached against them every Sunday, even when it comes to people saying, I have a black friend. Well, white slave masters also had black overseers. That didn't make them Black Lives Matter, because they employed other black slaves to supervise and police other black slaves. Like, so you can't use the fact that you prop the gay person up there, or the fact that you employed a gay person, or you hired a gay person. It's not synonymous with being inclusive. Like, there's something called exploitation as well, and it can look like inclusion and not be. And this situation with Papoose keeps giving itself away because prior to the show, both Papoose and Lady Gaga admit that they had a association, and that he had been on Papoose's radio show and all this, and Papoose was supportive of William, etc. Now I'm starting to understand that while he's the one around here calling Lady Gaga a clout chaser, you're really the clout chaser, because you were okay with all that queerness until you got in intimate proximity to that queerness.
Right.
But as long as you can control your distance to that queerness and not have to deal with that shit up close and personal, then you were fine. And because Lady Gaga was making noise out here in these streets before the show came about, you were only entertaining him and supporting him for the sake of your own clouds.
Wow. So what I just heard too in your statement is that inclusion can oftentimes be based off of
performance
and how that perception would be to the outside, in terms of, well, this will prove that I'm not homophobic, or this will prove that I'm not transphobic, or this because I hired this person, or because I associate with this person, or whatever. So
I think another way of
fake relationship
simplifying that is saying that is kind of phrasing it this way. A counterfeit to inclusion is tolerance. Tolerance can look like inclusion. It's not. It's tolerance. I'm tolerating your queerness because you make dope music. You got a great following. You got a big audience. These gives me reasons to support your ass because I can benefit from having a professional relationship to you or having association to you, etc. And so a lot of people, and the issue with that is that homophobic people are so unconscious that they believe that their tolerance is actually inclusion, which is why Papoose is on the show saying I'm not homophobic while being homophobic. He can't even make it. He don't even understand it because in his mind he's like, I fuck with Lady Gaga. I've had her on the show. How can I be queer? Because of everything you did once Lady Gaga got this close up on your ass. Once he became a real thing you had to really deal with, when you couldn't pick and choose how you fucked with him and what way you saw him in, when you had to see him in that cat suit next to you, when you had to really show up in front of this thing, you bitched out. And the truth about your politics really came to the fucking surface. And so this is the way homophobia can be cloaked, is through tolerance. Your pastor can argue that he's not homophobic because, once again, he has a gay minister of music. Some of his usher boys are openly gay men. How can I be gay? Yeah, you're gay because you also wouldn't allow, because you don't even know these gay men outside of their service to your church. You make no time to invite them over. You haven't introduced them to the kids. You haven't brought them into proximity to you. You know why? Because your actual politics don't allow you to develop an intimate relationship to them and to carry on with them the way that you would carry on with any other person.
Right.
In life. You know how you're homophobic? Because while you have them being a service to the church, you still also make it your business to let them know through the justification of the scriptures that you don't support homosexuality and that homosexuality is in fact wrong and abominable and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you got to make it make sense.
Right.
But because people have propped it, queer people up next to them, just like racist white people. I got black neighbors. I have a black coworker.
Candace Owens.
Black friend. Blah, 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 blah. This does not mean you're not racist, or it doesn't mean you're not sexist, or it doesn't mean that you're not homophobic. None of these things don't mean any of that.
Right.
Proximity to people don't mean that. Tolerance is not acceptance. Tolerance is tolerance. And usually if somebody's being tolerated, it's because the person tolerating them is benefiting from that person they're tolerating. That's why they're tolerating them to begin with. And actual inclusion and acceptance is completely unconditional. It means that I'm affording you the right to have access to myself, to the resources, because you're simply a fucking person who deserves the access. You're a person. That's why you get access.
Right.
And even if I don't benefit from your access, it's actually about you, not me. When we're tolerating people, usually it's because we have an ulterior motive and we have very good reason to, and because we're benefiting from having proximity to them. So they can look the same, but tolerance is a counterfeit to actual acceptance and inclusion. Yeah, it's a counterfeit. Rex, are you back?
Sounded better. Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
You sound way better.
I sound better? Okay,
Yes.
so I changed from my laptop to my phone. All right,
Okay.
so I think that was the whole thing. All right, so just so you know, the thing I didn't like about, and actually, I'm not gonna say I didn't like it. It was the perfect example. Remember the first episode, and me and you were talking, Conscious, and I said, I think one of the issues I'm going to end up having with the show that I don't want to happen is that I already know that you're going to have a whole bunch of fans or supporters of Bad Girls Club. And what they're going to do, they're going to get on the show. They're going to already know the foundation of Bad Girls Club, and they're going to take a personality from there, and they're going to embody it. But however, it's not going to be true to who they are. And that's exactly what we've seen when it came down to Miss Ass So Big, like the son Williams. Now, I will say this. I did feel bad because the whole thing is that, yeah, Moolah, from your perspective, yeah, you think that you have a right to get mad and do all this other stuff and yada, yada, yada. But however, you're in his confessions, he literally snitches on himself. As in, when he was coming back, I'm sorry, I'm this, I'm that. In this particular incident, but however, in the confession, the first thing he says out his mouth, I'm glad that William's not coming back, because guess what? I don't have to worry about that fruity tooty stuff around me. So that lets me know you didn't care about him actually coming back and quote unquote making it right and this, that, and the third and yada, yada, yada. But another thing as well is that I find it very funny how like, you know, the whole energy changed and, you know, all these different types of things. Now, do I think that Moolah was going to actually lay hands on William? I don't think that. But however, I think as well, too, I think it's also a cultural difference. I'm going to be honest with you, because I think as well, us as black melanated people, I think we're kind of used to, at least for gay men, I think we're kind of used to the toxic masculinity of other men, especially one of our own men.
But we also expect the same thing from toxic homophobic niggas that Lady Gaga expected was ignorance. I would have went into a conversation with I wouldn't have ran, but I would have went in also expecting shit to go left because I already know what ignorant niggas give. So I would have came prepared to fight.
Exactly.
I would have gave the situation a chance. I wouldn't have ran from the opportunity to maybe get past it, but I also would not have eliminated understanding that I'm talking to an ignorant motherfucker and I'm prepared for anything that happens in this moment.
Prepare to go to war. In the words of Lil Kim, who the fuck want war? And I'm here for it, bitch. But, like, and that was the whole thing. It was like, okay, you embodied all this, and then it was like, weren't you about to fight Andrew Cardwell? But you know, that's a conversation. I'm like, girl, whatever. But however, I didn't feel like Moolah was gonna put his hands on him, but I did feel like the energy was just different. I think maybe because he probably does have like a little passion or whatever, or little hostility or a lot of hostility, but I didn't think he was actually gonna lay hands on him. But however, I just felt like him running away, yes, was a way for him to protect himself. But however, in a sense, I felt like that empowered Moolah in his homophobic ego. Which is why he was like, I'm glad he left. I'm glad he's not coming back. Because, you know, now I don't have to worry about that fruity tootie.
Now, why won't Papoose fight Milan the way he fights the rest?
Milan is also making sure he kind of goes out of his. I mean, he's kind of also not giving Moolah or Papoose a reason to really come at him either. So
okay,
they kind of have just been out of each other's way so far.
That's true.
And they're actually cool too.
Well, when you say that though, they're the only ones I've seen have a conversation.
And you know why? Because they both are the alpha males in their groups. William is the alpha male for the gays, and Papoose is the alpha male for the straights.
Yeah,
so
out of the
two tribe leaders are politicking.
Right. Wow.
I guess
it's interesting, fake ass, stupid ass dynamics. All them hosts.
I was gonna say it's all like it's all based around kind of like real superficial, you know, like that whole shit about how Anthony and Moolah got in Anthony and Milan got in a fight about the room. I was like, that's so, I don't know, just it just cringy to me. You know what I'm saying?
But actually as well, and also to that is another thing that we pointed out. Now look at them now. Now both of them friends.
Best friends.
Now if you look at it, now you
they
have
were friends before, like they were getting along before that room situation, and that's why I said in the episode that shit was fake as fuck. Like I think that Anthony and Christopher Milan planned that. It was so fake. It was literally so fucking staged.
And let me say this. Let me say, because this just downloaded in my spirit, because I totally forgot to say this when I first had seen the scene. I find it so funny how in certain instances they like to say, this is not Fight Boys Club. You don't have to be a fighter to do X, Y, and Z, and da-da-da-da. Look at me over here sound like gutter. But however, I find it so funny that they say that, but however, they have used nothing but fighting as a tactic to help solidify their spot on the show. And not only that, at first, all of them were like, you know what, he needs to stay, William needs to stay, da-da-da. But yet, at the next scene, you see how all of a sudden he was a punk ass bitch and all of these different types of things. But I thought being a bad boy, oh girl, I'm about to get hit by a train. But being a bad boy had nothing to do with fighting. That's it.
I think that their point is that being a bad boy needs to be defined by like embracing your cross. Like it doesn't matter if you're not a fighter. It doesn't matter if you're going to get your ass beat. Have the courage to like endure your battles. Have the fucking courage to push through. Like that's ultimately what defines you, is you're brave of heart. Like even if you're gonna get your ass whooped, don't run for no motherfucking ass whooping. Like
but that's the
Huh?
Did he cut out completely?
Something is going on with his...
Okay, here we go. But that's the girl. These trains coming by. But I will say this is that I find it now. The reason why I find it hypocritical for them is because Moolah does not want. Okay, bitch, all in the damn background. But Moolah, he doesn't want to face his cross of him and his homophobic spirit. But however, as well, Moolah, not Moolah, Milan, with him and his fake activism, he didn't want to stay in his activist spirit and face his cross when it came down to him being in that same environment around, being around the baby and all of them. And so that's why I'd be like, girl, that's why I'd be trying to take what they say. I'm like, okay, I can get it for surface level, but however, let's just call a spade a spade. All you hoes done it. Now, however, y'all do it in different ways, as in, yes, William physically ran from it, but however, it's a lot of spiritual abstract running that you hoes do as well. And we not finna sit up and act like y'all hoes don't do it. No shade.
No shade.
I feel like at the end of the day, the criticism was kind of warranted. Like, everybody else is pushing through. Everybody at this point done had a fight, done had hands put on them. Carry-On had a whole mouth leaking. Darrell had a bloody mouth at one fucking
Except
point.
Gutter.
Justin Bieber still wearing his goddamn war wound on his mouth. I mean, at the end of the day, something about you have to be defined as a bad boy. And if you're not going to fight, at least just see a journey through. And I do understand that. Like, see the fucking journey through. Like,
right.
see it fucking through. Like, what makes you fucking bad? You already can't fight. You already not bout none of the life you act like you bout. And on top of that, bitch, you like
At
shoot
least be messy.
and you run from like you run when the going gets rough.
At least what he could have done, he could at least put a Julie and been manipulative. The bitch couldn't fight for goddamn to save her soul, but that bitch manipulated the fuck out of that damn house, bitch.
He could have just stayed and been true to himself. He could have just
that too.
I'm not gonna act like no fake ass black person. I'm not gonna be the blackest white boy on the show. I'm actually gonna be my mayonnaise, ass shaking, fun self, and I'm not gonna initiate conflict. I'm not gonna act like I want to throw hands when I really don't, because we saw what Bieber and Taylor Swift was given when they tried to fight, which was like not fighting, and it was just like, okay, that's fine. So just put down the facade. Be whatever is the true you. Be whatever.
That's what I was saying.
If you would do that, see, if they would have did that from the jump, neither one of them would have ever got their ass whipped by Darrell had they actually not tried to be something they just was not. Whatever it was would have been fine. Whoever they really is. But once again, you play pussy, you get fucked. Now, I ain't got much to say about Carry-On. I'll let Knockout and Reckless go in because I think I've given enough goddamn commentary on Carry-On over the past 2-3 days. But what I will say about this scene between Gutter and Carry-On is, even though Carry-On is a pansexual, he kind of like carries himself in such of like a masculine manner that it's almost also easy to see him as heterosexual. And I love how, even though he's not interested in being with Gutter and having sex with him or being in a relationship with him, I love how he allows Gutter to just be like
free,
a schoolgirl with a schoolgirl crush. She's not treating Gutter's attraction to him as something different just because Gutter is a guy. He's not treating it like it's something from another world just because Gutter is a whole nigga. He's treating Gutter like a female he's not attracted to. You know, he's like, he's not being like, oh, you don't got a right to be attracted to me because I'm straight. Because that don't even make no sense. But that literally is how some niggas like really be set up. Like you can't even be attracted to them, nigga. Like, you attracted to what you attracted to. It is what the fuck it is. But I just, Carry-On is like a kind of a, even though, like I said, he's not heterosexual, so I can't make him a model for heterosexuals, but I just love how comfortable he is. Like, even being able to like sit on a bed in a closed door and just talk and have a like, just be people and it not be about, you know, because you're straight and I'm gay, we got to make sure that everything in like how we go about everything got to look a certain way. And, you know, you need to sit over there and I sit over here so that it's clear. And it's just like, I love that none of that shit existed. It was just like people just being people. and talking and sharing, and yeah, you a guy and I'm a guy, and we're on the bed and we're talking, and that doesn't matter. Like, yeah, we in a room with the door closed, and that doesn't matter. Like, none of this stupid shit that don't matter actually doesn't fucking matter. And to see this scene, it was like really, because these are the relationships I have to the straight men in my life. Like, I just had a homeboy come over the night before last. He was too drunk to ride home. He wanted me to come and pick him up. Instead, I sent him an Uber. He wanted to come here. He came here, slept in my bed with me. Like it was nothing. Like, and that's the type of solidarity that I'm accustomed to. I don't know what like frigid heterosexuality looked like, because I don't have frigid heterosexual men in my life. Like, I got men in my life, and they don't treat me any differently, and I don't treat them any differently. Like, we just people, and we exist around each other with total comfortability. There is no nothing. So I really love that. Knockout, what did you think about their exchange? I know that Gutter shared the loss of his father, which had died just 2 months prior to the scene, and then Carry On opened up about Kirk and all of that, and they also had a little conversation around what they doing, you know, like are we talking? Like, what do you think about everything going on in the scene?
Well, I think that just like Larry had stated the other night, before he went into the audio with the interview with him and Carry On, I was thinking that him saying that Carry On was being very vulnerable, this with Gutta, you know what I mean, in terms of like their openness and their dynamic is really that of a, just like you said, it's like a dynamic of like two people who like each other, not necessarily like a homosexual or a heterosexual thing, just like two people who genuinely have like a connection when they speak, right? So the other thing about it is that Carry On is also, I peeped it from the beginning, and you did too, and I mean, I think anybody with eyes could see with the exchange they had in the room at the very beginning when they all had to go pick rooms, and Carry On was in the room or whatever, and just like the subtle little flags that Gutta was throwing towards Carry On, it's like Carry On wasn't acting like how Moolah was, obviously, right? So it's like, okay, so we know that you're not like on that spectrum of heterosexuality. So then, just like you said, it's like, okay, so where are you at then on this spectrum, right? So then I really think that Gutta, like, I don't want to say in any way like manipulated or was like preying on Carry On. It just kind of like, I think, naturally happened to where now that Carry On sexuality, I think, is out there, that it's more of like a comfortable conversation that they can have, and they can be more I don't want to say close. Well, yeah, they can be closer to each other because Carry On probably doesn't feel a boundary or like he has to put up a barrier to try to save face in front of the house or anything like that.
And it's so fucking sexy, Knockout. Like, it's so sexy that Carry On is not like trying to avoid the gay dudes in the house. He's not trying to avoid anything. He's just like allowing himself to be a person. He's allowing everybody else to be a person. And because he's so sure in himself, he's like, he really telling himself like, even with this nigga being attracted to me and all of this shit, like, clearly Gutta is interested in Carry On. But Carry On is just like, at the same time, he's like, whenever Gutta does cross those boundaries, I'll just let him know.
Right.
But like, I don't have to keep going down a laundry list of like, I'm straight, or I'm not interested. It's like, I know you're interested. You're attracted to me. I told you what it was. You're probably going to, like any other person who's interested in somebody, you're going to do your fair share of flirting here and there and test the waters. And when you do, I'll pull it back enough to let you know that it's still in that type of show. And we can ultimately still be cool long as you don't do like the absolute, like long as you don't Bill Cosby my ass. Like I'm not going to, because like he's literally treating Gutter like any other female he would not be attracted to. Like, just like he wouldn't be around in a house with a girl who's like interested in him, and he wouldn't be like men don't do the most when women are attracted to them and they're not interested in those women. They're not like, and some women don't do the most either. Some women, like if a man not interested in them, but they are cool on the guy, they're not going to go out their way to like hurt the guy's feelings per se. Like, and they may say, "Hey, I'm just looking for a friend," etc. That guy may continue to try to be sweet on that woman, and she may put up with that as long as it's not intrusive and overbearing. And I just love how Carry On is just treating that shit like he just so in control. He just so in control. Like, I just fucking love how he allows Gutter to be Gutter, but he also allows himself to be himself too. And they both take their fair share of like compromises to have whatever they can have in the middle, which is a friendship, despite maybe Gutter being interested, etc. And that still doesn't even scare the Carry On. Like, even Gutter being interested doesn't even, or Gutter being attracted to him, it's not enough for him to like be so polarized. I just that shit like it's just turning me on. Like, it's like
I know you know it.
Like, you nigga, like, period. I want to invite Franny. Are you there?
I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Hi, boo.
Oh my God. Hello.
Welcome to the show. You texted me, right, tonight?
I literally did, honey.
Yeah, I had my phone on silent. I was like,
that's fine. That's
what
fine.
The heck?
I'm gonna get treated like the fans. That's cool.
I said, okay. Fran, want to get up in this conversation. What's
okay? I got a lot to say, but we'll stick on subject first. Okay. First of all, I always watch. Big fan. So, no one thing is, first of all, Conscious got my life last night.
Really?
Like, I listened to it today, though. Oh my God. Like, about not making excuses. Like, literally, fuck what you think you've been through, right? It's your decision to choose success or be a complainer. Let me say my feelings on the topic, and then if I'm welcome to say other stuff. Too. Yeah, if I'm welcome to say other stuff, we'll go there. But I think everything you said about Carry On last night was literally on point. Because I'm a preacher's kid too. I disagree with the way he's went about things, and I think he's taking advantage of the opportunities he has now. That's just my opinion. When I watched the episode this past Sunday, Moolah, as a woman, I said I will beat his ass. Like, with the white dude, he was, that left. I will be his, because you're a bully. Like, you're going so far to say you're not gay when you're screaming so loud what you want. Like, there's a difference between being straight and not wanting that, and then literally just trying to make an announcement about what you think. But as it pertains to this, I'm glad I'm not on the show, because I will beat his ass, honestly. Like, it made me cringe watching him, because you're a bully. But when Gutter was saying whatever, when he was when she was snapping off, you ain't respond shit. You ain't respond shit. But meanwhile, you want to attack the little man. No, it's weak.
So you think that Moolah ass is just a full on fucking bully?
I think that
denial of being homophobic.
I think that she is bisexual. And I think that because the cameras would have showed Who was it that left the show? What's the white dude name?
Lady Gaga, William.
If he would, they would have showed him twerking on him.
Mm-hmm.
But you chose the little guy to bully, and then you start bringing up, oh, you were telling who was on the cast. Why does that fucking matter? The fuck? But people like to bully on weak people, so there goes that.
Anything to further his agenda.
I think that, and I'll tell you what I think about Carry On too, if you ask. With him being in jail, which I was watching Larry Reid live last night, because y'all know I'm a big fan. I was raised under Larry Reid too. I'm gonna tell y'all, nobody else said. I'm gonna wait for Conscious to ask me what I think about him being in jail too. But the whole agenda with that, Carry On does make the show. After Andrew Caldwell, but these people like Milan, Christopher, whatever, they ain't got no storyline. It felt scripted this last episode. It felt scripted. Like y'all ain't got shit else to talk about.
Yeah. But you know so funny, Fran? I always say, like, when it comes to these shows, I wonder if it's that people, like, everybody always, when it comes to TV, people worry so much about trying to make things look a certain way that they don't realize that they would have a genuine storyline if they would bring the truth of
and
their
let people
lives.
tell their story.
Yeah, like, that is the storyline. Like, your, like, the way your love life is going, like the financial issues you're having, like the dynamics with your fucking family.
That's why I like Gutter. Because Gutter literally come from nothing. You could tell motherfuckers who come from nothing. You know, he literally come from nothing, and he's got this anger issue, like, against these bullies.
Because as gay as he is, we know that he probably has experienced his fair share.
I think that I believe what he said. If he was to fight anybody, he would fucking drag them. Because I was thinking the same thing. All these bitches fighting. What?
Gutter has actual videos of him beating people up. So the bitch fight.
They don't call him Gutter for nothing. So yeah.
I definitely think he has that. Yes.
So speaking of Gutter, what do you think about this connection between Gutter and
think that Carry On, as a pastor's kid, I think that Carry On he's seeing the cameras there. He's not trying to put on a show. I think that there's genuinely a connection there. Like, I think that he gets turned on by that, by Gutter, you know. I love it too. I love to see it.
It is something about them that I like as a them. It's interesting. Yeah.
I think that he's attracted to him. I think that because the cameras are there, you know, he's not gonna, you know, go all in. Yeah. Because that's what us church people do. We, you know, just like he didn't want to say his sexuality. You know, he's gonna ride the fence on it. Because you're not supposed to just blatantly say you're gay. Just do what you're doing. But the cameras are there, so there's a difference.
No, that's a good point about the church conditioning. Yeah.
Let me ask That's interesting that you said that, because if you actually caught, I've said this before, but you kind of reminded me. If you caught when they was like having the whole game of semantics, as in talking about the difference between being friendly and flirting, when they quote unquote established them actually being friends, if you caught Gutter, he was like, so, you know, we're friends, right? And Carry On was like, yeah. He was like, so friends don't do, and he stopped himself, and I was like, oh. So for me, I think something more happened behind, like, after they got done filming, but of course they're not gonna say it. That's what I think.
What's funny about that is that when I ran the footage of Carry On talking about his tail light, like on March 24th, which was just a few weeks ago, even though he was on a live stream with Darrell, Carry On was actually in the same room with Gutter. So I don't know whether he was at the house or whether Gutter was at his house or,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because he was talking to Gutter in the room during the live streaming. and you can hear Gutter in the background.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh,
Honey, I thought I'd do investigating. Okay.
oh man, we got our master's degree in nosology, honey. You know, you ain't gonna get nothing past none of these.
Baby, I'm ready to let it rip tonight, honey. I'm just waiting for the okay, because I'm ready to let it rip.
Okay, well, so let us power through the rest of the review, and then we'll definitely double back around, because I'm sure you have a lot to say about
But
that
but
situation.
before I go to, I just want to say, Conscious, what you're doing is so good, because I listened to you today. You got my life together. Just because you got your bullshit. I literally was telling someone else this. Just because you got your bullshit going on, it's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. Now, I still got anger issues myself, okay? But it's not an excuse to, you know, just, oh, I can't do this because I was hurt. Nah, you really stepped on that. And it was appreciated from me. But I'll come back later, honey, when I'm invited, honey.
Well, I'm so look. I'm glad that I'm glad that you got your life. I was like, because I was in Larry's live too, and I was like, girl, I'm about to get canceled tonight because I'm going to have.
Baby, you was so when you came on your live, you was so done.
I was like, I'm gonna have the unpopular opinion here, and I don't know what that's gonna feel like to folk, because I'm about to step. I know I'm about to step on toes, but it would only be the right thing to do. I would have been lying trying to coddle just everybody like care, and we all have been a carry on. We all are carry on in some way. So it was a message personal to me too, because I had to give up the narrative in order to have a different life as well. I wouldn't have been able to have a life outside of my own trauma and hurt had I not been able to start telling myself a different story.
Yeah,
I had to give up the old story. I had to give up the old narrative.
And if you don't tell yourself the true story, you'll run into all the success and fumble it. You'll fumble the fucking bag, because you'll get that bag and then try to give to those same hurt people who cling to you. You know what I'm saying? During your fucking process of fucking deading the old you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you just trying to rescue us. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
be mad, girls.
Yes. Okay. So you stay right there, because I definitely want to ask you about the carry-on situation in full. Knockout, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. So before we skip a little to because we only got actually two more things to review. When it comes to Gutter, could you handle a gay friend like Gutter? Could you deal with a nigga like you carry on? Like, would you be uncomfortable with that? And it's okay if you would be. I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, honestly, I look at it like carry on is not like exclusively straight. You know what I mean? So I think that's why he's kind of more inviting of the like flirting and everything. Now, like for me, like I've had gay friends. I've had plenty of gay friends. And
have you ever had any who wanted to suck your dick?
No, that's the other thing. It's like, well, not openly tell me. Now,
do you think that's weird that none of your gay friends did not express even though that's not common, but you are a rather attractive man, Knockout. Yeah, none of these niggas was like tried it a little bit, expressed.
I mean, honestly, I don't know why. And it was crazy. Now I think about it. The guy, this person I've known probably for like the longest time, like since kindergarten. He turned out to be, I think he came out as bisexual like a few years ago, something like that. But it was like, as much as like me and him used to like hang out like middle school, high school, or whatever. It was never like I never had that vibe from him or anything like that. That like, you know, he was may have been like attracted to me or whatever in some type of way, but it's like definitely was there. Now, like, no, I mean that's kind of crazy. Not like I haven't really thought about it until you brought it up right now, but I've never really had a
maybe because you have like such a you have such a down to earth familiar energy that,
and it's not a problem if he has though either.
Yeah, Of course not. But maybe because like you also feel like so much like a brother to people that you get like
Right,
brother
right.
zoned a lot because you're just so down to earth.
Yeah. And
That
I mean,
it almost can strip you of like sex appeal, like when a person is just like so down to earth and so cool that you can't even see them as sexual way because they feel more like family, they feel more like
right,
that
right.
brother that you may have always had or never had. So I wonder if that
Yeah.
has something to do with it because you
Well,
are
yeah, I mean,
very down to earth.
I think that's the case because like even at work, like if I like become friends with somebody at work, like I'm usually the quiet guy or whatever, and I don't talk to nobody unless like I like have to talk to you at some point, or unless like we just happen to have a conversation, right? But like for the most part, I'm not trying to like go around and socialize with everybody, being up in everybody's face and shit. So I guess that is very true because it's like even with my acquaintances at work or my work friends or whatever, it's more of like a case like that. Like I don't see them talking to all the rest of the other guys like they talk to me, but I'm not sitting there trying to like, hey, can I get your number? What are we gonna do after work? Type of thing. You know what I mean? And also, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm older too now. Like I'm not as young, and maybe if I was younger, because even there's another guy at work that he says he has a crush, but his crush is straight, right? So he was like, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can, see what happens or whatever. So I was like, but even him, he's like not come on to me or never like said anything like to me that would be like, I did get hit on at that store the other day. I'm not gonna lie to you.
By a dude?
Yeah. Oh, the cashier. The cashier. So it's like we were just having like a conversation, just like a general conversation. He was like, well, do you stay around here? Da da da. And I was like,
that makes it altogether more natural though.
All right. Yeah. And I mean, like when I was just thinking about it, I was like, wow, I guess you're flirting with me or some shit. And I was like, okay, well, all right, well, see you later, I guess. But I was like, I don't know. Maybe that's how women feel. But but yeah, I was I don't know. I don't really get like weirded out, I guess, like how Papoose would. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not like on that like tip of heterosexuality to where it's like I just can't have any type of anything with involving a man. But I definitely not. I haven't. I'm like reckless when it comes to him and women. I haven't got to the point of like me and men to where it's like I'm go over to that connection and try to see if like it.
You just gotta meet the right one, knockout. It's one exception to all of our rules. It's one exception. Let me ask y'all this question to Harold's point. Do any of y'all believe that expressing an interest sexually or romantically in someone who you have a friendship with is disrespecting the friendship at all?
It is once they say fuck no.
Okay, once they say no, it is.
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna agree with that only because with all of my relationships, I want to have a friendship with my partner.
Well, yeah, see, and that, yeah.
Well, but a friend is only saying once somebody says.
I mean, but think about it. Once the same sex, even if you gay, once the same sex, sometimes you like hell no too. So it's just again about if somebody say no, you're not my type,
no,
or you're not what I'm looking for, walk away.
Yeah.
You think that was a situation with Carry On the Unconscious? Is that maybe he was like in the spot of, oh, that'll never happen, or I don't have an experience with this man, and then he had an experience with, somebody who was the right one, to where it's like maybe like he had a connection like he has with Gutta, and then it turned physical, and then that's what.
Well, Carry On kind of alluded on the show that he's
both ways.
He kind of acted in some way on his, on his pan or bisexuality.
But then again, just because someone's gay doesn't mean they like all of the same sex. The point about it is, I think he is attracted because he said no because the cameras were there. That's my opinion, though. Right? He said no to him because the cameras were there. Now, like when it comes to
I
knockout, I like somebody like knockout. I think he's not gay, right?
Mhm.
I would think that someone is gay if they make a big holler about someone being gay and being friends with them. At that point, you're gay, yeah. Like
Well,
you're trying to hide from something, but
see, I agree. I agree with that. I agree. Like, if
Like knockout isn't necessarily like defending his heterosexuality. It just is. It
once you
is.
got to, I'm worried. Like Moolah,
Mm,
once you
Yeah.
got to do all of that, you're gay. But if you feel like that's just not what you like, now I'm okay because as Knockout just said, oh yeah, I've been approached, but I just didn't feel like that. Now ask another straight man to tell you the truth about that. They'll act like they beat somebody up and everything like Moolah does.
yeah, yeah. See, to me, that's overkill, because it's like it would be so unnecessary. You know what I mean? And like, I feel like anybody else that is even surrounds me would be like, why? You know what I'm saying? If somebody told a story like that, like, oh yeah, I beat this gay dude up because he hit on me, or be like, what the like, what's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, why would you do some shit like that? But
Because you're insecure, but okay.
right,
Let me
and
tell y'all an experience I had, and
uh-huh.
I would love
Good
to know
point.
what you think about it. Knockout. As a resident heterosexual, uh,
I'm heterosexual too.
I have a friend, and I have a best friend who is straight, and I don't I don't know if we had a moment or not. I think we had a moment, but I don't know if it was a moment. So I would tell you what happened. He was going through a really tough time in his relationship to his girl at the time. Like they was like fighting all the time. She was like seeing one of her exes, and they was going through like a really complicated time. And he was like rather fucked up and up about it. And he was like licking his wounds by just fucking like every broad he could. And he and I, and of course, being his friend, like, he was really leaning on me for a lot of like emotional support. And I was always telling him what he could do to patch up things with his girl, and that. And so one day he came over. He just wanted to come over. He just needed a friend. And I don't drink, but he wanted, some beers and shit. And so we was sitting on the bed, and we was like listening to some instrumental, and we was like saying we were making up the most ridiculous raps to this instrumental, like just the goofiest shit. And we was like having a whole kiki, and he was sipping, and I was like kind of sipping, not really sipping. And there was a moment where, because I was kind of sitting Indian style, kind of like behind him, and he was sitting at the edge of the bed, and he turned around and looked at me. And the look he gave me was so like piercing and so like
a connection.
Nacho was moist.
It was so piercing that like I handled it like a virgin girl. I kind of like looked down. I looked away, like kind of waited for the moment to like kind of pass. And then right after that, he asked me, could he have the rest of my beer? And so he just drunk it like straight after me, like took it out of my hand and put it to his lips and just like,
oh shit,
gobbled it down. And then so eventually I took him home, and when we got out the car, because I let him drive, so when we pulled up to his place, we were like coming around the car together, and he like walked right into me and like hugged me, and he had, and it was like, and the way he had me
intimate, honey.
The way that he had me pressed against him, I felt like such a woman. Like it was like it was the what. It was the way, like, it was like, oh, like,
You felt fun.
And he, like, really kind of, like, squeezed into me. And I was just like, and, like, he had, and then I'm going to tell you what's crazy. Is instinctive. I knew he wanted me to look up at him as we were, like,
hugging,
undoing our hugging.
Yeah,
like, and I felt like if I would have looked up, we would have had to kiss, and I just didn't know what I was supposed to do, and I was just like trying to just like, okay, like, hold on, because I gotta post this, and so like I didn't even look at him, and I just kind of like, he told me he loved me. I'm like, I love you too, and then like I went home. Now at this point, he's at home with his girl. I make it back to the house, and I'm chilling, and then he sends me a smiley face emoji. And so I text him a smiley face emoji. And then he texts me 2 smiley face emojis. And I text him back 2 smiley face emojis. And then he texts me 3 smiley face emojis. And I text him back 3 smiley face emojis. And we literally carried on mimicking emoji. And I'm like, and I was thinking the whole time, I'm like, this
Conscious, I know this ain't a question.
Exactly. Same thing we thinking. This
I know this ain't a question, honey.
No, well, I know what it's gonna look like because we all seem to love it. But I'm curious to know: is there anywhere in heterosexuality where this could have, where there's something else that could have been going on aside from the blatant obvious? Because
Knockout, you better tell the truth.
I just wanna assume that maybe there's other things that can go on. But I remember thinking, like, when we was texting in lieu of everything that else that had happened, I was like, is he's really trying to communicate
Baby, he laying next to his girl, think about you.
To me. And I'm just like, and like, I know his girl. So it was just like, I was very close to her too. And I'm just like, even though she didn't want him at the time and he was available, but it's like, I don't know. So I'm knocked out. What do you, was all of that gay? Was that him being gay to me?
Yeah. Okay. So
because hold on. Before you answer that, to Fran and to Reckless, I'm as like know-it-all as I am honestly also somebody who chooses to be deeply naive because I really try to give people like I'm the person who doesn't make anything of anything. Like,
okay, so let me say this, and I'm gonna shut up.
I got niggas who grab my ass, sleep in my bed, get naked around me, and I'm just a person who don't attach. Like a person would have to jump out of their skin for me to be like, oh,
that's because you look good, honey. Let me say this, and I'm gonna shut up. He didn't just want you, honey. He needs you, honey. He's laying next to her, think about you. Okay, go ahead, knockout.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me step in for a second. Okay. So another thing too, and this also, and that's a perfect example because I actually have one of my old co-workers, my former co-worker. We used to have some like kind of going on too. But the thing is with him, I think he just he likes the attention. Like he doesn't mind getting flirted on by other gay men or even women, but I don't think he would go to the extent of actually going to sleep with. But like he likes the attention. But what I will say is this. Another reason why we tell people, another reason why we tell people, a lot of times when it comes down to men, you never know till you try or you haven't found the right one, because there's other factors to sexuality as a genophilia and androphilia. Also meaning that since Conscious probably presents a more feminine or feminine-like compared to what I would probably look like, then that's probably easier for him depending upon the person. So, girl.
Reckless.
Go get it, bitch. Go get it.
Period. He probably already got it, but okay.
Let me tell you though.
You better be Kelly Price as we lay, bitch. Go get it.
But because I have to be honest, and I don't know if this is bad or not. But before a knockout gets in there, so I'm very attracted to him. He is a classic 6'2" athletic build. Like, I mean, this nigga is like fucking gorgeous. Like, and his personality is everything. Like one of the most socialite, extroverted, fun, like people. I mean, just everything about him is just like everything. He's like the classic boy next door. Of course, everything in me wants to screw the fuck out of him. However,
who are we talking about?
I also want to say that when it comes to like men who at least initially present themselves as straight, I also go out of my way to not be that gay dude, like to not be the gutter bit, like to not be gutter. I go out of my way to not make a dude feel any kind of way just because I'm gay. So I make sure to not be flirty. I make sure to not be cutesy wootsy in that way. I make sure to not because I don't have how fragile a lot of niggas' masculinity is. And I also just naturally am not like that any fucking way. But I do like neutral. I'm just like that anyway. I don't like because when I think about the way that I date niggas, like I don't even do that when it comes to courting like men who attracted to men. Like I'm still like very even keel, and kind of like hold myself in contempt. But I don't. So that may aid in a bit why a lot of straight niggas are able to get like as brutally, like emotionally, mentally, and sometimes physically naked, literally naked, like around me because I don't do anything to pose as a threat to them. But knockout, before we transition, like what's that nigga being gay? Like, what's that a whole?
So yeah, okay. So what he had was a total gay experience, but I mean that's not in like a insulting type of way. What I'm saying is, okay, so like you said, he was having problems with this woman or whatever, and then it's like he was looking for you to like, because usually a straight man would go to another woman, right? And get comforted that way. But if he's finding that same comfort in you, then yeah, it's like
But I also have a lot of, but to Reckless's point, I also have a lot of feminine energy, so you can kind of naturally feel comfortable with me in a way that.
Okay, can I ask what feminine energy is, please?
Huh?
What is feminine energy, please?
Feminine energy is like nurturing, still emotionally available.
You don't think that's toxic to say?
Huh?
You don't think that's toxic?
Or what? No.
To believe that way?
To believe or what way?
In feminine energy versus masculine energy.
Well, it's not a versus match for me, for one. And for two...
Well, go ahead, Conscious. Sorry. Go ahead, honey.
And for two, divine feminine qualities are what they are. I mean, like, they just are what they are. Like, and divine masculine qualities are what they are. They're really not in opposition with each other. They really complement the fuck out of each other, which is why men and women marry and fuck and start families, and we like the masculine and feminine need each other because there is a unit, a oneness that is supposed to be when you merge both of those consciousness.
Okay, so I'm a woman and I'm about to fuck it up real quick.
Hold on. But to that point, friend, so imagine the context here is when this happened between he and I, he's going through a difficult time. I'm making myself available for him to be the shoulder to cry on like a woman would. I'm kind of soothing his wounds, encouraging him, affirming his value as a person, as a man, doing all of the things that a loving, supportive, feminine energy would do to wounded masculinity, and providing a safe space for that masculinity to be wounded. So to Knockout's point, if like those are typically things that a man go get from a woman, he go get under another woman to get all of his needs met from feminine energy. But if I'm also presenting that feminine energy in our friendship, then he really ain't got to go get a woman. He really can experience all that in this relationship.
Right. And see, that's one thing I will say in this dialogue is like, for sure, I get certain things I can't get from a man from a woman, obviously, like for me. So it's like, just like Conscious was saying, I can't go around like my homeboys and be nurtured and expect for them to coddle me in a way.
Well, Knockout, that nurture is what you're supposed to get from everybody around you. Like it and I'm just gonna fuck it up real quick, y'all. The thing about it is we've gotten caught up in the thought process that a king is a man and a queen is a woman, right? So the thing about it is that what you're supposed to get is that nurturing from both parties, but because of toxicity and definitions, you may not feel like you can get that from a man or a woman.
But friend, what if that's just how you feel though? Like, what if that how I organically?
That's all it is, and that's the facts. That's all it is. It's how I feel.
I mean,
I ain't saying
like,
facts.
I can talk to Conscious all day about a certain issue, right? But if I talk to a woman about this issue, I may feel differently about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. And then to be
yeah.
clear, I don't think what I'm saying is factual, the end all be all. It's just merely my opinion.
Well, correct me if
I
I'm wrong,
just feel like,
Fran. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I
go
think
ahead.
that what by you saying like what you just said, I think that like what you meant when you asked me if I think that it's toxic to think that way is I think that you were thinking that I'm exclusively assigning femininity to women and masculinity to men, even
Right.
though
That was my thought. Yeah.
even though I do believe that the divine feminine shows up easier in women for obvious reasons, and the divine
The way
masculine.
I think is there's God and then there's the servant.
But I agree to your point, like because I always say this on my platform that we all are made in the image of feminine and masculine. Literally, physically, we're made in the image of a mother and a father. This is even genetically true that we are born literally of flesh and spirit of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, and we should all, as men and women, produce and utilize both of those faculties because they both exist within all of us. And it's just, and to your point,
Facts.
in the West, we're just socialized to assign these polarities to a sex. So we assign femininity to only women and masculinity to only men when they're both interchangeable within all people.
But see, we brought up
Exactly.
Prince. We brought up Prince as an example of what would be an androgynous energy really. Me and Conscious have both talked about him at nauseum at this point as being like the epitome of who you could look to as far as I guess would be a typical male exhibiting those feminine traits and still being a beacon in society, because usually that would be
But knockout, who made that?
Europeans have introduced us to this kind of like polarizing gender construct because
can I preach it?
Yes.
Okay, here's the problem. This is why the world is under attack. Is because it's feminine versus masculine. If you're not masculine enough, you have sexual issues. If you're too feminine as a man, and I have no right to speak on men because I'm a female, right? This is just my observation. If you are a male and have the feminine qualities, right, then you become weak for certain people. The thing about it is there's God and then there is the fucking servant. Conscious is the God, right? Then there's the servant, right? I'm just putting it as an example. The thing about it is we got to get out of those modes of feminine versus, because God has both qualities. That's just what it is. God has both qualities. Where we have to get to the thought process of is it's not about feminine versus masculine, or if you have that or this. The goal is to have the perfection of both, to understand who you're talking to when. I just love, who is that, Reckless Lot? I love the mannerisms, period. But anyway, that's what it should be, is like God versus the servant infrastructure. Like, yo, we dumb ourselves down when we say, oh, I have the feminine energy or I have masculine energy. That's where you give people the opportunity to feel like they can pinpoint and make judgment on your thought process. And that doesn't sit well with me.
Reckless, do you have some commentary to what Fran just said?
Oh, girl, I was in the comments, but this is the key to me.
Somebody said,
So yes,
what am
he
I
was.
talking about? Baby, catch up.
No, it was just a key to me. But however, what I will say, I 100% agree when it comes down to the masculine and the divine masculine, divine feminine. Like you guys been saying, in the West, we just have been conditioned to think that
men are just only masculine, but however they neglect and completely disregard the feminine energy, and vice versa when it comes down to women. And also too, we also look as it's a subconscious and actually conscious thing that we have Consciouztv, conscious thing where we've actually been conditioned to think that masculinity overpowers or overrules feminine energy. But however, we have to realize they go hand in hand, not one above the other, not one above the other one, but however, they both go hand in hand. And that's how you're able to become balanced because you have both. As in the reason why you're able to make a decision because you're able to sometimes get out of your feelings and make the hard decisions and stuff like that. So it's a whole bunch of things.
And let me clap back to the people in the comments because I do that. Listen, I'm overcompensating and I'm too much because you guys go back and forth when people do call people like knockout gay. Y'all like to see the drama of it, but I'm putting it in plain tense. The point is, we wouldn't even be conversating about that if you understood God versus fucking servant. And if you want to be the servant, you can be that. But go ahead.
Hold on.
Now check that.
Candy, who are you referring to and what exactly are you speaking of? I don't know, like what you have. I don't know. But,
a few girls this I'm assuming that she's I personally don't think she's talking about anybody on the panel. I think she's talking about she's probably dealing with somebody like a situation that kind of deals with I guess another dude in her real life. But we about to find out.
I don't. Okay. So we want to introduce Poetic Flacco to the channel because I guess we're about to get into it, child. We got Candy.
I like Poetic. I like Poetic.
Yo, Reckless, you was fucking up them chips, my boy. Like, what's going on, man? Bro, them chips was not ending, yo.
Welcome to the stream, Flacco, and congratulations on your No Jumpers collaboration. That's major.
I'm a full-time employee now, so if you go to his IG, I run that shit now, you feel me? And I'm flying back out on May 1st to be,
Give me a shout out.
Fuck it up, Poetic Flacco. Fuck it up.
Yeah, we got to. Flacco. Flacco.
Candy, can you hear us?
Yo, not go.
I can hear y'all.
Hold on, y'all.
Flacco, I have a question real quick.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold up, I'm gonna need y'all not to fuck it up. Conscious, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I'm listening to you. Can you hear me?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. Candy, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I don't think you can hear me, love, or either you got like a major delay.
I don't know what's going on, but I can hear you guys very well, but you can't hear me.
No, I can hear you. Can you hear us? I think she got a delay. She got to have a delay. If you're watching me on a separate device.
Do I need to hang up and call you back? Because I really want you guys to hear what I got to say. And then whoever's next to you, to the right of you, hold up. Whoever's to the, can you hear me? Whoever's to the right of you.
Okay, so here.
Hold on, y'all, because it's too much. Let me.
What is she trying to ask?
Hold on.
Put that fool down.
She's out to record. Okay, Candy, try to come back out and come back in, y'all. When stuff is going on, I have to figure out what the hell. It's too much. Candy, when you hit the link again, do me a favor. Don't listen to me through a separate device. Listen through the device you're hitting the StreamYard link on, because I think it's kind of you was listening to me on the device and it was a delay. Okay, so who's playing? What is all this?
Huh? It's not me.
I think Knockout had a question, but that wasn't. Yeah, like nobody.
I'm talking about the feedback, but Poetic Flacco. So you are arguing down to the damn. You are trying to heterosexualize my experience with my homeboy.
Yeah, man.
So are you telling me that you would have looked me in my eyes like you wanted me as my hair was blowing from a box fan, and you would have drunk right out of my can all of my saliva down your throat, and you would have given me a very deep hug at the end of the night that followed up with you texting me smiley face emojis all night long.
Yeah, right. Like I think you're just looking like too deep. Like for example, right?
Conscious, you're not understanding. Okay, this is the question I need to ask. I need to ask this for the panel.
Okay, hold on. Before you do that, let me make sure that Candy is okay. Are you back, Candy? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Okay, so now I can hear you in real time. Everything. Okay, so hold your thought. Knockout is about to pose a question, and then I want you to tell us what you came up here to tell us.
Okay.
Go ahead, Knockout.
Poetic Flacco. When you were sitting across from Adam, you were looking him in his eyes, right?
Yeah.
You also had been in a room with, like, in a bedroom with Adam and with the co-host and everything like that, right? So the question I have to ask is, when you had looked Adam in the eyes and you told him, not asked him, but you told him that he had a larger penis for a white guy, what
Yes.
would you? So would you say that is a heterosexual exchange, or is that more something?
Yeah. Right. So like, I like, for example, right, like for straight men, right, like if y'all go through our phones and just see like how we like joke, you know, like we be when that type time, right? But the question was though, right, for Adam was, you know, and like I think like shit got like cut off, and then that clip just went like fucking wild, right? Her question was though, right? Like, do he think having like a huge dick like assisted like him, you know, like I guess being like a huge porn star, or was it something else like his work ethic, right? So like that question kind of went like, you know, to the clouds, because like the soundbite of "Yo, Adam, you got a big dick," that shit kind of just went, you know, like everywhere.
Okay, but I mean, my only thing is that, I guess from what I'm hearing from you is that, I guess for something to be absolutely homosexual, it just have to be like a physical, like something would have to take place.
Nah. Like for example, right? Like, with conscious interaction, right? Like, you know, dude had a down moment, or, you know, so then he confided into Conscious, you know, and he was really appreciative, right, of whatever, you know, Conscious said, right? So, you know, a hug, text afterwards, like that all falls into line of what you'll do with your homie. Now, like, I guess I'm not really like understanding like
Flacco,
like the sexual part to it. So I'm like, I don't, yeah.
Flacco, you are not. Now I know you
without
know.
saying I'm gay.
I know that you are from. I know you from Africa, boo.
Yeah, West Africa, baby.
American black men, they ain't sending each other smiley face emojis all night long, and they are not greeting each other with a deep embrace hug. They do the one arm dab and the no homo, and they ain't giving each other the classic wrap around. And they definitely ain't sitting on the bed looking into each other's eyes deeply. And but they damn sure ain't coming home to play footsies under the table through text all night long while they laying next to their girl. I
feel like the deep in the eye shit.
I think even in healthy heterosexuality, most people are like, clearly there was some type of a affection being
off top. I'm not sitting on the bed with my homeboy. There's no way we're going into each other's
and then
room.
on top of that, I'm not another heterosexual peer where maybe a straight man would feel comfortable really letting his hair down, knowing that it won't be interpreted as anything
masculine though.
It's another straight guy. No, I'm good. But I look like this, so I'm also giving femininity aesthetically, and I think that's the part, because I don't think my homeboy would have done that with another type of gay guy, but I think
like
because
me.
at this point,
You're doing the most.
Because if you look at me a little bit from the left, I can look like a whole attractive hot woman. that on a night where you're compromised in your feelings, need some feminine energy.
Compromise
and
is
you're
just
looking at all
bullshit
these
too, but okay.
muscles and bone structure and all this fabuloso, baby. You might forget that I'm your homeboy.
Well, in the
Maybe not
words,
forget.
wait, hold up, y'all. In the words of what we said earlier, don't knock it till you try it. So he was.
Okay.
And I'm
I'm
gonna be
about to
honest.
throw shade real quick.
He is a attractive man, but I felt the way about that because I knew everything that was happening between us that night made me feel like if I leaned into kiss this nigga or touch this nigga, like he would have allowed everything to happen if I would have like bit the bait. But I also felt the way about
poetic thought.
Hold on. I also felt the way about this being the way he would maybe, because I feel like when people are emotionally wounded, I don't consider them sober. And I don't want people to have like a non-sobering experience. So it's like I didn't feel comfortable introducing something that I assume, because I don't know whether he's been with the guys before. I'm just assuming he's never been with a dude. These are all my assumptions. But because I'm assuming he's straight and I'm assuming that he hasn't been with a dude, I also didn't feel comfortable with like if this was going to be his experience, I didn't want it to be under these. I didn't want him to be like wounded and all of that and confused and just blah 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 blah, and I didn't want that to like tear him up even more on top of all the shit he was going through.
There's no straight guy who will be like wounded enough to just fall.
There we go. That's what I need to hear.
So then, but
okay, so
hold on, y'all. Hold on, because I want to get into this because this might be why. Because he's saying he's straight. Maybe the truth is there is some capacity to be same-sex attracted, and that's why he was able to even like his pendulum was able to tiptoe on over.
That's why I want to speak on this. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Conscious, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. This is exactly why I want to speak on this. I've been dealing with my child's father for over 26 years. And in my mind, I honestly believe that he's bisexual or whatever, but he just chooses not to say it to me. And as a woman, and I think you can look at me, I'm not an ugly woman. My feelings are hurt because it's like, just tell me the truth and give me a choice. I'm a freaky deaky chick, but you gotta tell me. I just don't like the fact that he's hiding things. And it's many times that I come to him and I'm trying my best to say, you can speak to me. A thug, straight man, supposedly, just doesn't want to come out. And I just don't know how to make him come out without him feeling like I'm judging him. Because at the end of the day,
the gay porns with the
you should
thugs
give me a
are
choice.
really dope
and
to
it's
watch
like
too.
you're putting me in harm's way because I did not ask for this.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, Candy. Before you go all the way down the rabbit hole, I think you gotta fill in something very important from the beginning.
Ahead.
So, first of all, you're talking about someone that you're in a relationship to?
Yes, for over 26 years.
Okay, so what exactly has happened to give rise to him being bisexual?
Okay. For one, I feel like a man that is unsure about himself, and then this is where you come in and you can educate me. Having multiple kids and never a commitment because you're trying to prove, in my mind, this is just me, you're trying to prove that you're a man, but you're sitting here spreading seeds and you're not being committed to these children. Second of all, everyone knows that you've been with me forever. So I'm getting phone calls from individuals, and I'm sorry, please forgive me, but they do sound. I mean, I know you're gonna ask me, what does that sound like? It just doesn't sound right. It just doesn't sound right, and I'm sitting here like, what do you mean? Like,
Candy, I cannot help you if you're being vague. You have to like literally paint the picture for me.
I know,
So,
and I'm trying not to offend anyone because that's
no,
not my
don't
intent.
worry
Because I
about.
love you dearly.
Okay,
I mean,
but I'm telling you to not worry about offense here because you came to get clarity. So we're
okay,
going to
don't be calling
remove.
me sugar blums and all this other stuff. I mean,
I
a
don't even
man
want to
that
hear
be
that.
saying that
I
kind
ain't
of
even
stuff to
heard of
me.
that.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? You just
So
don't
this.
call me. Oh, is Dunny there? I mean, that kind of crap. I mean, he was very flamboyant, and so it's like it really threw me off. And I'm
Okay,
like,
hold on. Hold on. Okay, so look,
don't
listen to.
laugh at me,
Hold on.
reckless.
Hold on. So, don't look at reckless. Listen to me, Candy. Okay,
Okay, I'm listening.
listen to me. Okay, so are you saying that there have been men calling your phone to get in touch with your dude, and the men calling sound very effeminate, sound like gay men?
Yes,
Okay,
especially when he went to New York. Yes.
so explain to me, why would anybody be calling your phone to get to him? Like, are y'all in business? Are you and your man in business together? I don't understand why your phone is being called for.
Because I'm day one. There's going to always be that one female that's going to always be there for you. And he knows that if anything happens to him, they could always reach out to me and get in contact with his family and so forth. But it threw me off. It's like once he went to New York, everything changed. And that's when I was getting phone calls from individuals that I had no clue who they were, but they were asking for him because I actually brought him back to Colorado.
Okay.
And so
Conscious, can I
that's
talk?
ever since that point, I just
Hold on,
been looking at him
wait.
differently. If you're bisexual, say bisexual. But to me, it's like you're putting me in a situation that you didn't give me a choice. And it's like, I love you so much. I mean, we're talking about 20 something years.
Okay, Candy, hold on.
And obviously, if you haven't married me by now,
Candy,
something's wrong.
Candy. Okay, hold on. So,
Would
calm
you
down.
agree?
No, I don't. Candy. Okay, so I don't like. I have to assume
I
that
can't
you.
hear you. It's breaking up. Okay, what? Say that again.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you great. So, I mean,
Okay,
would you agree that after that's a lot of years?
Candy, Candy.
Don't laugh at me. I'm really hurt.
Candy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, boo. So I'm going to assume that there is a lot missing from what you're saying, because if what you have just said is what's happening, you have, for whatever reason, jumped to some very extreme conclusions and assumptions based upon practically nothing at all. Do you realize that? You're saying you've been with a guy for 26 years and that things changed when he went to New York, and that when he went to New York, that there were people who started calling your phone for whatever reason to get in contact with him, and that those men sounded rather effeminate and gay, and now all of a sudden you feel like he is putting your health on the line and he's not disclosing his sexuality to you, and that you're with a down low man, and
He was an escort.
you know how much.
Does that make you feel better?
Okay, so
I found out he was an escort in New York.
I'm about to body slam you in your neck. So why are you?
Tell us.
Why are you telling? What? Okay, Candy, listen to me closely, okay?
Yeah.
I want you to tell us this story again, but this time, tell us everything, please. Tell us. Don't leave nothing out.
Especially the escort part.
You left escort out, and I'm still trying to figure out why is your phone number being given out, and why are you accepting phone calls on behalf of your 26-year-old escorting boyfriend? Like, so you got to take me. I want you to retell this, and I want you to tell me everything, and I think it'll be better if you tell it in chronological order. And that chronological order is, tell me from the first day you suspected something wasn't right, and then everything that happened from there. if you remember the first moment that your antennas went,
Hey.
Okay. What I'm going to start off with, Conscious, I respect you. I appreciate you. And thank you for having me on your platform.
yes.
Please do not disrespect me. I am telling you that this is embarrassing to me just to even be talking about it. So have some empathy. Okay. So that's the first thing I'm going to need to
hold on, Candy.
tell you to have some empathy.
Hold
My
on,
biggest thing is that when he went to New York.
Can you hear me? I assume that if you have been following me, you already know that I'm empathetic, which is why you feel comfortable to begin with coming up here telling us all your business. So you don't need to tell me something that just already is. What I want you to promise me to do is not to play in our face and don't offend our intellect by leaving out huge chunks of a situation that you want us to give you some serious feedback.
I came to you for guidance, and I came to you and your panel for guidance. Okay. Now, my biggest thing is that I hear what you're saying, and I've been on your panel. This is not the first time I've been on your panel.
Amen. So
okay. So this is not the first time I've been on your panel. This is the first time that it's hitting home for me.
Right.
So it's a little difficult for me to come out and just tell you everything because it's embarrassing to me. I'm a corporate America woman. I'm a corporate hustler, okay?
Candy,
I don't want to hear this.
Hold on, Candy, because I don't want you to end up embarrassed. So you also have the luxury of emailing me privately about this because if you're gonna be here, like you're gonna have to put it out on the table because I mean I'm gonna need you to put it all out there anyway, whether it's private or here, because I can't help you in a vague interpretation of your experience. You got to like tell what has happened, what's going on in your relationship. That's the only way you're going to get proper feedback.
Right. Yeah, Candy, don't feel uncomfortable because nobody on the panel is going to judge you. Nobody's laughing at you. We're all trying to genuinely listen and give you the feedback that you're looking for. But just like Conscious is saying, we have to know, what's going on.
I understand that, but you know what? Sometimes you don't need to come at me hardcore. You just need to speak to me as an individual in a situation where this is difficult for me because, like I said, this is something that I'm not used to. Again, yes, my biggest thing is that I've been dealing with a relationship for so long, and obviously I'm trying to figure out why this man won't marry me. But then I go back and I look at the situations where he never wanted to be in Colorado. He always wanted to go to New York. And so I was like, what is so special about New York? That's the fast life. I found out later that he was escorting.
Okay.
And so,
hold on.
With that being said, I mean, I don't know how to address that. And from what I'm getting, it was men and women.
Candy, I want you to relax, and I don't want you to talk at us. I want you to talk to us. I need to ask you some poignant questions because
ask me the questions because I'm finna get off because I don't understand what you need from me. I feel like I'm speaking to you honestly.
Huh?
I feel like I'm speaking to you honestly. Once you said, Candy, come and tell us about it. I'm telling you about the escort thing. You didn't let me finish, but then you telling me that I'm not being truthful to you?
It's not about it being truthful, Candy. I need you to clarify something that you're saying. So I don't want you to get super head down the road.
Damn it.
We're on your side, Candy.
Hold on. Maybe this would be easier. Everybody just stay in the background. Let me and Candy have a moment because me and Candy gonna get this straight. I need to ask you some direct questions about what you're saying because this is how I work as a person who gives commentary and feedback. Okay, so you just said that you found out he was escorting. Can you tell us how you found that out? Did he disclose this to you, or did you find this in his phone? What were the circumstances where you discovered he was escorting?
He went to New York, and I found out because he was staying with a roommate. Mm-hmm. His roommate called me, and I was asking how they were because I was actually sending them money because the roommate, which is deceased right now, was really having a lot of health issues. And so they actually didn't have lights on. And so that was his way of trying to bring money in. So he was escorting. And so before his roommate died, he was like, Candy, he goes, it's men and women. That's how I found out.
Okay.
And to this day, he refused to admit it to me. But the reason why I feel like it's valid is because I was getting phone calls because of the lifestyle that he was living. He always told whomever that if something happened to him, to always reach out to me. And that's why these people were reaching out to me, because they were not able to get in contact with him. And so when I finally did reach him, he told me that he was having a hard time because the roommate had died. He was actually in a church somewhere sitting down praying, and he was crying, and he was like, I just need to come home. So I got him a plane ticket and he came home. And so ever since that point, it's like I just looked at him differently. I'm like, I understand that, maybe you had to do what you had to do to survive, but I think that you may have liked it. And I'm sorry. And that's why I'm trying to get some education on. I honestly believe that he likes it. And so just the mannerism sometimes, where I know what he was before and what he's doing now is just different. And that's why I'm trying to get some education. If that makes sense to you.
Okay. Okay, so I have more questions. So y'all have been together this entire time, even when he moved to NY, even when he made you aware that he was escorting and he had both male and female clientele, that you guys were still nurturing a relationship at this time.
Okay, so I think this is where your confusion is coming from. We're not living together.
Clearly. I
don't see him day to day.
I already know that, Candy. I'm asking y'all if y'all were still in a relationship, even a long distance one. Were you still in an active relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in an active relationship to him. So why were you okay with him relocating out of state, for one?
I wasn't. He's a grown man. I mean, I can't make somebody stay where they don't want to stay. I mean,
okay.
we were young when we got together. We were like 20, 22 years old. We've been together. I'll be 50 next month. We've been together this whole time, but you got to let people explore. You understand what I'm saying?
26.
Yeah, we've been together that long. So it's like he knows that I'm going to always be good or bad. I'm going to always be by his side, but I just wish he would just come be truthful. I don't care if you're gay, bisexual, I could care less. But just tell me so that I know how to operate. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, the reality is, Candy, he has admitted to you that he's sexually active for both men and women. So that's enough information for you to make.
He has not admitted. His roommate admitted that, not him.
So he hasn't. So okay, so let me go back again. So he didn't disclose to you. His roommate told you that your man is escorting.
Yes, not him.
And is escorting with both men and women.
Yes.
And you confronted your man about those allegations.
Yes.
And he has said he's not escorting and he's not definitely into men.
Correct. And I think he's lying.
And you think he's lying because there's been some effeminate men calling your phone for him.
Yes.
And because you feel like moving to New York also could be for him to experience this alternative lifestyle.
Boom. You got it. Yes.
Okay. Now, this This is what matters more than anything else, Candy. What matters more than whatever the truth is the fact that whatever is happening in your relationship to your man, you are able to experience in your own skepticisms that you don't even trust him. So now you need to go within Candy and figure out what has been happening in your 26-year relationship to this man that has made you not be able to take his word for it, because this is hearsay. But your response to this situation is really more so about you realizing that you don't have a level of understanding of your man and belief in your man and trust in your man that should be there in 26 years. Those foundational things should be solid. So you don't trust him. So my question to you is, what are you going to do now that you know that you don't trust him? You don't trust that he's telling you the truth. You don't trust that he's honest enough to tell you the truth. You don't feel that y'all are in that level of relationship. You don't feel that you're with someone who's being their authentic self. Now, whether they are or not is beyond the point. My point is, you don't feel he is.
I'm telling you this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and no disrespect to you, none disrespect to you whatsoever. My biggest thing is that I'm really an intelligent young Black woman, and my biggest thing is that I don't have time, nor is this the place to sit there and tell you every little incident. My biggest thing is that
hold on, Candy. You hit my StreamYard link, baby.
I know, and I'm not. Please don't get disrespectful with me, because I'm like, I really love you. That's not what I meant. I'm saying I don't have time to go over every little incident.
I love you too, but you're going to be clear about you, because you trying to project something on to me. You hit.
No, I'm not.
Miss Candy, you hit my link, and you hit my link to get, and you hit the link to get the CTV experience. All I'm trying to do is figure out your mess, not mine. You brought your situation to me, and I'm affording you the opportunity to be listened to, and to actually.
And I'm trying to tell you that, you know what? Sometimes, as your guest, you need to sit there instead of you putting on what you feel is Bible.
Because
it's not Bible,
Miss Candy. Because in the first version of this conversation, you didn't even tell me that the man was escorting. I'm having to play jigsaw puzzling with you to put together your situation. This could be easier if you would just be clear. But what's more clear to me than even the story is that at the end of the day, you don't feel comfortable. So it's okay for you to leave this man. He already hasn't put a ring on your finger. He's already not even living in your state. He's already not physically tangible and available to you. You don't trust him. There's rumors around him being a cheater and an escort and all of this. It doesn't even matter whether he's gay or not. I'm going to
okay now that. You know what? That's where I'm gonna stop you, because you know what? You're not gonna do this to me, and this is where I stop you, sir. I'm not gonna disrespect you on your panel. He was living with me.
Miss Candy, I don't even want to hear it. You got to go, baby. I can't do it.
Okay, I'm starting first, and I'm going to bed. I gotta check her, please.
Hold on, Miss Candy. Email Iyanla. Dr.
Please,
Bill,
Conscious.
Oprah, cause baby, it's not working out.
Let me please. Can I go, Conscious?
Yes, go ahead.
Miss Candy, we watched you in the comments beg to be added on. That's number one. And you're telling where you came from. Okay? You are a disgruntled fan that came from the delusional part of YouTube.
Oh, Lord.
You literally told us that your man is gay. And then you get mad when someone is trying to walk you through your process. Be mad at yourself because you wasted 26 years sitting there lying to yourself, and you're telling on, and how are you asking a question and telling on yourself at the same time? Please dismiss yourself because you're delusional and you want somebody to tell you, oh no, he's not getting. Dude, what did you come on here for?
I'm
Girl,
trying
beat
to
it.
figure out what the hell just why.
You literally just came on here in
You know what?
a fucking schizophrenia.
Hold on. She's in the background. I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna sit down, and I'm gonna
Let
let
me get
y'all
her.
deal with
Let
Miss
me get her.
Candy.
Let me get her.
Let me tell her first.
Let me get her.
I'm gonna bring Miss Candy up, and I'm gonna bring me down.
Girl, what did you? I thought you was coming on here to give some really good feedback. You literally came on here asking a question and then getting mad at the answers. Like, you're delusional, and that don't sit right with me spiritually late at night before I gotta go to bed. To hear that, like you telling us what's going on in your life
But with everything that's going on in the world, hold up, listen to me. That's not what happened at all. But you
and
know what?
arguing with the
So many people
person.
on the internet, you want to speak, and you don't listen. I
You're
mean, you
here
don't
too, Candy.
comprehend
You're here
what I
too,
said.
baby.
Just because he's not living with me today does not mean that he wasn't living with me.
So
And so
don't be
my
mad
biggest
at
thing, I ask
Conscious.
for
Be mad that
answers.
he left your house for a man.
I ask
What are
for
you talking about?
answers.
Oh Lord, Jesus.
And then you're upset and
Upset about what?
condescending
Do you
and
feel like he
saying,
wasn't giving you answers?
Okay,
what?
I'm listening. Okay, let's go one by one. What
I'll
did
go
I get
first
upset about?
because I gotta go to bed.
All right.
You start off and then you get aggressive mid conversation, and you said what you're not gonna do. If you follow the platform, baby, you like truth. If you wanted the truth, you wouldn't have hit the StreamYard link. You hit that, and then when you don't get the response you want, you hit us with a schizophrenic fit and tell us. You said you're gonna let
Schizophrenic.
us talk,
Oh,
right, Candy? You gonna let us talk? Because I
I
don't
just
got
said
time.
one
I'm gonna go to
thing.
bed after this. I don't care. Anyway, you hit us with a fit after the person that hosts the show tells you, I mean, very nicely, because I was literally in here having a whole temper tantrum. Like, is this lady crazy? You're don't do that. You're cursing yourself doing that. Either you got a question or you don't. I'm telling you, you're sitting here asking questions, and everything you're pointing to is this man don't love you. He needed a place to stay, and he's disconnected with his family. If he needs you to be in contact with his friends in case something happened to him, he's using you as a middleman with your phone on to tell people what happens because you're the dum dum that's gonna go and relay a message.
Okay,
Don't.
friend, I'm not a dum dum, and I have his child. My daughter is 26 years
And
old.
I apologize
So,
about
with
that.
that being said,
But
I'm gonna
next
ask you a
person.
question, and please answer this question. What did he ask me that I did not answer?
It's not what he asked you, it's what you asked
What
and
did
what
he
you got
ask
the
me
answer
that
to.
I did not answer?
It's what you, I'm going to say it again. It's what you asked and what he answered that you
I
had
look.
rebuttal
I
with
have an
that
answer
was
for that.
defensive.
I have a good
Like
answer for that.
it seems like
I have
you're
a good answer for that. Hold on. Refuse you.
okay.
Candy, how do you expect us to know what the hell you were talking about?
I was trying to be in general and not to embarrass anyone or not call out anyone because I have a real problem with somebody calling out somebody.
You've had a real
So,
problem
okay,
since you got
I'm
on
just
this
hold up.
platform.
You
What
asked
is
me
your
a question. I'm trying
problem?
to finish.
What's
I
no?
have a problem
What's
with
your
calling
real
out
issue?
somebody.
Because you've been
I
real
actually
disrespectful to
love this
everybody.
man. I have a daughter by him. I don't want to embarrass myself, and
So
I
then
don't
don't
want
tell
to
the
embarrass
story.
my daughter.
Maybe the route, maybe the thing you should take is don't tell the story. If it's that offensive to you and you don't think anybody can get and understand you, don't tell the story. Maybe
Well,
that's the best option for you.
And the
let me
crazy thing
jump
is,
in
nobody
and try to
asked you
calm things
to.
down.
You asked to tell your story.
Okay, wait,
That's the
hold on, wait,
crazy
hold on, hold on,
thing.
wait, hold on,
Exactly.
hold on. Okay, so let me jump in. Let me just calm these things down. Miss Candy, I think the thing is that I understand you wasn't trying to call nobody out or actually go to that extent. But however, Conscious did mention, I don't know if you remember or you heard, because everybody was talking,
He
he did
wanted
mention
details. Yes.
Yes, he wanted you to go into details only because I
Exactly.
understand. Because okay, so here's the thing, Candy. Because I understand why you probably did that, and I understand why your perspective is the way that it is. Because sometimes I do it. Is that sometimes we have our own situation and we know it to the back, like from front to back, but we forget that sometimes when we're talking, we're already talking. Sometimes with the unconscious understanding of like the person that we're talking to already knows the ins and outs of it. So I understand that you probably was explaining stuff, but however, from the outside looking in, as in from the bystander, it was a lot of questions that we had. You get what I'm saying? So I think that was the big disconnect. And I think where the frustration was coming from when Conscious was asking questions. But however, I guess from your perspective, you like, okay, I already answered that. You get what I'm saying? So I think that's what a disconnect was. That's it.
Okay.
I think
The way that I look at things, if someone asks me a question, I'm very, very truthful. I'm very transparent.
No, we
But
gotta
again, like I
keep it
said,
delusional
that was
tonight.
my thing.
That's too
I
much.
just came for like a general question. I didn't think that I had to go into details about my personal business, nor to embarrass my daughter or my man. I did not try to do that. But again, I understand what you guys are saying. But I tell you this, please look in the mirror before you come for me. Look in
Miss
the mirror
Candy,
before
there
you
was
come
no
for me,
mirror
because
in
if you
What?
was
Jesus'
in that
hold
same
up, hold up,
Candy.
situation,
Who's
hold up.
I
coming
I
for
don't
got,
think
you?
that
hold
you
up.
would
I
actually
got it.
handle
I
yourself.
got it.
You wouldn't handle
Hold up.
yourself any differently.
Miss Candy, yes, we would.
I
Yes, we
forget.
would.
Okay,
Now,
how would you
beloved,
handle yourself?
listen
Hey,
to
I'm
me.
listening. How would you handle yourself differently?
Listen to
go ahead,
me.
mother, because I know.
I'm
Go ahead.
in your same age group. Okay, I'm 53, almost 54 years old. I've seen a lot, done a lot, had a lot going on. What I just heard you say, okay. First of all, and I need you to understand. Nobody here is coming for you. We're trying to understand what's going on, but I understand why it feels like that. Now I'm going to say something. This ain't coming for you. This is just, I'm going to call a thing. Since y'all call for Iyanla, I'm going to call a thing. You have a man here that you have been with in some capacity or another. Apologize for my cat. Some capacity or another since you were 22 years old and you are now 50. Am I correct about this?
That is
So
correct.
far?
You're correct.
Okay, perfect. You have a daughter by this man. Correct? If I heard you say it as well, that this man also has other children by other women. Was that what I heard you say? Because I was over here working.
Correct.
Okay. So at some point you all were together, living in the same household. You made a beautiful child together, but he was still making children elsewhere. And then he decides, because he's grown, that he's going to go and move to New York and whatnot. He didn't want to stay in Colorado where it was a little bit slower and he could have made the family. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. I put him out.
Okay.
He had nowhere to go. So he chose to go to Florida and New York. He was going to different places because he was on video, what do they call it? The date chats, the date chatting series.
Okay.
So he was just going to any woman that would take him.
Okay.
So that's another thing that you guys omitted.
We didn't
Or
omit.
I didn't say. I didn't
I haven't lived your
disclose.
life.
But no, that had nothing to do with.
That's
I
what I'm
put him out.
saying. We don't know you.
Hold on, everybody, please. I don't mean to take over, but we need to calm this down and get to the point. Okay. We don't know what your life story has been. So there's nothing for me to omit, which is why I'm asking questions, which is also the reason.
My biggest thing is I didn't think I had to put a whole story out there.
Okay. Now.
My name is Candy. Please speak to me. Please don't do that to me.
Then please don't talk over me when I'm talking to you.
Okay, well, you wasn't talking, and my name is Candy.
Oh
I've
wow.
been calling you Miss Candy.
Wait.
Hold up. Wait.
Why are you getting so? What is this defensive thing about? What is wrong with you?
Because people on the internet feel that they can talk to you any kind of way.
So
like
you're
you have
talking.
no feelings whatsoever.
Do you not realize how you're talking to people though?
I'm a human being. So
yeah, I am.
I'm not yelling at anyone. Can you please talk to me professionally?
I am.
Okay, so I
do
heard
this
you
for
and
a
I'm
living,
answering your question.
Miss Candy.
So you said when he left, okay, when he left,
okay,
and you said Because I think you're thinking because he had other children then. No, he did not have other children then.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know. That
He
was
did
not
not
part
have
of it.
anywhere to go.
Okay. So Miss Candy. Okay. Let's start there. I'm going to say something and you're probably not going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are in I'm going to call it a situationship with a person since you were 22 years old and he has not yet put a ring on it, and you at some point, we all go through things. I've had to put people out. I've had to whatever. But if it's been all these years, 28 years, since you were 22 and you're 50 now, and there's been no commitment and there's other children, regardless if he's an escort or not, I'm going to propose to you, he's not your man. And what we do sometimes, because I am a professional, just so you're completely aware, I've been in corporate America for many, many years, and now I'm a very successful entrepreneur right now. Okay. And that's wonderful. But Miss Candy, I'm not going to do that. What we do sometimes, right, is we put this thing here. We've got this, we want the whole thing, right? And we're told we can have the whole thing, but sometimes we might not choose the right person. And we love this person so much that we don't see what it really is. And I'm proposing, because I do this, remember, I do this for a living. Okay. What I'm proposing is, in actuality, what's wrong right now is you are realizing that this relationship has not been a relationship for a long time. He's not been your man for a very long time, and he's not going to commit to you. And you wished that somehow, some way, back then, he had said to you, he had turned you loose instead of holding on to you. Right? Or instead of you holding on to the promise or to the potential and not being willing, and we got to take the accountability. I've done the same thing. You got to take the accountability for, I should have seen this a while ago because this wasn't going to work. And so now you're sitting here saying, I didn't even have first right to refusal. Come on, man. You could have at least been open with me and not got the girlfriend, wifey benefits when you weren't wifing me up.
I hear you guys, and I'm looking at the notes, and it's hilarious. No,
I want you to listen to me.
Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat.
Can I speak now, please?
Of course, please do.
Can I answer your question?
Absolutely.
I did not know any of this until I was 35 years old. Okay, wait. Let me finish.
No,
I did not know any of this until I was 35 years old. Okay. This man has proposed to me 3 times.
Okay.
3 times.
Okay.
And so my biggest thing is that I turned him down because I feel like he's not ready. You can't make a boy be a man. I wanted to see more than what he was giving me. So that's why I turned him down.
Gotcha.
So then later on in years, this is where I'm finding out all of this mess. To this day, I don't even deal with him. But because of the conversation tonight, it just struck a chord with me. It triggered me. I'm like, oh yeah, let me talk to this. Let me talk to them and tell them my story.
Yeah.
But no, I've let that go. I can't, again, like I said, you do what you want to do. 9 kids later, of course you're not the man for me. Don't you think that I deserve more for myself?
I do, but Miss Candy, can I ask you a question though? Because I'm confused. You have referred to him as your man. That would intimate to me and to everybody else that you are currently in some form of relationship with said man. So I think we need some clarification here. And that do you consider him your man or not your man? And you just want to know why somebody wouldn't come out? Because I've experienced that.
I'm telling you now, I have a boyfriend, but yes, I do consider him my man. That's my child's father, and he will always be my man.
What?
He refers to me as his woman. And my biggest thing is that he goes about his business
Candy.
and I go about my business. But I guess to this day, I just never had any
Candy.
I've never had peace. I just never had peace or closing. Because
Candy, let me
I
ask you this
honestly
real quick.
believe that is the reason why he chooses to have all these children, and he can't commit to anyone. He's never committed to any woman because I feel like he has a struggle within himself.
Candy, what did you do today? What's the date today?
Okay, it's I can't hear the phone. Whatever, who's ever talking, I can't hear you.
What is the date today? Do you know what today is?
Are you being funny?
No, not at all. I'm being
Today's the
dead serious.
11th. Or maybe it's the 12th for you guys. I'm on the West Coast.
Okay.
April 11th. On my side.
Okay. It's April 11th.
If it depends on what time zone you're in, it may be the 12th.
All right. Okay. Well, Candy, let me ask you this as well. Do you does your daughter is that your only daughter?
Yes.
So do you live by yourself? Is she like at college or is she done with school? She lives by herself or what?
My daughter's engaged. She's 26.
Okay. So are you what is it that makes you what triggered you? What triggered what was the trigger for you in this conversation?
Because normally I listen to Tasha K or I listen to Jason Lee, I listen to Armand Wiggins, and then all of a sudden I was scrolling across and I saw what you guys were talking about, and I'm like, it hit a trigger for me. And I'm like, I will never be able to get the answer. I will never ever to be able to get the answer from him truthfully. So that's why I came onto this panel. Like maybe you guys can enlighten me. I didn't feel like I was.
It sounds like you're still in love with somebody who you knew that.
I've always loved him. I'm never gonna lie about that. I will always. That's the father of my child.
Okay. And do you think that's healthy for you in knowing the history with all y'all? Do you think that's healthy for you to keep on loving him?
How do you stop loving someone?
Okay. Well, I mean, you explain to me. I mean, if you still love him, I mean, shit. I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never been through that situation, so I wouldn't know.
But
I'm about to say that's the father of my child. Good or bad, I'm gonna always love him. And I'm gonna always respect him. And I'm just trying to figure out his thinking. And so my biggest thing, like I said, whatever you choose to do in life, I'm not gonna judge you. I mean, if you're bi or if you want to be gay, then be gay. But just tell me.
Why?
That way I know how to operate with you.
Wait, I have a question because this is actually perfect because it reminds me of the Carry On and Moolah situation. If he's not your man, if you're not sexually being involved with him, then why does it matter?
Because I have been sexually involved with him. We go back and forth. But that's not my man.
So
okay, so wait.
I still have sexual relations with him time and time again.
It's the lie.
Like you just told us. Because you're uncertain about what he
and so that's why I'm asking. You need to let me know, what are you doing outside of this?
Right. That's so because you unsure about what he's doing with the man or a woman, and it bothers you because you're still sleeping with him, but you don't know if he flip-flopping. Okay, that's all.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. He has to have condoms on with me.
Hold on, wait. We're gonna rewind it back.
Was no longer together.
Wait, because we finna rewind it back because I just thought about something. So my question to you. So why is it that he has to explain it to you when it comes down to men, but it seemed like it's lack of explanation when it comes down to women? And then the first thing that comes to your head is diseases.
Because I don't sleep with, I'm not a whore. I don't go around sleeping with everybody. My biggest thing, because he's familiar, I tend to gravitate towards him. And my biggest thing is that because he's such a valuable part in my life, some men are intimidated. They don't want him. They don't want me to talk to him, period. And you can't tell me not to talk to my baby's child. I mean, my baby's father. You just can't.
Hot girl summer. She's a grown woman now.
Hot girl exactly. I don't care, but my daughter's still grown, but we go to picnics. We do a lot of things together as a family.
Baby, Miss Candy, my youngest daughter is 28 years old. The last time I slept with her father, who I have love for, but am not actively in love with, was when that child was probably 3 years old by the time we broke up. This is the thing that I'm saying, is that you've not, the closure you're looking for is because you, for some reason, are not able to process the fact that you two are not together, or on paper it would look absolutely crazy for you to be with this man that since you were 35 years old, so for 15 years you've known he's got outside kids and he's doing this, that, and the third.
I'm
So
telling
it
you
would
that
look
every
crazy.
relationship
It
that
would
I've
look
ever got in,
crazy.
every relationship that I've ever got into, every relationship after that, this man sits outside my house. He stalks me. He's like, Candy, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Let's make it work. I mean, so all of this has been going on for
and
years.
you keep taking him back.
And like I said, this is where I finally I'm drawing the line. I'm tired. But I mean, you are coming. I'm not coming after this man. This man, all my boyfriends have been like, I'm done with this. They don't want to deal with it.
Absolutely. So, but you
and I
need
understand
yourself.
Why they don't. So
but
this is the whole reason why I called in.
This has nothing to do with his
this man
sexuality,
just come
though.
clean and be cool with himself.
Sis, this has nothing to do with whether or not he is ever cool with himself, or he is or ever isn't. I'm going to try to get this back onto you. I need you to turn the mirror back around.
Go ahead.
I need you to turn the mirror back around, because this all has to do with how you value you, how you value your very precious gift, how you value your very precious sexuality, how you value your very precious goddessness, how you value yourself. And you are not valuing yourself when you continue to allow this behavior to continue. If you don't want this man, right, period, listen, I don't care if you're my baby daddy. If you acting a fool like this, they make silver bracelets. You got to go away from here. I don't have time for this. We are not doing this. But when you continue to sleep with the man, then the man knows he can continue to come back. This is about you valuing you enough. I don't care who he sleeps with. You're not valuing yourself.
Heart of inspiration.
And sometimes I would agree with that. I would agree with that on sometimes.
Knockout. Yes, sir.
Can you
I definitely would agree with that on sometimes.
Can you emphasize again your point earlier when you said you can have love for somebody without being in love?
Absolutely. Those two things are so different. Having love for someone, I have a connection. We made a child. We will always have the connection. I don't care how old our child is, right?
But
so
you also have to
having love for him. I don't want anything
and not be able to have hard feelings.
And I'm going to continue to talk because you're not listening. I'm going to continue to have love for him. And we are best friends. But what we will not do is we will not cross the line and sleep with one another, right? I have my relationships. He has his. Actively being in love. This is very toxic. What you're going through is very toxic, and I see it a lot. So you're going through this toxic, codependent, back and forth, and not able to release, right? But you got to deal with the hurt within you. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to have a successful relationship with anyone else.
Not a chance.
So are you wanting to stay stuck, or are you wanting to like get over that? I mean, I know you have a daughter, we understand that. But what I'm saying to you is she's grown now. And so, yeah, you need to keep that father relationship, but that has nothing to do with your body and loving yourself. You don't owe him that. You don't owe him that. And I feel like what you were saying, that, you know, as long as there's no man involved, that you're going to always be there at the snap.
I have a boyfriend. I have not slept with him in a minute. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. I have a boyfriend.
You just told us that you were sleeping with your baby daddy.
No, when I said I was sleeping, you didn't ask me when that was.
We don't have to ask you. Oh my God.
Wait,
I mean, you should be acting like, oh, this is right now. I slept with that man yesterday.
Miss
You slept with him in your heart.
Hold on, y'all.
You have a man.
Hold on, Miss Candy. You just told everybody up here that the fundamental reason you need to know what he's doing in the background is because y'all fuck on, fuck off, wax on, wax off, wax on, wax off, fuck on, fuck off. You said that. You said the reason why you need to know is because your sexual health is at risk because y'all go on and off of the sextivity. That's what you said.
30-day rule. I don't fuck with no nigga unless it's 30 days later.
The corporate
Lord
woman.
Jesus.
Yeah, I don't mess with no dick. I don't do that. So just because I'm messing with somebody right now don't mean I'm messing with him right now.
Her boyfriend need to be the most concerned about his sexual health right about
exactly. That's all I'm caring about.
Oops.
Wait,
Exactly. Because you going back sleeping with your baby daddy of that you
exactly. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm concerned, and that's why I make him wear condoms.
So you're sleeping with your boyfriend and your baby daddy.
No.
Okay. Wait. Let me jump in. What she's saying, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows what she's saying, but I'm gonna make it clear, and then also I'm gonna clap back to it. What she's saying is that when she has a boyfriend and they're in the relationship and everything's going good, she's with her boyfriend. But however, if they're ever on an off time and they're not seeing eye to eye and she wants some dig-a-lang, she's going to her baby daddy.
Exactly.
Now hold up, because I'm going to clap back to Miss Candy.
Okay, then clap
Miss Candy. No, not Miss Candy. Now here's the thing. Now here's the issue that I hear that you're telling me is that you mean to tell me that after you found out this man had multiple babies, after you have found out this man have had multiple women, now that he's dealing with men or allegedly dealing with men, now all of a sudden you want to worry about sexual health.
No, I've been worried about that, but I make him put a condom on and so forth. I love that man. Love is love. And like I said, all I gotta say is this: would you like somebody to sit there and disregard you because you're gay? My biggest thing is that all you gotta is tell me, just let me know what's up, and then give me a choice. He has yet to say it. His roommate told me he was escorting. He didn't say, "Oh yeah, Candy, he's laying down." But come on now, we're not stupid.
Okay, so would you stay with him?
Miss Candy,
it's not 100%.
Hold on, Miss Candy.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
You in a whole relationship right now. According to what you just said 67 seconds ago, you have a boyfriend. At this point, if you actually believe that your ex of 26 years is with other men and is prostituting and is with other women, don't you understand that it's easier to actually just end the era? In the 26-year era, you actually don't have to.
He did the escorting back in 96 through 98. This is 2022.
Miss Candy, order in the court, Miss Candy. Miss Candy, if this is what you believe, you actually don't even have to burden yourself with what he tell you or don't tell you, because this can be it. You in a relationship, and if you get out of one, he could still not be an option for you. You get to just end the headache. You get to just not return. You
know what? I love how y'all do this shit for clicks and baits, because my biggest thing is that I told you that I'm in a relationship right
Candy,
now.
I'm tired of
and
it.
I told
Candy,
you
stop it.
that when I saw you
Stop,
on
Candy.
TV,
Candy.
I said, that's something that really hit home.
We're done with you being
That doesn't mean that I want to be with this man right now.
Candy,
but he's still the father of my child.
Okay.
We're done. We're done with you being disrespectful.
Foolishness.
Wait.
And I don't usually get this like you're being delusional
right
now.
now.
This is what you're saying to me. This is what you're saying to all of us, because I've been listening to this for Lord knows how long now. So I'm gonna break this straight on down. I'm gonna break this straight now, because you clicked the link, sis. The deal is this: you've been sleeping with somebody on and off again for 26 years that has disrespected you, disrespected your womanhood, disrespected your family, and ran around and did whatever. Whenever you put him out, you put him out. He ran around and did whatever. You've disrespected your own body because you keep going back to him. You've disrespected your own body by keeping and going back to him. You've disrespected your own womanhood by keeping going back to him. You disrespected. What
is your point? I agree.
My point is, you don't get to get up here and get pissed off with us because we're trying to help you. We're trying to tell you can end the foolishness. You can end the madness. You can end all this. Just don't sleep with him any more.
And I haven't.
But from what you've already said,
For the last
if you
3
and the
months, I
boyfriend
have
break
not.
up, there's a 30-day window. After
Yep,
30-day
30-day
window, if
window.
you broke up, then he'll be back. And so you got to make this decision. It doesn't matter who he slept with in between that time. And if he was escorting back in 96, if that's what you just said, somewhere in the 90s, honey, he'd have been showed up with something, and you'd have been
baby,
showed
he
up
be
with
having
something by
on
now
condoms,
too.
okay?
I
So
mean,
that's
let's
the one
just
thing
be
that you're
real.
failing to
And if
realize.
you don't
He
care,
has
then
on
why are you
condoms.
talking?
I'm not failing to realize. You're failing to realize what you're doing to yourself. And I don't know what you expected from anybody here, but we can't tell you
You know what?
anything.
Then this was the worst mistake I ever made.
You're
sitting
right.
here talking to you and thinking that I can get some effort without you guys attacking people. My biggest
Nobody's
thing, you're
attacking
all
you.
humans. You have
Candy.
all made
You want us
mistakes.
to tell you
None
what
of
to
you
do
are
here.
perfect. But you know what?
Hold
You
up,
want to
y'all.
sit there
Hold
and
up,
act
hold
like
up.
you're so fucking
Hold up,
perfect.
hold up.
None of us
Miss
is
Candy,
telling our
wait. Okay, y'all.
And that's not
Let's all
cool
break
with
it
me.
down. Let's all break it down. Miss Candy. Okay, so maybe I'm just gonna be the one to try to say it in a nicer way. Because what we're saying is that we completely understand. We understand everybody has made mistakes. But what we're saying is that from what you're telling us, from what everybody on this panel has heard, is that you said you have made it clear that he's the father of your child. You guys have been together for a long time. He has done some things, he's, etc. But however, you said that you have a boyfriend. But the thing is that you said that you're not ever going to sleep. Well, you don't sleep with him whenever you're with your boyfriend, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the thing is that since you already have these reservations or these things in your head about, okay, he may be this, he may be that, his sexual health, so I need to worry about my sexual health. What they're saying is to kind of eliminate all of that, just don't sleep with him again. Since you're already in the situation where you don't need to sleep with him because you're already with your boyfriend. But however, if it ever gets to a point to where you need to find someone else to be with, just don't do him. You have better chance going with somebody else.
Now, you know what? You're being reasonable. I understand that. But my point was, I sat here, I heard a conversation. I understand you completely. What I heard, now please hear me out. It's like, oh, they talking about somebody being on the down low and so. I'm like, oh, that's a great conversation. Let me tell them
my husband is on the down
experience.
low. Or
that didn't mean that I'm doing it right now.
Well, why would you allow yourself to even consider being the option even later? Why?
How do you know that he's not an option for me? How you know I'm not using him?
You're not.
I'm a woman with needs.
Because you're the one that's bothered by
If I need you, then yeah, you're gonna do that. How do you know that he's using me?
You're not using. You're okay.
You know what? Maybe she is. You know what? Maybe she is. And if this works for you, Miss Candy, I apologize for raising my
You know
voice
what? Then
completely.
let me be.
Completely. Hey. I apologize for raising my voice. If this works for you, God bless you. God bless you. There's nothing else I can say.
Yeah, Candy,
then if it works, it works. If it don't, it don't.
Honestly,
So you just got to do what you got to do.
To tell you what you wanted to hear, or were you wanting people to actually give you advice?
I wanted advice. I didn't want all the backlash, and I didn't want people putting me down. I see your little comments. I didn't want any of that because none of you are perfect. None of you are.
She doesn't want
you
him.
can't tell me that when you in love, you don't do dumb stuff.
Who put you down?
I'm 50 years old. I have 6 children from my marriage. I haven't slept with that man since I was 20 years old.
Then that's you, sis.
But Candy, why are you allowing yourself?
Don't say that nobody ever been there, because some of us have been there and some of us chose to wake up.
I'm sorry, but my man looked good, and like I said, who's to say that I'm not using him?
That's
my biggest thing. That who's to say that I'm not using him? I'm in Colorado.
You're not.
These black men don't even know what a black girl look like.
And if you are, then that probably says a little bit about what you kind of might need to deal with in here, because why would you use a person that you love?
No, it's not. It's comfortable.
No, that's
like
what
you said,
just
codependent.
said,
She said codependent. And you know what? You're right. That's exactly what it is. Codependency. Mm-hmm. And I will be the first to admit it. Like I said, I'm definitely open to that.
Mm-hmm.
It's codependency.
Mm-hmm. So no matter what's said here, the only way that you're ever going to get out of the codependent cycle and heal yourself because that's who you're accountable for is you. He's accountable for him. You're accountable for you. The only way you're going to one day you're going to have to decide that you want out and you don't want to continue that cycle and heal yourself and love yourself completely so that you don't become codependent with another. Because all of us have been there. I'd be lying to you if I told you that I have not been in codependent relationships. I have. Maybe it was a lot younger, but I have. And I understand. And I help women all day. I help women all the time in these kind of situations. So, but you yourself have to make that decision. And beloved, no matter if he was an escort back in the 90s, and maybe he is bisexual, maybe he's pansexual, what I don't know, maybe he's polyamorous. But none of that matters until Candy decides that Candy is ready to heal and be whole so that you can have the life you deserve.
And I agree with you. I so beyond agree with you. And that's what I chose to do. Again, that is not my reality today. I'm telling you that when I heard the conversation, I was like, okay, I can speak about it. That's what I'm speaking to you now. I'm not in that situation today.
But could
I'm telling you about my past.
Whoa. But could you be, I'm just going to ask this hypothetical. Let's say 6 months from now, God forbid, you and your current boyfriend break up. And now we're at 7 months from now. Mm-hmm. Could you be back in that situation again, is my question to you.
I don't even know if I'll be living back then. But you know what? I'm not going to lie to you and say, no, I will not. But you know what? But again, I have an understanding of what's going on. And whatever I choose to do is my choice. Not because somebody baited me in or lied to me. It's because if that's what I want to do at that moment, that's what I'm going to do. And I can separate it.
Okay.
See, that's the thing that you guys are not understanding.
No. Whoa. Time out. Before you do the you guys thing, because I'm not going to.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I should not have said it.
Before you even tell me that's not what I understand. Listen, you do. I just got done saying, sis, if you like it, I love it. I'm not living your life. So if you like it, I love it. If that's what you want to do, then do you. Okay. Not do you have anything else?
All right. Is there anything else? Because I'm pretty much done with this. This is I got a bad taste in my mouth because, like I said, in order to help somebody, you can't judge people. Only God can judge me.
Nobody judging nobody.
No, hold on. No, you don't, Miss Candy. Because the fact that you endured even the trouble you testified to on this panel lets me know that you are a sadomasochist. You enjoy the agony and torture and confusion.
Oh, no, you did not go there, sir. I rebuke you in the name of blood of Jesus.
You have uttered that sentiment.
I rebuke you.
Not 1 time, but 2 times, but 3 times that you been disrespected up here, and yet just like that 26-year relationship you endured disrespect through, you endured that self-professed disrespect here because you are addicted to troubled waters, Miss Candy.
No, I'm not. You know what it is? I'm a tyrant. I'm a bull. No matter what you give me, no matter how much you want to sit there and talk in my face and put me down.
And that ain't got a damn thing to do with your bisexual escort and prostitute and download 26-year-old boyfriend either. Okay, it's a you.
Her man.
It's a you that needs to be on the couch with him, and y'all need to be on 2 separate therapy couches, Miss Mamas. He ain't the only problem in the relationship from what we can see here.
So if you really want to know, and that's why I keep that nigga around. That's nobody's business but mine. Did you get right?
What the hell you up here telling me business that ain't mine to be, Miss Candy?
Sit there and keep pushing me to my limit. Did you get right?
You telling us your business?
This nigga was the only one that was around for me.
What is going on?
So hold on.
That's why I'm codependent on him.
Hold on. So because you allowed yourself...
put that sage up there. Throw that crap over there to that...
Ain't no crap, sis. Ain't no crap. Which we not finna do because I'm trying to keep myself calm over here, chat. Because it's too much. I'm quiet.
Miss Candy just said she's basically keeping the nigga around for emotional support because he's been there through some traumatic experience. But you're willing to let
him traumatize
him being you are willing to allow him. You are allowing yourself to keep him around for emotional support, even at the expense of your overall health. I'm trying to figure out how, like, you make it make sense, Miss Candy, because if you need him only for emotional support, why the fuck are you fucking him? He could be your friend and your emotional support without sex. If you got options, why you keep going back to a 26-year-old prostitute?
And I told you I haven't done it in 3 months.
So then why you pressed about it, Miss Candy? Don't do it for another 30 years. How about that?
Oh
you
my God. You know what? You worry about your own. You worry about your own house. Work on your own though.
You can go
okay, I'm sure that you're not perfect either, sis. How many dudes have you went back to? How many baby daddies you got? Only got one baby daddy. How many you got?
Zero. Zero, Miss Candy. Zero. Everybody is not a repeat offender like you.
Hold on.
Whatever.
Have you received therapy?
You know what you need to do? Because I'm not going to sit there and let y'all talk crap about me. You don't know me.
The next time you tell your business,
I take care of my own bills. Don't know man take care of crap. And I live very well.
You need to be prepared for some honest feedback and also.
No, it's not about honesty. It's when you're attacking somebody. You know what? You need to learn how to. You need to
cohesively when you.
CTV, it's not even worth arguing. It's not even worth arguing with her.
That's what I'm saying. She's addicted to the chaos.
It's not even worth arguing with her. She's not going to want to understand.
She is trolling her own life. She is trolling her own reality.
Just drop her off because she's not even.
Yeah, cut me off.
Yeah.
Fucking raggedy ass motherfuckers don't even know how to talk to nobody.
Wow.
Raggedy ass? Did she just say raggedy ass? CTV, I'm about to.
Where's Big Mama?
Ain't nobody raggedy around here. Let's be very clear.
Anybody that sit there and cannot
be very
talk,
clear. We're not the ones sleeping with exes for 26 years and delusional about what's going on, and then clicking a link and wanting to tell half of the story.
Whoever you are, I don't even see your name. I didn't call you raggedy. All these other little sidebar conversations. Yeah, you're raggedy.
Young lady.
Wow.
Have you seeked any counseling, any therapy? Are you speaking with anybody?
Who?
That's what I want to know. Are you in therapy? Are you in counseling?
Conscious, put her name up. I don't see her name.
You still need help. Are you in therapy? Are you still in counseling?
Yeah, answer the question, maybe.
Therapy. Have you received any counseling? Hello?
She's too worried about your name instead of the actual answer.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. What do you got to say?
Have you had any counseling or not?
Jackson, have you received any counseling?
Once I got raped 2 years ago, I got counseling. And then baby daddy was brought up too. And that's why I said the codependency thing. I totally agree with you. But then no, my biggest thing is that I haven't dealt with that man for over 3 months. My biggest thing, the only time we talk is that we have a gathering with the family. Because like I said, that's my child's father. Again, I'm going to say it again. The only reason why I got on this panel, because I was like, oh yeah. I said, I dealt with that for many years. I just want to see what your thoughts were. I did not know at any time that I would freaking be attacked.
Candy, it sounds like you're really freaking really hurt.
We're not attacking you. We're trying to get some understanding.
And then you know what? I would have never ever went into detail had Conscious not said, well, we need details.
Well, Candy, can you hear me?
Well, that's the only way they was going to get the full story. And then they was rolling out more details.
Us to clarify some signs that you're not sure you saying. Are you looking for more in-depth signs to kind of help you to believe that you are seeing what you're seeing? Is that what your taking the link was about?
All I tried to, I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna pray for all of y'all. Cause like I said, Lord Jesus,
we know you came up.
My biggest thing is all I wanted to do is like, Conscious, I've been watching you for a minute, and I really like your vibe. So I was like, oh, he's talking about, men on the gay low and doing all this. I was like, oh, okay, I got this. So then when I called in, I was just trying to, then you asked me to go into details and then, I wasn't going into enough details. So then now we're here. This is not what I asked for.
Candy.
But you could have
I
said
didn't ask
no.
none of you for an opinion.
Still
If you
Not at all. I wanted to see
No,
how
you
Conscious
did.
thought.
You was
Like,
asking.
oh, is
You
that
was
a pattern?
asking.
Hold on. Hey, I'm Miss Candy. I don't know you, sweetie. You are more familiar with me, obviously, than I am with you for obvious reasons. I'm the content creator. I don't know you. You brought your situation to me. I wanted to really help you, and the only way I can do that was by actually having you clarify a very first version, vague,
Broad,
very general situation that you gave to me. And unfortunately, in your mind, what I realized is that you want the answer. You want your situation to be more black and white than what it actually is, which is why me asking you
I
clarifying.
didn't ask you to be my counselor. I just wanted to hear the feedback from everyone else.
Miss Candy.
Mhm.
And you're also not going to deem me as the bad guy here because I offered you a private exchange in my emails. You could have forfeited whatever. You had every opportunity over the past hour to just hit me up in email and talk to me, okay? Even though I dropped down, everybody else still asks you all the same questions because
Can I ask you a question? Now let's hold up. Now this is where I come into play because I've about had enough. Do you have can you send me a transcript of this conversation?
Hell no. You gonna do it.
You cannot send me a transcript.
You do it.
Oh, mamas. But you are more than welcome to download it and replay it and listen to it back as many times as you need to.
You do it.
Why would I need you to send?
Take care of my life. Hey, Conscious, give me advice on my life and tell me what to do with my life. And also
I didn't say Conscious give me advice on my life. That never came out my mouth.
And then get angry at Conscious, and then also demand a transcript from Conscious about a show that you can rewatch, download, and transcribe.
I'll get it. Trust me, I'll get it. I'll get it. But my biggest thing, like I said, is there anything else anybody else would like to say to me? Because my biggest thing is I did not ask you.
You mentally ill.
Oh, what do I do? I just wanted to share my experience, and then do you guys see that coming? Is that coming? Not for me personally, but is that coming?
Here it is, Miss Candy. If it would make you, if it would make you feel better.
And what are the signs?
Miss Candy,
what are the signs?
Miss Candy. If it would make you feel better, your ex-boyfriend is
freaking foolishness.
Is probably your ex-boyfriend. Everything you suspect about your ex-boyfriend.
I can't even hear you. I don't even know what you're talking about right now because it's just all static.
Body off.
Okay, now I hear you.
You hear me now?
I can most definitely hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, so
you trolling.
What I was about to say is that everything that you suspect and feel about your ex-boyfriend is probably true. With that,
thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
But you knew that already. Like,
all I wanted to
already.
Okay, all right. Now that's been resolved.
Now I want to be clear too. I'm only saying that for your sake, not mine.
Oh, okay.
She didn't need you to state the obvious. You knew that already.
Right. She knew that. She came up here knowing that.
No,
and asking
this is what I don't understand is what has happened in this relationship that led to Candy believing a random roommate over a man she's known for 26 years. If he told you no, those things aren't true, I don't understand
why. He walking around with goddamn cutoff shirts with his ass showing all out. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of shit that I don't want to tell you.
Girl, you clicked the link and argued.
Oh, so you was just ignoring all of the red flags.
No,
you willfully
clicked the link and argued for hours.
You just didn't want to. You was in denial.
Oh my God, y'all are foolishness. I don't know. I just don't understand. I mean, oh my Lord Jesus.
We're not the ones.
You know what? I don't have to do this ratchetness.
But you knew.
This is just ratchet. Ratchet.
Candy. You knew. We're not. You know.
Coochie cutters.
It's the way that you're speaking.
He was walking around with his ass out. That's what you just.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Oh shit. So I'm like, oh no.
Candy, shut up. Okay, so
look. I wouldn't need to ask him. I'm gonna know.
Who told me shut up?
I did.
Who's I?
Me too.
Knockout
Me
Media
too,
told
Brady.
you to shut up, Candy.
Shut up.
You've been talking too damn much. You've had too much
Who's
time.
knockout? Oh, you talking about Knockout Media?
Mm-hmm.
Brother man, hold up.
I'm not Brother Man. I'm
hold
Knockout
up.
Media.
Candy
No. We're
Halton
not gonna
at
do that. We're not gonna do that.
at gmail.com. You talk to me directly.
No.
I'm
you
gonna
can
see
talk to
how
me
much you
directly.
want to tell me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Do it. Gmail. Hold up, all of y'all.
What's the difference between
Candy
me going on?
Halton at gmail.com.
I ain't got no fight in this.
You do that.
I ain't got no fight in this.
Running the business. I don't know.
Come on, I want to see you do it. I'm giving
I ain't
you
got no
free
fight in
will.
this.
Come on, it's your choice.
I ain't got no fight in this.
Do it. Let me
Candy.
see how much you do.
All right.
Miss Candy,
I
can
have
you
a question. Wait. I have a question. What is the Gmail gonna
Got a
do?
Negro drunk.
Yeah, what do you want him to send you in the Gmail?
Yeah, what
I
is it?
can't
What's
even
the
hear you.
difference?
What?
Shut the fuck up in the email. That's crazy.
No, you shut the fuck up, motherfucker. Anything you gotta say to me, you put it in the goddamn email.
That
Put that shit in
Crown
writing.
Royal, that Crown Apple.
Cause you know what, you a
Exactly.
silly motherfucker. That's why you don't show your face. You see my face clear as day.
Are you serious right now?
Show your face. Let me see your
All right,
face.
hold on.
Conscious.
Oh my god.
Let me see your face.
Miss Candy, you are calmed
Cause
down.
you're a dumb
You didn't
motherfucker.
realize it.
You're probably only what, 22, 23?
You've been camped down this whole time, Miss Candy, if you didn't realize.
Nigga, whatever. You see my face. I ain't got shit to hide. And like I said, the people that know me know me. Y'all don't mean shit to me. It's not like you pay my bills. You don't do a damn thing for me.
I've been nice to you, Miss Candy. Wait, hold on, wait, Miss Candy. I've been nice to you. What did I do?
You have been nice, but you told me to shut the fuck up. So when you tell me to shut the fuck up, now I'm gonna tell you something.
Reckless,
You
tell
know
us.
what?
Say nothing to you.
What's wrong with you, Reckless?
He, she, whatever the fuck you are.
I didn't say nothing to you. What are you talking about?
Did you not tell me to shut the fuck up?
No, ma'am.
You told me to shut the fuck up.
No, I didn't. That was not me.
What's wrong with you, Reckless? Don't do
I
that.
said, who is it? And you said you.
It's April
No,
11th.
I didn't. That wasn't me. My mouth didn't even move.
Silly motherfuckers. You know what? I feel sorry for your channel. I really feel sorry.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Because y'all, you know what? You got some ignorant ass motherfuckers. They don't know how to speak intelligently. And my biggest thing is you want to sit there and attack people. Who wants to be on your panel when you just sit there and attack them? Who wants to do that?
You do for hours. You do.
This
is crazy.
We cannot attack anybody.
But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to hang this damn phone up and I'm going to get on my job, in my corporate America job. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to come back here, pay all my bills, and I'm going to be cool.
Wait, I have a question. Okay, so this question was, you said intellectual. So I have a question. Do you experience a lot of racism at your job because it is corporate America?
No. Not in my job. I work for TIAA.
Whoa, chill.
Oh, for like Tia Kraft?
No, I work for a finance company. We do very
What's
well.
your
It's
first
just like
and last
Fidelity.
name?
And the CEO is a black woman.
Don't.
It's very diverse.
Don't
So
give
you know
any
what? Consciousnv, scrap that. Because I don't want them a part of this.
Miss Candy, do not disclose any of your personal information.
All right, so then can you please disclose? Oh, you scrap that? But I'm just letting you know I'm not a dumbass.
I didn't say that.
We didn't say that.
When showing out goes wrong, what if somebody tries to find out?
No, it's not showing out going wrong. I'm just letting you know.
Candy. Wait, Candy. I never said you was a dumbass. You said for one, you called all of us dumb. Be quite honest. Yes, I never said you were dumb.
Raggedy.
Ratchet.
Okay,
I never said any of those things.
I have a question for Candy. It's like getting back to the situation at hand. I have two questions.
Conscious, I need you to please delete that. Please delete that part out, please.
It's kind of hard.
Wait.
No, I'm talking about my company. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to come for you on that one because I'm gonna have to let them know.
You're the one who said when you.
You're the one that said it.
Oh my god!
Have a copy of
you doxed yourself.
You are the one who gave up the information.
Are you serious?
Have a copy anyway, right? So
and I'm telling him to delete it.
Oh, okay.
You're live.
Wow. She can't
You're live.
Miss Candy, this is how that works. You yourself disclose your name and your business, not me. So
Oh my
you
God.
will be coming for you, boo. You two not gonna reprimand me for information you put out about yourself on a public platform.
I will let
They
them
will
know tomorrow
reprimand
morning.
me for saying what you just said, but you
I
just
will let them know
what you
tomorrow
just-
morning.
Okay. I will let them know as soon as we hang.
I'm so weak.
I will let them know tomorrow morning.
Who is them?
You better believe I will let them know tomorrow
You
morning.
best
The
to
people
believe
in
that
her head.
Who is them?
You
if
too.
you need the direct
All
email, you
5
let
of
me
them.
know.
I already know how to reach you.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, Kenny, I do have a
Wow.
question. So your baby daddy / man, right? What if he just decided for whatever reason that he's moving on and he gets serious with someone and decides to marry that person? How would that make you feel?
He hasn't done it, and I don't believe that's going to be a possibility unless
But
it's
how
me.
would you feel if he did finally move on from you, since you're
Then
not
I will
going
let
to
him
move on
move
from him?
on.
And also, do you feel like you wasted your life?
Yes, I do.
That, yeah. I mean, you can tell that
I'm about to say yes,
that's
I
the
do.
case.
Like I said, I'm being very honest. Like I said, if you ask me a question, I'll tell you yes, because I felt like I put all my eggs in a basket.
In one basket.
And then my
and
biggest
failed
thing
to
is that
move
once
on.
I started trying to move outside of that, he's always involved. He ruins it for me.
Yeah, but
And
that's
no
kind of
guy wants
partly
to
your
deal with that.
control, because if I had someone that I felt was trying to always sabotage me, especially an ex or whatever the case may be, and they was not allowing me to move on, because I know how guys can be also.
Because my
And
biggest thing is
at
that I can't
times,
control what he does. I can only control what I do. If you're
right,
sitting
and you're
outside my
part of the
garage,
problem. You're part
yeah,
of the
it's a
problem, because if
problem.
I had one of my children's father came and was kept on trying to sabotage new situations or new relationships, or parking outside my house, or stalking, or whatever the case may be, calling my phone, yes, that's the father of my child, as you say, but there's certain things that I'm going to set in motion so that he
I put
knows
him in
that
jail
that's
3
not
times.
okay to do.
I put him in jail 3 times because of this. Again, like I said, I'm not a dumb chick. I'm not weak. I'm not sitting here falling back for him. That was not my intent tonight. I put him in jail 3 times. I cannot control if he's outside of my garage.
Okay, you
You
guys
could have
don't think
controlled
that.
laying down with him though all these years.
He's the father of my child. We are
What
going
does
to
that
be
have to
at
do with
different
it?
events. My baby cries. Well, she's not. She gets upset. She's so irritated by it because she doesn't like us fighting.
Conscious.
She's like, "Can we just be cordial?" She's about to get married. Are y'all going to be
Conscious.
fighting at my wedding? I'm trying
Conscious.
to be cordial.
Conscious.
And again, that was not the point. The point was, oh, that happened to me.
Okay.
Do
I
you
agree.
understand what I'm saying? You act
I
like it's
agree
that
with.
this is my reality right now. It's not.
I agree with Big Mama in the comments. I think this person was sent here and to drag this out because this is just really wild. There's
Yeah,
no way
because I'm
this is a
pretty
real
much done with
person.
it. My
This is
biggest
a
thing is that
troll.
I went for something, I didn't get it. I'm really disappointed, especially with this panel. I'm just really disappointed.
Well, I feel like just because you even put that out there after, all the bickering back and forth and stuff, I am a therapist. And I think I think 2 years, even if that's the amount of time that, you did therapy and stuff, I suggest that you go visit that situation. I feel like you still need to be speaking with someone because, you're still living with that within, and you need closure, and you need to still talk with somebody, and that's from a professional opinion.
Okay, let me ask you this. Quick question. What am I living
Yes.
with? Are you talking about the rape or are you talking about baby daddy?
Well,
Let's be
the rest,
clear. So if you're
Maybe
gonna
the
say
situation
something,
you told us about.
I'm trying.
well, you
What I'm
didn't
saying,
you didn't say
I
what am I
have,
living with?
listen, I'm trying. What I'm saying is, when we was talking about the other things with the baby father, you got upset and you threw that out there as a crutch, which means you're still dealing with that as you naturally should. Are you still speaking with someone?
Am I still speaking with my baby daddy? And hold up, I got your message. Whoever said that. That was 3 months ago. I'm not sleeping with him now.
No, I'm asking, are you still seeking counseling or therapy?
No, for what? I seek
Because
counseling for being raped.
that's what I'm asking. I'm
And
asking
I'm
if you,
fine. So how long do I gotta seek counseling for being raped?
as
I mean,
long
what is your hold up? If y'all know so much, what is your expertise of how long I should seek therapy on?
there is no time.
Okay, exactly. And everybody's different, correct? I did it for 2 years. So what makes you think I gotta keep seeking therapy for rape?
Because it seems like you are using it as a crutch.
No, I'm not. I mean, how am I okay, give me one
Because
example how I'm using that as a crutch.
that out there, but that had nothing to do with what we were speaking on, is what I'm trying to get
At all.
Nothing. You didn't need to tell these people that.
What
And
I
so be
said, if you want to
listen,
know, I said
to me.
I was raped. I had to seek therapy, and they told me in therapy that Donnie and I were codependent. So my biggest thing is that I said, yes, I agree, we are codependent. That's why I still deal with him. That was the reason why that came up. Listen, that's the whole reason why that came up.
I do agree that you use that as a crutch, because if that happened 2 years ago and y'all been dealing on and off for 26 years, you brought that up so that you can make it an excuse for why y'all still have to deal with each other, because he was there for me when I got R'd. But I'm thinking you got R'd way back in the day and he got you through it. No, you saying, oh, it was 2 years ago. So what
I
happened to
don't
the
think
other
this is a real
24 years?
story.
2 years ago, I helped him. I gave that man a job. I did everything I can for him. Like I said, we are codependent. When he had nothing, I was there for him. I supported that man. I did everything I could possibly do. I got him up on his feet. He is codependent on me. And that's why I said I agree. Codependency. It goes both ways. And so when they said that to me, it hold up. If you're talking to me and you're talking to me calm, if I agree with you, I agree with you. You know what? That is correct. You know,
Let me ask
it wasn't taken as a threatened way, but it's like you're correct. So right now I'm telling you, you're correct. I have no problems with I'm very accountable. Just don't attack me when you don't even know the whole
This
story.
is a fake
I,
story, and you're a
It's not
troll.
a fake story.
Go night. Go night.
I
This is
didn't
a fake story. There's no way
All
this is
right, think
like
real.
whatever you want.
that's
Anything
why
else before I get off this phone?
I
You
Hang
said
spoke
that
up.
4 times
That's
already.
it.
this is
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to answer your questions.
Oh,
We don't
now
have any
you
more
want
questions.
this is what it is. This is what it is for us.
He left again.
This video is for educational purposes only, and everything said here is allegedly.
This is supposed to be out there review.
Right. The hell did Candy come into the topic of about the fucking
Flip the whole script and wild out. Good night.
Okay, Candy, bye. What else do you want to
No,
I have nothing else to say, and I just hope all you burn in hell. 'Cause you know what? God don't like ugly.
What?
I don't need to burn in hell.
What did I
Oh,
do?
yeah, that she definitely had to be a troll. That was
free
trolling.
at last, free at last.
That was some
I
strong
know I
Oh
better get
my
trolling.
in these
God,
shit
free
subs.
at
How
last.
the hell I get damn to hell trying to help somebody?
put in
I
I'm
just
the
said
gonna
at the
stop
end of
coming
the
around here, conscious. You get me in trouble every time I come over here.
I've been nothing but nice to that lady.
No, serious. Educational purposes only and allegedly. We're serious.
Yeah, everything stated here is opinion, conjecture, and thought provoking.
Nobody's trying
That's
to
it.
diagnose anybody. Nobody's trying to
She
analyze
planted her
anybody.
own self. She doxed her own self. She committed a crime unto her own humanity here tonight, baby. Miss Candy, walk off
Okay,
that
but
burning cliff.
Conscious. Everybody's saying that she was sent. Where would she be sent from? What?
I don't think this
I
woman
think that's a
was sent.
slang term.
She already has stated that she been a fan and she been watching me and she followed the likes of Jason Lee and Tasha K, and she
She's wilding out.
And she chimed in tonight because we were talking about gay stuff, and
she brought up all that
That's what
stuff.
she said.
and she wanted to know if a 26-year-old ex who she hasn't even been with in 3 months because she's currently already involved with a whole new man is actually on the down low based upon a roommate he had who died in New York who told her that he'd been escorting and had both male and female clientele.
In 1996.
In 1996.
That part.
She a key.
Refused to lose called her out. Yeah, I think that.
And even though she's currently involved in a relationship, she's still taking phone calls on behalf of a 26-year-old prostitute and ex who she hasn't even been with in 26 years. I mean, in 3 months, who live in a whole other state.
Wait, so she's saying that the guy was 26, or she had been with him for 26
it's a
years?
26-year relationship.
26 years.
Oh, okay. And
She's been fucking on him on and off.
Yeah, while he's been prostituting himself.
Allegedly,
no, that only happened in 96.
According to his deceased roommate.
Right.
Yeah.
But he got 9 other babies.
So and the roommate said on his deathbed.
So much deeper than that. I feel like
somebody else is gonna come up with a whole story about this lie because of her.
That's why I said, Conscious, you need
shorts.
Don't think you. I'm telling you, these people
Somebody's
out
gonna
here.
come up with a whole story about this lie because they sent her.
She came up here because she needed me to tell her that her boyfriend, her ex-boyfriend, who allegedly is a prostitute, who's also been walking around, walking around in assless chaps and crop tops, is indeed gay. She needed me to tell her that her ex, who is prostituting with men, walking around in crop tops and bell bottoms, is indeed of the homosexual down low nature. She needed me to tell her that what she was seeing was okay for her to believe.
Wait, no, Conscious. Actually, she didn't need any of us to tell her because she didn't come on here for our opinions.
Oh, that part.
Yeah.
That's craziness. How do you
refuse to lose? What do you say? What's you're trying to give Conscious some recommendations on this video?
I think you should. I think you should.
Hold on, but the first thing I'm doing is I'm making people who hit the StreamYard link sign a waiver and take a psychological exam before they even get.
I believe it.
Screening.
Yeah,
I'm going to screen people before they hit the StreamYard link. They got to email me so I can email them an application back. They got to answer some very poignant questions so I can determine IQ range, emotional condition, etc. And then we'll proceed with a panel discussion from this point forward. Go ahead, Boo.
It's filthy out here. I just want to tell you that I really, really, honestly, Conscious, get rid of it.
Or at least edit her whole part out.
That part.
But, I mean, honestly, though,
filthy out here. Filthy.
I would think that anybody
I'm
would.
going to let the glory of God have his way.
Feel you.
It's Candy and this live.
I feel you.
Because this is going to be a lesson to her.
Without content sent her.
Because this is going to be because when she wakes up sober and the yak done worn off.
I can't wait.
This train wreck the night before is going to convict her about what is in store when you are unconscious and non-sober and you hit the StreamYard link anyway. She will forever be righteously scarred.
Yeah.
Righteously scarred. And this will be the crime scene.
I don't even know
where
what
her unconsciousness bled out over that'll make her more responsible going forward when she hits that StreamYard link to invite perfect strangers into all of her personal business.
That was deep. That was deep.
Everything.
Well, okay, so to dive into that deeper, you think somebody who's just severely hurting would do that? Would just put their
I feel like
stranger things have happened.
I feel like she still needs to deal with that other issue. And unless he was the person, then why would a therapist tell you that you was a willing participant? I don't get that.
I didn't hear that part. I do know that she's got to go back to
All
therapy
I know
for
is
a
Donnie is
myriad of other
pissed.
reasons. But and I'm not trying to say it did or didn't happen. I'm just questioning the validity and veracity of anything that we were told. Like, it's just, there's too many twists and turns. Like, it's
like these things into her life. She told us this stuff. We didn't make it up.
No, but I'm wondering if all of it happened, is I guess what I'm saying. You know, sometimes you could be, and I'm sure you dealt with this too. Sometimes we convince ourselves of things that didn't happen.
Oh yeah, whenever you want to block out something else, you bring whatever make you feel better.
Right. And I'm not saying that's what happened. So
no, I understand.
No, I'm putting that out there in case somebody's in the bushes. Don't come at me because I'm not for it. Okay.
New purposes only.
Absolutely. I'm just saying that there occasionally in my line of work as a life coach and spiritual healer and as a minister, I have seen it where there have been occurrences in somebody's life and they were recounting these things and then come to find out they didn't quite happen that way, and whatever version they needed to cover up whatever other pain they didn't want to deal with.
Let me share something even deeper. My brother is 50, right? He was shot in the head at 16.
Wow.
And, you know, he lives in a facility. He can't live with us because sometimes he don't want to take his medicine. You know, they get violent. And
yeah.
So every other year or so, he wanders off from the place or wherever, right? You know where he goes to? Where we used to live when he was 16. We ain't lived there in 30 years.
Wow.
But those are the good times that he went back home.
Right.
And so, yeah, I know.
But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out why was she so hostile? Just like the anger.
Because she was,
and I mean, so undeservedly, like
she didn't expect to be hit with truth. See, she didn't expect the mirror. She thought she was just coming to ask a question. She didn't realize that she was actually coming up to look at herself in the mirror and then be forced to take some real accountability and answer some real questions about some real issues in her own self.
I think that there's going to be other videos about this tomorrow.
Now I know why. Whatever it will be, let these folks do what they do. Now I know why Iyanla quit fixing motherfuckers' lives. Because Iyanla spoke about this in her interview, and the real reason she quit is because people had the unmitigated gall, dusty, ashy ass Wakanda audacity to get mad at her over work they invited her to do in their motherfucking life. And all of a sudden, she had to deal with death threats and deal with people's violence towards her because they couldn't take the help they initiated her services to help them with.
The accountability.
Let me tell you something about Miss Candy.
Please
Because see, the Black Holy Ghost talking to me. The real reason Miss Candy is what Miss Candy. This situation is convoluted. Some of it is fanciful, some of it is rooted in reality, and somewhere between lucidity and a pain body is all being smushed and marinated and stirred up all in together, and she can't even damn differentiate east from west and north from south. But the reason why she wants to know if this nigga who ain't paying her no mind in New York is in fact gay or not is not because it actually matters. It's because she wants to use him being gay and on the down low as a way to carry out another victim-ass narrative in her life. Oh my God, now I'm the victim of the down low, man. Woe is me, and look at how I've been deceived, and I can't believe, because there is a such thing as victim, and then there is perpetual victimhood. And like I was talking about last night, people who look for injury and need to be injured in order to have purpose.
It'll even throw out there was rape.
Perpetual victimhood is a counterfeit to purpose. Some people can only provide and have purpose in their life through achieving pain and assimilating to pain, because it also allows them to superficially benefit from the community coming to aid and abet them if they continue to be wounded. My mom would pay me attention. My children would pay me attention. As long as I stay wounded, I can stay cuddled and stay within the safety confines of that love that's being manufactured through self-inflicted drama. I can only achieve love. I feel like I can only achieve love from other people by injuring myself.
Yep.
Making them having to love me.
Yep.
Making them have to worry about me and to be concerned about me. She doesn't need to know that damn information. She already said she ain't been with the trifling nigga in 3 months. He walking around in New York from a 9-floor damn skyscraper in assless chaps and tube socks and heels. So you got a new nigga. You with your new nigga preparating to have to fuck your ex afterwards. I mean, what a doom and gloom way to exist in a current relationship. I got a boyfriend. I'm in a relationship. And yet you're sitting here preparing yourself to possibly go back and ride the pony. Ride the pony ride.
Education
It actually seems to me that he's damn proud of the damn relationship, and whatever the hell he gave her, she ain't learned to live without yet. The dick must be that good and that strong, because this was giving me strong victimization.
He was fine too, she said.
Today. No, he wasn't hitting me. I was walking into the punches and shit. He wasn't fighting me.
Yeah, she been denying you.
This is where how she kept on saying my child this is the father of my child. And I'm
always
like,
26-year-old
about to be a grown woman and get married.
There is such a thing as victim narcissism.
Oh yeah.
Where that's how that's yes. And so that's allegedly, because I see we had her in the chat saying keep her name out of our mouth when we didn't speak her name.
Mm-hmm.
And now we've got Sammy telling us that church is adjourned.
See?
Okay. I'm just saying, I find it very interesting.
Keep her name out of our mouth when she brought her motherfucking soul in here and hit the link and put all of us in her goddamn business. She brought her goddamn leave out here today and put her name in our mouth.
That's crazy to me. That's honestly funny, but honestly, it's a problem. It's not funny. It's not funny.
It is.
She probably has an actual thing where she doesn't see the problem. You know what I mean? So it's really not funny, but it's funny to me that somebody would actually have the cognitive dissonance to just come on and just totally think that somebody a whole panel is coming after you when nobody even knows you.
And nobody was coming after her. We were asking questions and then trying to sort out the story because it kept going along a whole bunch of different turns. That could be a very bad choose your own adventure because there was too many choices here. I didn't understand where we were going. The map was not clear. Wow.
Candy wanted the smoke and she got the fire tonight. Okay. She wanted the smoke. What I'm more disturbed about is the fact that she's acting like somebody's putting a gun to her head to make her have to go back and endure sex activities with a man she ain't been with for 3 months. What I couldn't get Candy to get clear about is why this man is even an option at this point. You actually don't have to be burdened about what the hell
Why
he's
was clicking the link
and what
option
he's going
too?
to pay the bills with and who the hell he's actually sleeping with. And if you this troubled and you this broken and you this disturbed and you this paranoid and it hurt this bad and you on the Hennessy hitting random live streams making a fool of your damn self over a whole motherfucking
Allegedly.
relationship. Don't you think that it's time to go up? Don't you think it's time to find the good and goodbye, honey? Ain't this what's consistent with my message on yesterday?
It surely was. That was she should have been here for yesterday.
And she said she vibed with your message from yesterday. She came on the panel saying,
right. My God, today.
That's self-afflicting.
I think you was targeted.
Look, I'm here for the targeting, baby. Target me. I'm the right one to target.
Why, you see those words in the chat?
No, I don't see anything in the chat.
I think maybe that's the other thing that she was saying too. I think maybe she was considering the chat as your panel as well, and she was.
What are y'all talking about in the chat? For one, I don't know what y'all talking about. Like, what are you talking about? What's happening in the chat?
Something that about you have to consider her mental status.
Oh, I actually don't have to consider a perfect stranger at all. She came up here and made a damn fool of herself. We are talking about the information that she gave. It ain't the burden ain't on me to figure out nothing. I ain't her counselor, I ain't her healer, I ain't her pastor, I ain't her nothing. I'm a content creator who she hit the live of tonight.
And also,
she brought all of her disgruntled, weird life experience here to this platform, and she made it content by being here. She made it content by leaving, and I ain't got no responsibility in the matter. Like
he's in the chat.
About Bad Boys,
back now,
huh?
It's fine.
We were talking about Bad Boys.
She's in the chat right now.
Yeah, Franny was saying she's
Let
back.
her be. See, still here enduring. Why you here in hell? Because ain't that's where we supposed to all be?
And she gonna tune in.
Are you in hell with us right now, Candy? I meant what I said is you need to write Iyanla, Gail, Oprah, Dr. Phil, and them. If all else fail, boo, contact the first 48 and let them put the forensic test to this shit.
Conscious, hover over your date on your MacBook and tell me what's the date today, please.
Oh, yes, thank you.
It's the 13th.
The 13th.
And even when you asked the question on the West Coast, it would have been the 12th.
Exactly. I was like, either way, it would have been the same day. So it's like, very very telling. I like to ask people that question when they seem inebriated, so I can see where they're at. and see like, oh, okay, so you're just completely gone at this point, because
maybe y'all better do y'all work or y'all gonna turn out like this lady who just hit this stream, y'all. Like, this is what the hell I was talking about yesterday when it came to carry on, baby. If you gonna be 40, 50 years old hitting random StreamYard links, losing your damn mind over 26 years worth of horrible damn history that you gracious enough to go find another man to replace. Ooh. And yet you're gonna be stuck on 26 years of stupid. You better do your damn work.
Is this really who's in corporate America though?
I appreciate being
here. Yes.
Good, everybody.
Wow. I'm sorry, Franny, say that one more time. You sounded a little muffled.
I'm going to bed. I'm tired, but I appreciate being here.
Good night. Hope we didn't stress you out.
Franny.
Good night, love. I'm so sorry that we didn't get to actually complete our live tonight like we intended to, but we're coming to a show. We'll do a whole separate show, Franny.
This was
period.
Show.
I appreciate you, boo.
All right, good night.
All right, love. My God.
CTV. I wonder if you had
this was a sign. No, knock out y'all. God literally showed us a receipt of what not following my advice from yesterday will have you live your life. This was divine manifestation, baby. Mm-hmm. If any of y'all thought what I was saying was a joke yesterday, you just saw the reality of my Sermon on the Mount. Less than 48 hours ago, baby. Y'all better get y'all shit together, baby.
Come on, Simon.
A nigga in assless chaps will wear your ass out when you ain't got your shit together.
I'm telling you, I had to put my professional hat on.
That's crazy, bro. But it worries me that she's actually like, if she is even in corporate America, like that's scary as fuck.
Yeah, now, and I think she really need to, yeah. It's not healthy.
No.
We not even going to prayer for real.
Yeah, look at what Harold said, CTV.
What?
I mean, I know you said we only had like 2 more things to touch on, but I think she interrupted.
Shut, we it wasn't even ain't even nothing left for that review. I mean, we was like,
what?
Ain't no review.
What is going on?
We on Mars now. We done left. At this point, we
ain't no going back.
Oh my God!
We on the space odyssey right now. We
TV.
And this is my other thing about getting on YouTube drunk. I do not like that shit, bro. Like, it's one thing like to get on, you feel good, you feel about, but like just to get drunk and then black out and start saying your feelings to perfect strangers and then talk about you're judging me and shit. It's crazy.
Allegedly.
Educational purposes.
Opinion and conjecture.
That's wild.
This was
imagine her at a party.
This was a divine manifestation. Y'all think I'm playing this? God did this tonight. Just like God sent Abraham that lamb right before he slaughtered his son. He sent the sign. This was a receipt of what this is the before and after image. This is what not doing your work. You have you out here being midway through your damn life, cutting a damn fool.
Will Isaiah? Oh, she said, "I'm here." I hear not drunk. Keep talking. Already reported. How did you report? Okay.
What did you report? Did you that you talked about yourself?
What did you report?
Oh my God!
She can't even find her man's sexuality, so she damn sure can't find her way to the report feature.
She can't find the rest of his pants.
Miss Candy, bro, you can be mad all you want to, boo, because at the end of the day, you still got to figure out them Astor chaps, boo. You still got to figure it out, honey. I don't care who you try to distract and project your anger and frustration on to, boo. You still, at the end of the day, baby, got to figure out the last 26 years of your shit. We'll be here laughing tomorrow.
Conscious, can I give y'all the definition of doxing, please? Maybe she'll hear this.
I don't know why y'all. If you want to entertain her
okay, no, I'll leave it alone. I just was asking you, sir. No, I don't, because I got things to do in the morning. That's all right.
Because we already know. We know.
Okay, so for the person that this is referring, please Google it. If you can dial it up, please Google it. Okay. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna share. I'm gonna read it to you. Here you go. Here it is. I'm a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up over here so you can see. Here we go. Doxing, or doxing, however you want to spell it, is the act of publicly revealing previously private personal information about an individual or an organization, usually via the internet. Methods employed to acquire. So the word acquire then would mean that I would not have had your information prior, and that somehow by some nefarious means I acquired it and then put it out, or that consciousness or anyone else here. To acquire such information includes searching publicly available databases. I don't think any of us did that tonight. And social media websites, hacking, social engineering, and through websites such as Grabify, a site specialized in revealing IP addresses through fake info link. So none of which happened because none of us had the time, nor the effort, nor the care to sit here and try to figure out who you really were or where you worked. We just took you for your word that you worked at corporate America. We didn't need to know anything else. So that's the definition of doxing. None of us acquired it. So I'm glad you gave YouTube a laugh for them in the morning.
They're not even gonna look at it. And then the other funny thing about it is she's getting on here. Okay, I told y'all the story about the homeless guy that is down the street underneath the highway, and he like, I guess he's read a bunch of like these murder stories and stuff like that, and all he does is yell at people, and he's like, okay, you murdered such and such in 1996, go turn yourself in. And it's like, what the fuck? And it's like he just yells at people all day. You go turn yourself in, and that's what what she's gonna turn into, that homeless guy just screaming, turn yourself in.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. You gotta go to work tomorrow.
It's unfortunate, Candy, because you could have really, really got your life here, and unfortunately, you're gonna be living on Block Island now, living on a cot, eating oodles and noodles, and sipping on diet water, and that's so sad because you could have been here getting your life with the rest of us, and now you just, girl, it's a no for me. I'm gonna have to sage this off me tonight. I'm gonna have to.
It's a no.
I'm gonna have to saturate myself in the Black Jesus baptismal pool of it all, and just unsee and unhear and unfeel and undo everything that this kid. You know what? I was telling Knockout me, I blame this on Zeus, baby. This bad boy's got some motherfucking dark energy on
that
it.
energy. It's that energy.
Ever since Carrie started fucking with Zeus, he done got locked up for a tail light that done led to damn attempted murder charges, and it's all falling apart, baby. We just sitting here doing Bad Boys review, and look at what comes out of the goddamn blackness and opaqueness of space, baby. This is Zeus Network energy. This is a manifestation of Zeus Network products. It is dark forces connected to this network, baby.
You better leave that show alone.
It's the shit connected to this brand, baby. Somebody that sold their soul. Baby, and the devil is what up in the fine writing of the contract, baby.
It's too. I don't get where they find the energy myself.
It's Zeus.
Leave that show alone. I don't know. You should be reviewing that anymore. You see what it bring about.
Look, I will have to slice this out and do a whole case study. Zeus Network, and baby, and break them all the way down to a molecular science, because
I can't.
It's a no for me. I'm gonna have to contemplate whether I'm going to be continuing to review this season of Bad Boys. if this is what it's gonna be like to be connected to Zeus anyway, I'm good. I'm good. I ain't got enough candles to light for Zeus ass.
It's a lot.
Because this came straight up out of a Zeus review. A Bad Boy review. And it is I don't believe in coincidences.
Not like that.
Zeus got a spirit on it.
Yeah, because we've had this conversation. Didn't we have this conversation a few days ago? And I came on and told you about how one of my exes was on the DL but never would tell me. We just had this conversation. And it didn't go this way.
You also wasn't looking for nobody to tell you to believe what the hell you done seen for yourself.
Right.
No, because I'm grown. I fully grown everywhere. Okay.
I don't think she want to believe it is what it is.
Would y'all imagine that though, being in a spot in life to where you're just in denial about something for 30 years?
I've seen people in denial about things for 40 years, 50 years.
God. That's crazy. Me at 27 years old right now, I could not imagine being 57 years old still thinking about the shit that happened yesterday.
Yeah,
you're coming up in a different era though. This is like this age of Aquarius is the age of knowing. The age of Pisces we just exited was the age of believing and faith and salvation. So that's a different. It's that good and bad. There's two sides to that same coin. So you're coming up and coming into knowing and adulthood, true adulthood in the age of knowing. Okay, so there's a lot of people that got to catch up to it, and some people are gonna make it. Some people, hey, I can't, you know, I'm gonna say which is which and what is what, but you know,
wow.
Can I hold that stage?
That woman said that she works in corporate America. I fully believe that that woman is a administrative assistant for the Zeus Network itself. And she works in the corporate office of Zeus Network. Tonight we got a disgruntled employee came on here with all her darkness.
Shit, she is CEO of Zeus. If she is, she CFO.
Administrative assistant for Zeus Net. Come get your employee, Zeus.
Yeah, they said you want to review our show.
Yeah. Baby, surviving the Zeus Network review.
not surviving, not surviving,
Bad Boys review, baby.
not surviving. I can't
have no opening.
Y'all, we got to get out of here. It's been 5.5 hours.
Y'all have a good night.
I got to talk to the Lord about this.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, Refusal. Thank you, boy. I appreciate you, love. Thank you. Heart of Inspiration. You already know what to get him, babe.
Child, you know I love you. I love y'all. I love y'all.
Something. Me and you are really good at this. If I had to remove myself and you even had to get some nuck and bucky in you tonight, it's because it was some ratchet demonic energy actually present, baby. Because I have yet to see you have to nuck, and even you had to pull out your Vaseline tonight. Like, hold
I have to take the earrings off. You know, and I don't get like that. You don't get me out of that space. I'm here usually, right? I'm neutral. But at some point, it's late. I've been working all day. I don't have time for you to disrespect and play in my face. This is what I don't have time for you to do. Period. You're 50 years old. Get it together. See, now I sound like you last night. Get up. Get it together.
Come on, divine masculine. I bet you appreciate that masculine energy.
Listen, I was like, she got me in my Aries moon tonight. I was like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't sit here and disrespect yourself, your body, your temple, your heart, and your mind and your soul. Okay. And then expect for us to co-sign. See, what you don't realize is when you came up for one simple question, but God had a different plan and was trying to reach you. You just refused to hear once again. So guess what? Deuces, I don't care. I'm out. Like, I did it. I shakes the dust off. I shakes the dust off my shoes, child. I shakes it. I'm done.
Do you realize that the first version she gave, she wanted us to give her feedback about whether this nigga was gay based upon whether the gay man, the effeminate man calling her phone for him, implied he was gay. That was the first version of her story. How the hell is anybody post? What the hell?
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I mean, what are you? What? How the hell am I supposed to determine if your man get down based upon
who calls your phone?
Man calling you to get in contact with him.
I mean, I could see. Go ahead.
She didn't think we needed no other information. She didn't think we didn't need a filler. She didn't think we needed clarity. She didn't think we needed a backdrop. She didn't think we needed anything more to determine that her boyfriend, who lives several states over from her ex, who she ain't even with no more, is gay based upon niggas calling her phone for a nigga she ain't been with for 3 months.
Plus, we don't know if it was a Miss Barbara call. You know the call I'm talking about. The man we don't even know if it was one of them kind of calls.
She throwing shade at Miss Barbara.
But y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all are younger than me, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
It's a fair reciprocal energy.
So look, the thing is, Conscious, I don't know if you realize it went left.
She got mad that we needed more information.
But no, it went left.
Man gay because a feminine man called on my phone.
Look, you remember when you had said, okay, the divine feminine and masculine, she lost it right then and there. I think that's when
I checked out at some point.
Well, this is before I think we even started talking about the whole relationship thing. It's like you have brought up, well, I like to. What were we talking about?
Oh, but Franny was misunderstanding what he was saying then. I've been listening to y'all. Right. I just been doing my work.
Right.
So that's where you're saying that the whole conversation took a turn was when the masculine and feminine energy got brought up, that commentary. And that's when the whole night took a turn. Well, it's Zeus Networks' fault then, clearly.
But she wasn't even on the panel at that point.
Well, Conscious, she was, because she had got on and she was like,
no, because me and Fran had
we were,
or maybe she was on the panel, but she wasn't. She hadn't even given up her things. She said she came on because we were talking about the download. I don't even know what. I'm like, the download what?
That's what I was thinking, because we were done talking about Moolah, and I think we were moved on to something else.
You were talking about how you had an interaction with a heterosexual friend of yours.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the download. Okay, yeah. So she was using that to come.
That right, and then the other guy from Africa came up.
But do you see how I had to give her a whole lot of information for her to even like use that as a catalyst to get here? So why she thought I had to tell my whole situation from front to the beginning, but yet she can come up here and give me a one-liner, which is some flamboyant ass men calling my phone. Is my man gay?
Conscious, help me out. I have these feminine men calling my phone, and they sound like they might be, I don't know, gay or something.
She might as well should have asked me if her man was gay because his favorite color is pink. I mean,
like literally,
that was the equivalent.
Yeah, because I need to know the context of the call. Right, I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna ask the same question. Was this a Miss Barbara call? Was this a where he at? Is this a where you could tell? Oh, that's okay. I ain't gonna leave my name call. Cause see, from a woman's perspective, that's them kind of calls. If I pick up a telephone or somebody call me and it's a female on the line and she really gonna leave her name or she sounds shady or sus, then I'm gonna know that kind of call. So was it that kind of call, or was it my homeboy over here, that might just happen to be gay, but maybe have called?
But you don't tell us how they got your phone number, why they have your phone number. And then on top of that, you come out of nowhere 10 minutes later, 20 minutes later, say, oh yeah, well, he was an escort.
But then she said, no, she said when Conscious said, why are they calling your phone? Well, because I'm his day one and he tells everybody if something has happened to him to call me.
So then why is that? So then why is that raising your eyebrow? They're calling you because they're concerned about him. Then
no matter who it is,
that you're the middle space between his well-being and the rest, and I don't even know what. That's why I had to ask: are you his secretary? Are y'all in business together? Are you like the like? Are you the secretary for? I'm like, why are you taking?
Because there's so many layers here, right?
Too many.
So and then hold on, and then in that, if the man was on the down low, why the fuck would he be giving the gay men he might be fucking your number to
And
no, he didn't. No, he didn't just drop down. No, he did not.
He said, I can't. He's having the aneurysm right now. But see, look, this is my thing. She came on and did all of that, but my whole thing was, what were you trying to accomplish anyway? Like, so you wanted somebody to tell you that he was exhibiting gay, like you want to confirm
behaviors.
Being exhibiting gay behaviors, and then from there, what was going to happen? You know what I'm saying?
Then that would give her closure and give her the ability to finally say, we can no longer have relations with one another because I'm not sure which gender, who you're having sex with, whether or not they're male or female, and I can't take a chance. You're taking then a chance with my health and safety. Jeez. But you're taking as much. This is the thing. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this knockout media, but I'm just speaking as, we'll just call myself heterosexual for tonight. Anyway, I'm speaking as a generally heterosexual woman.
Carry on of inspiration.
That heterosexual people take greater chances with our bodies and the potentiality of contracting various diseases.
Right.
Because we just kind of blindly, and so I'm not saying I do, and people don't get all their panties in a bunch, but generally speaking, we have unprotected sex faster and much more often and with many more partners. Right? But then we get upset if that partner ends up, especially if it's a man, we had this conversation before, ends up being either bisexual or gay. So we take a lot of chances ourselves and don't practice, to me, enough of a safe sex situation on a regular basis.
Right.
By and large.
And she's trying to pass off that she's had this one boyfriend that she's been going off and on with, or she's been having boyfriends. And then if something goes wrong with that situation, she goes and sleeps with her.
That's what it is. She's had multiple boyfriends throughout the 26 years. But what's happened is that when he finds out that there's a boyfriend, then he pops up magically.
Becomes all stalkerish and yeah.
And exactly. And then other men get intimidated because she's always going to love this other. It's not about an intimidation situation. Like all of us know, if you continue to sleep with your ex, I don't care what your sexuality is. If you continue to sleep with your ex is going to continue to come back.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
I mean, right?
So it's basically, she was trying to ask a lot of questions and get, like we were going to tell her the opposite of what she knew was.
But I don't even think some of her answers, a knockout and inspiration, were even real. Because see, there's a lot of blues clues in what she said. When I asked her, why are random people calling your phone to get to a grown man who has a phone, who has business, who has email, who can be contacted directly? She said, "Oh, it's because I'm day one." But because of how manic and incoherent she was tonight, I actually lean toward the belief that this is the nigga that she's still obsessing over, who ain't had nothing to do with her for the longest, and that he may still be dilly dabbling with her because she's willing to take care of him still in certain ways in order to really get him back. He's not really interested in really being back, but maybe give her a little dick every now and again in order to keep her paying for that phone bill and paying for some of them bills she probably paying. Because when she said day one, when you said day one and niggas calling your phone, ain't no nigga calling your phone for him. The truth is, you probably got him on the same landline and got access to them phone records, and you've been calling them numbers back, and some very suspect people been answering the other motherfucking line, and you trying to piece shit back together on the back end, and you can't really go ask him what the tea is because he ain't with your ass to begin with to entitle your ass to no motherfucking information, and you really sitting here stunted, disgruntled, and got a sweaty ass leave out in because that pretend boyfriend you claim you have also is imaginary. That's why you drunk tonight on CTV Live, hitting the link, telling all your motherfucking blood and tea for an hour and a half. That's what it gives to me.
That sounds more accurate. That sounds way more accurate.
Yeah. Yep. I would say that is the scorpionic FBI, CIA, NCIS, MI6, KGB take on the whole situations. Oh, let me not forget the CIA.
Court motherfucking adjourned. Because she ain't gonna do me tonight, Miss Mama. See, I started seeing through her bullshit early. Oh, that's why I said, you know what? Let me go down. Let me let the tribe come up, baby. I'll let them work this thing out for me.
I need to find a pool of people like her to call into my morning show. I need a bunch of that, so that way I can just have these like insane shows. Because Conscious, how does she? Okay, you said Tasha K is who's breeding these people.
No, she said she's a wino.
She
She
said
she follows
and Jason
Tasha
Lee.
and Jason and
Lee,
etc.
Is Jason Lee? Is he messy or is he
Of course,
like?
he is
Oh,
the messy of messy.
oh wow. Okay, well, I mean,
And Jason Lee and Tasha K are also arch nemesis of one another. So it's funny that she is a fan of two people who actually hate each other as well. So
Conscious, we
should have known
about
then
this prior, but I don't know if we were able to get to it because of Candy. But you said there have been haters in these YouTube streets, especially haters of Larry, and your dynamic with Larry. That pretty much means that you have haters as well, right? So, do you maybe think that she might be coming from somebody who's a hater of LRL?
She ain't did me no wrong. She embarrassed herself. It ain't. She. I mean, it's no injury to me for her being here tonight. I don't know how this would be a weapon unto me. She embarrassed herself. It wasn't nothing committed. It was no crime committed against me tonight. And obviously, I wasn't really that bothered, which is why I allowed her ass to really have the floor until she was ready to go. So I mean,
it was a plan. It wasn't good.
This wasn't a thought out. If this was a weapon, if this was a attack from the enemy, I don't even know what was supposed to be accomplished. And I don't.
That would be an 18 plot right there. Yeah.
No, it's the reality is there's a lot going on in the world. And there's a lot going on in these comment sections, and there's a lot going on in these followers' lives, and the internet is becoming somewhere that people just bleed out over more and more and more as social media becomes a thing, and stranger things have happened on the internet. This is hardly the most extreme thing that's ever took place. I mean, there's a lot of folk who need to be having professional help, who trying to heal through entertainment and trying to heal through hitting links and talking, and they need some real deep psychotherapy going on.
God, I hope I never do that.
Baby, you gonna get your fair share of it knocked out.
Oh no! I hope it happens.
You ain't gonna be here on these streets like this without seeing your fair share of train wrecks.
I hope it. I mean, I know that's gonna happen, but I'm saying I pray that I never get to the point in my life to where I'm just that oblivious or like that. I mean, I don't even know what. There's so many adjectives I could try to sit up here and try to describe, but I feel like there are no words to really describe that. You know what I mean? I feel like the closest was the victim what did we say?
Victim narcissism.
Yeah, yes. And it's like for that, it's like, okay, and even look at it now. He came for me first.
You came to my platform and hit my link, and you begged for it and insisted upon coming up here. You were treated with graciousness and patience, and I invested in putting your stuff together by asking you questions because I was invested in walking you through your stuff, and you wanted to feel offended and be offended, just like you want to be the victim in this situation. You were articulating to us, and even though you told us to go to hell and rot in hell and burn in hell and fuck all y'all, you still here because you are addicted, Miss Candy. You are addicted to the pain. You can't even go on and listen to gospel music. You can't even go open up the Bible right now and go get you some glory. You right here wanting to be injured. You have a pain body, baby. You are addicted to the strife. Say the masochism, okay? You got to work that out, okay? if I came for you first, then explain why you here now. Why you here now? Why?
That's crazy.
Why? Like, you wanted to be content, you got it, sis. Okay, you forfeited the opportunity to tell me your story in email. You forfeited the opportunity to contact me privately. You forfeited all of that. When you started to feel yourself get frustrated, you continue to endure. You continue to make an executive decision to stay in place and to double down on your presence. And even though you chose to leave, you really didn't leave because you're still here, doubling down on the pain and the agony of it all, baby. That's stuff that only God can fix. Only God can fix.
But only if she wants it fixed.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You can't fix that unless you choose to fix that. Right. So, even with I've had to deal with this with my own mother. She went through some horrible things.
She's saying that I'm
okay, but you asked, I heard, because I'm over here typing, getting ready for something for tomorrow. I heard you say, when she said she was getting uncomfortable about the level of detail that she felt you were asking for, you said then email me and you would handle it there.
When she said, I don't want to feel embarrassed because I already feel embarrassed by I said, Miss Candy, you ain't got to proceed no further.
Absolutely, I heard that.
You can contact me privately.
You said it twice. I heard you.
Oh, I said it multiple times. But Miss Candy hear what she want to hear. Whatever she heard is baby, it's her reality. It's her perception. Whatever she believes. Happy here tonight. It's real to her. Okay, so
this was my point earlier that I'm not quite sure what's what. Because that definitely, this is if anybody in this chat has never seen gaslighting,
and she still can't hear. Who said anything about?
We know you did it.
Telling me. She can't even listen. I did not email you. She something.
She's like, I can't believe she's trying to play with you in front of everybody. We're not.
I can't. Who the hell said anything about this damn woman? About me? Why would I email you? I don't know you. Why would I email you? Why would I say
I'm a part of the Red Sea so you can go on and go send that to the islands, and then I'll close the Red Sea back up.
Mods, please. No, I want to do this personally.
Okay.
I want to block her personally. Hold on.
Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. Candy's not coming over the water. Go on.
Miss Candy, you have officially
goodbye
been dropped off in the motherfucking river. You are officially at the bottom of the sea, baby. I won't see you again until the great judgment. When God resumes your bones from the bottom of the sea, baby. And once again, we endure each other for one last final eternal time before the Lord, baby.
It's a great judgment.
Enjoy the bottom of the river. God bless you.
Hallelujah.
Nah. Does anybody have any farewell words before we?
Oh my God! I'm gonna be cracking up as soon as we end this live. I'm gonna be crying on my.
I'm about to pitch this whole segment to Netflix. They need to put this shit. This needs to be mainstream content, baby. That alone needs to go right to the big screen. Right to the big screen.
Find delusional people to call into my show.
Do I just need to title my next live? Anybody crazy as hell out there, hit the StreamYard link.
I ain't gonna be here. I'm not gonna be here.
Anybody out there want to drive me absolutely fucking nuts? Hit the link tonight.
I ain't gonna be here. I can't with y'all. You got too much going on with these crazy people over here, child.
You see it hard. I just
You was
be
minding your business, baby.
I just be
wasn't doing nothing.
I know.
My business. These folk come pull me into all this shit all the time. I don't know what it is. See what I'm talking about?
Oh my God.
These empathic people, we are a living hospital for some. We get sucked shit into people's shit. We can stand right there in the center of the universe. The universe will actually revolve around us. It create itself around our vibration. We ain't even got to go nowhere. We just sit right there, minding our business, baby. They come pull up and start talking and divulging to us, telling me all the things.
I'm gonna tell you something. This is exactly why I stopped doing personal tarot readings on a regular basis live on YouTube, because I would get this lunacy. These people, these women mainly, that would come on in, and this is before StreamYard. So they typing all this stuff. And they talking about, does this so-and-so and so-and-so, does he love me, or this, that, and the third? And I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm psychic, so I pick up on some stuff. I said, have you even spoken to this person? No, he lives down the hall and we get in the elevator at the same time, but I'm so in love with him. What? Or is my ex coming back? Baby, what are you talking about? Well, he's off with some other woman and she's pregnant, but I want to know if he's coming back. Why do you want him back? He cheated on me 5 times, but I really want to know if he's going to be faithful this time. Why are you asking me? Because you got the answer to the question. You got the answer to the question. You wasted a whole Cash App. You wasted a whole super chat. You wasted your money, sis, because you got your own answer to your own question. And then when I talk to them like an auntie and say, listen, I don't need to pull a card because this is just tomfoolery and absolute fuckery. Okay. This is what this is. And I'm going to try to help you out. Then them heifers would be like, well, I'm going to need you to pull the cards. Okay. All right. Devil, 3 of Swords, 3 of Cups, Empress. Yep. The bitch pregnant over here. He ain't coming back to you. He's toxic. Good day. I stopped doing it. I couldn't handle the fuckery no more.
Here, conscious. Call me. I'm gonna go take a shower.
Oh, bye, knockout.
Just call me after you get out the shower.
Okay, I got you. All right.
All right.
Good night, Art of Inspiration.
Good night, baby.
Thank you, knockout. Heart. That's what I was trying to get. This little grasshopper here tonight to understand is that we don't even need a crystal ball. We don't even need the cards. We don't even need the chart for this. Your own experience is enough to inform you about what you need to do next.
Yeah.
See, it would have been different had she came up here and said that this was a man that she was currently in an active relationship with. But you're talking to me and passionate about information regarding a man you're not even entangled with right now. This is an ex. Go on. It's nothing to talk about. It's nothing to fill in. It doesn't even matter what he's doing. It doesn't. And if you're that paranoid about what he's doing, find you some new what they call it? Find you some new rebound dick. If you this paranoid about ancient dick got too much controversy around it at this point. Just go on and find you a new residual piece of meat.
But this is the thing. I don't know if you caught this. She says she waits 30 days in between when she's exchanging dick for dick. Okay. So when the current boyfriend has met his expiration date, she'll wait 30 days and then be back with that one. Because that's been her pattern. And in the words of Mother Iyanla, that's her pathology. So she is, this must be some amazing penis. That's all I have to say. It must be amazing He must have an amazing tongue. He must have something. I don't know what hoodoo, voodoo, whatever he done put on her child, but she can't get away from it. It must be golden. That must be the one golden dick we've been looking for all my life and maybe yours. It must be the only one, because I don't understand how you continue to come back and then call this person your man. He's not your man. But maybe he is, and these other ones are just the side pieces.
Thing that you just mentioned, Harley, she lied to us because she, in her first version of this, she made this seem like this. I asked her verbatim. So your boyfriend lives in another state, and men are calling your phone. Yes.
She sure said that.
She lied, and they kept
She
changing
sure
it. Now
said
he's the
that.
ex. And now all of a sudden she's in a current relationship when y'all started doubling down on maybe on her being desperate. But so now she don't want to appear lonely. So her ego had to let us know that I got a man. So it kept nothing made sense tonight. This was
Well, there you go.
Tonight. Bullshit craziness.
Absolutely. And we kept on.
She mad.
And we kept on with it. You know what? Next time we're going to have to get us a buzzer, a red light, something, a siren, something to be like, okay, it's too much bullshit. We got the bullhorn, something to be like, next, you got to go. Because this was absolute tomfoolery for an hour and a half.
I literally asked this woman clarifying questions about her boyfriend, and she allowed me to think that this was her current boyfriend until y'all started asking her some questions, and then it's this is my ex. That's why I had to drop down. What? Child, they would never pay me enough, ever, never.
Okay, I don't even understand now.
Do your work, y'all.
Please
don't come to my channel 26 years from now over an ex-boyfriend and assless chaps who might be a prostitute. Okay, just go on, babe.
Please do your work. Find you a life coach, a spiritual life coach, a healer, somebody, a therapist, wherever. But please do your work, please, because this here don't make no earthly sense.
Well, speaking of work, can you once again shout out your platform so that they know where to find them? They know where to find the therapist, baby.
They might not want to talk to me no more. I'm just kidding. Heart of Inspiration on YouTube, and then my and on Instagram at Heart of INSP, and then heartofinspiration.net is my website. And what Conscious, I don't think you and I have talked about, is the fact that I do train up people to be spiritual healers and coaches and things like that. So when I say I do this for a living, I actually literally do it for a living.
It's the Heart of Inspiration's business.
Yes, it is.
Train them up, send them out, baby. So
exactly.
If y'all looking to be effective in these areas and to be healers and teachers yourselves, then this is the head spiritual woman in charge. You can get up under her tutelage. Also, if you need an exorcism, you can get her services, baby. She'll either get it out of you or put it in you. Okay, so
probably a little bit of both.
Take the leave out your ass or whatever you do, honey.
Hey man,
I got some. I'm gonna hit you up tonight too, cause you hit me back. I know, so I hit you back.
Yeah, it'll probably be 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'll be trying to get a little bit of rest.
Well, don't worry about responding tonight, but just be prepared for something in your inbox when you do get up.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you so much. You're always gracious and always wonderful. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Keep a candle lit for me.
For who?
Me.
Oh, okay, for you, yes. I thought you were talking about that woman.
No. I need a candle because of that woman, so keep a candle lit.
I got you.
All right, man.
Okay.
Good night, love.
Good night.
You guys, this was one hell of a motherfucking review, girl. You can't make this kind of shit up, baby. Who the hell would have thunk it? Episode 4, 6 fucking hours. In part review, in part surviving Candy. Strange things happen here, bitch. But later on today, as in Wednesday, we got some mess to address regarding a whole nother set of debauchery going on out here in these motherfucking YouTube streets, baby. So I'm gonna forewarn you now, baby. I may set some shit off tomorrow, baby. Cause there's some bald-headed hoe shit going on, girl, and we'll get into it. This was Bad Boys Season 2, Episode 4, girl. Get your life share. If you didn't thumbs up, girl, give me your nasty thumbs up on the way out. If you didn't do it in the beginning, honey, if you're new here, subscribe. And I love you. Good night. And happy hump day.